Well, welcome to the National Fours. It's the finals days, the Summerset National Fours here at the Alexandra Bowling Club in sunny Central Otago. And with me as Chris Lynda. Chris, slight alteration for the finals to do with the timing?
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Thanks for this. The quarterfinals onwards in this event, the time limit of 3 hours drops away from what was the case in the qualifying rounds. Apart from that, we're as we were.
All right, some exciting finals coming up. But Chris, for you, we've had nearly 200 combinations taking part in the men's and the women's, around 13 clubs all around the Central Otago region.
Yeah, look, they've been fantastic, the clubs, and we just can't thank them enough, from their volunteers in the kitchen right out to the greenkeepers. Just been brilliant, and we just can't thank them enough. They've been fantastic giving us these results.
Well, there we go. That is Chris Lynda, the tournament director. We're going to come back very shortly with John Macbeth and the commentary. And welcome into the Summerset National Fours. It is the grand finals day. And John Macbeth, great to have you with me. Looking forward to a couple of great finals.
Well, I was looking forward to being in the final, and however, not in the women's final. But some great names and some huge upsets, you would say, throughout the competition to get to the stage where we've got Lynda Milne and Val Smith. So Lynda Milne beating Mandy Boyd, one of the really top favoured combinations. So it just shows, doesn't it, within bowls, you know, you come to a nationals and a club team basically take on a team of nationally recognised players and get through to the final. So Lynda Milne against Val Smith.
17-11 in that semi-final earlier today.
Absolutely, and you can imagine that Lynda's combination just might even be surprised, but when we have a look at them, we'll see that they've got vast experience. They've been in big games before, so, you know, Lynda and Val Smith, as we know, just one of the greats of New Zealand bowls. So having her there as the skip of the other team, well, we'll see what happens. Team in red is the team that is the Lynda Milne combination.
Can we call about the Southland or Otago team? Because all of the team comes to me, though. Well, there's one from Alexandra, one from Queenstown, one from Hokanui, and one from Invercargill as well. Maybe take us through that team there, John.
Well, some of them have played together a little bit. For example, Christine Buchanan, who's the lead, has played with Linley O'Callaghan. They're Queenstown and Alexandra people, so within the Central Otago region, so they know each other well. The others, Angela Johnstone from Hokanui and Gore, and Lynda Milne from Tarangi, or Waikiwi Club, but Tarangi here for these nationals. They also know each other well, so they're not strangers to each other. And when we look at what they've done over the years, you'll recognise that they shouldn't be overawed here, playing in almost their home territory.
Yeah, that pretty much. And what about their opponents? Because trying to make any sense out of that team, they were too busy laughing at each other. And Val Smith, they said, no, she's done nothing.
And plays left-handed.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there we see their team. Val Smith, Deb White, Ashleigh, Jeffcoat, and Kimberley Hemingway. And you know, chatting to Val, I said, so how did you pick up Kimberley, you know, because I didn't know Kimberley at all, who's standing up on the bank at the moment there. And she said, well, by the time we were putting a team in, a lot of the players that we would normally have picked up on were already in teams, as we see Val Smith there with her hands on her hips in the blue. And she said, so we just looked at Ashleigh and Kimberley. We'd seen her play. We know she's been around for a while. So there we are. So brilliant, you know, really fantastic to see a couple of some names that won't be well known amongst the bowls fraternity.
Well, it is Ashleigh Jeffcoat's birthday today. She would not say how old she is. It is her fourth national final, I believe. She's had 2 losses and 1 win, and of course this final here now.
And she's well known, you know, former New Zealand age grade rep. We've seen her in bowls 3-5 on our coverage over the years. She's a regular high finisher in events and highly regarded.
So it is a composite team, both teams composite as such, albeit that one's from the Central Otago Southland region, and Ashleigh Jeffcoat and Kimberley Hemingway, both from the Carlton Cornwall Club in Auckland, and Val Smith, I guess always going to be Nelson, isn't it?
Yep, Absolutely, gosh, yeah, one of the great sports names out of Nelson, her, and of course in her combination many times with Joe Edwards, winners of national and world titles, of course. Val Smith, formerly the world singles champion and also a pairs world gold medalist with Joe Edwards.
And John, who's up here on the mat? Tell us about this person. Just one of the Southland competitors.
Well, Linley O'Callaghan of Alexandra with
very much
41 centre titles, you know, so
goodness.
While we say these players are not known nationally, well, there'll be a lot of viewers watching this and saying, oh yeah, I've played against her, she's been around forever. Pretty impressive stuff. So Linley has won a couple of national gold medals and a silver medal, winning titles, so in conjunction with Christine Buchanan, their lead.
And John, just in the early stages of this first end, we're quite spread, aren't we, around the jack? There's nothing really. Are they still feeling the way?
There'll be a bit of nerves as well, and I didn't see them play their semi-finals this morning. They were on the same green but a different rink, I presume.
That's right.
So often you find it just takes a couple of ends for them to get to grips with. Sometimes there's a bit of a breeze out there on one hand. The pace of the green might have changed from this morning. So you'll just find that eventually, after a couple of ends, you'll find that they're much tighter. So this is Deb White from Hinawera.
Now, the rest of your team said that club is a blink and miss it.
Yep. Oh, well, they burst into prominence really during the Bowls 3-5 on, I think, that first series of Bowls 3-5, which was on Sky TV and produced a lot of interest. And Deb was one of those who was in that Hinawera team. And it'd be fair to say everyone soon realised that the Hinawera members enjoyed themselves. So there we are. Look, quite a scattered head. And while we've been talking, I haven't really taken too much notice of who's been bowling what bowls, but we'll soon get to grips with that. Quite interesting to see. They look like half or 4 black bowls there, but there'll be probably a dark purple on the left as well. Not many, no black bowls are there really. Oh yes, there's 2 black bowls. As older people will be saying, it used to just be black bowls and you had no idea of distinguishing who was who.
Coming up now, Lynda Milne. Let's see, as the skip, where's she going to go?
This combination's never played before together.
John taking a very wide mark there, but it hasn't come around, has it?
No. Well, it might do now, but it's just a weight situation. It might be in the ditch, in fact. So Deb White not even really talking to Val Smith. She just knows nothing's changed down the far end from where she left it, so no need to say anything. Val playing on the forehand. Val's using her aerodynamics. Those ones that have the multi-colours on them, which always look as though they're slowing up before they should. You see, she's taken a finer line than Lynda Milne, and her weight's very good too. So around that bowl we'll be looking at next time, that purple bowl that's at about 11 o'clock, I suppose, as we view it here.
So effectively, they've had their first testers in many ways.
Yep.
Now it's a matter of one bringing it in a bit, and the other one bringing it around a little bit.
Yeah, and honestly, this, you know, we're not explaining it very well as to who's holding shot or anything because we've been talking so much, but this is a sort of opportunity for one team to pick up a number. Just again, the weight that time.
Oh, well, mate, your speed's brilliant.
Both our skips have got microphones on. That's Lynda Milne and Val Smith. So we'll hear a few comments. What a great background. Sorry, Dave, isn't it fabulous here at all the venues around the central Otago region are superbly positioned with a marvellous backdrop of this wonderful central Otago scenery.
Well, 13 clubs, in fact, as far north as Wanaka, south as Roxburgh.
Right, let's see what they do here.
Well, who's got the closer? I mean, there's nothing really close, is there?
No. Immediately the mat's been picked up by Kimberley Hemingway, so they've got the shot, and it's just one. So for all that, they were scattered well and truly. So now we'll just take a closer look at who's playing with what bowls. So Kimberley Hemingway from Carlton, Cornwall. She's 30 years of age. She's been playing for 15 or 16 years, which is fabulous to know that she started at college and has carried it on. Started at Wainuiamata in the Wellington region, and then moved to Nainai, which is one of the better known clubs around, and then went up to Hamilton, and now out of Carlton, Cornwall. So she's favouring that backhand. So one to Val Smith that will get that score kick tick sorted. There's a very good start, getting the first bit of marking of a toucher from Kimberley Hemingway. Christine Buchanan.
Kimberley Hemingway with the green speckled ball. And
She's
coming around with the
XGs. Oh, and that's Christine Buchanan. Nice to see the skip just saying to the lead, look, I don't mind. We want you to reach it, go through it. That'll be good.
Well, let's see what Kimberley can do here. First one's almost a toucher.
It was a toucher. She got some chalk on it. Let's move the jack across to the left of the centre line. She'll be just slightly over, which is a good position for a lead, and she gets applause from Val Smith. So that's really good. Two very good bowls for the lead bowler. Christine Buchanan, 49 centre titles, playing with Aero Optimas.
You notice how we've got one lead on the backhand, one on the forehand.
Yep, often the case. And if she picks up the jack and rattles it back to herself, she'll be happy. But that's a very nice bowl. So second shot, which is very impressive.
So John, if you were the skip of your team, you weren't, but if you were the skip here, what are you going to say to Ashleigh Jeffcoat?
Well, they're holding the shot. So now it's just...
would you put one behind a bit
well,
deeper?
she'll play this hand where she is now, and with the other green bowl of her leads on the left-hand side, any movement of the jack across there would be good, but they also want something over, because eventually the opposition will just play with weight and drag the jack back, so they'll be looking to cover, and this was what we might see from Angela Johnson from Hokanui. A couple of Southland titles, playing with XGs. So you see, she's just bringing it around nicely. Or not quite enough weight, but...
One of the things that people perhaps don't quite understand the tactics is always try and get a ball behind. That's what I've been told, is early on, have a ball behind. It's not about hitting the jack all the time, is it?
Well,
I mean, as much as you like to.
If you're not behind it here, and if the jack comes back here with a bit of a weighted shot, then, you know, it's... just asking for trouble.
Well, this end a lot tighter, isn't it, compared to the first?
And Ashleigh would have been, she'll be disappointed. You look at, she's got a wry smile on her face there, knowing that she really needed to be up. This one shouldn't be short from... Yeah, so here we've got the first of the back bowls coming in, which means that they can, and so Val Smith's already looking and saying, I need something out there to cover this, Deb. If the jack goes back here, we'll be two down, so put one up the back. Playing the backhand is Deb White from Hinawera. She knows all about tactics, having been, or still is, an outstanding singles player. Or she might even draw the shot. No need to play with weight here. Another shot. So two they're holding. Now I think we'll find that Linley will play with weight here.
Not much of a follow through. Quite a short swing.
Yeah. Well, if we looked at everyone here, they'd have different styles.
see if you can split these two.
You can hear the instructions there from Val Smith, the skip,
Yep.
to Deb White.
So match those two.
And in the background, Kimberley and Ashleigh just having a bit of a giggle about something.
Well, it's like any sport, you've got to be able to relax.
I like mate. Really good.
Yeah. So it's a bit of traffic in the road, but there is room for some movement. So it looks as though Val Smith's holding two at the moment here, the black one and the green.
And into the ditch, so we'll now see the two skips have a bowl. Val Smith and Lynda Mill. Of course, Lynda Mill and her skip side, well, they defeated the favourites. It was Mandy Boyd, 17-11 in their semi-final this morning, which was a little bit of a shock.
Yeah.
Let's look now for the skips wandering down. Got two bowls
Now,
each.
must talk about that. Michael Hunter on the left, my skip. Chris McDonald, my three. And Chris's wife, Michelle, there staying on for the mixed pairs.
So how did you
from
actually
Ramati and really enjoyed it. This is the first Nationals and they just absolutely loved it.
I mean, a great location to have the Nationals as well.
Well,
Which
we
clubs
had
did you play at?
We played at Clyde on the first day on that cold day, and then we went to Ranfurly.
Okay.
So coming back from Ranfurly, I said to these guys, look, we've got to make a couple of stops on the way back. So we stopped at the Wedderburn, historic old hotels. Wedderburn, we stopped at Ophir, at the Blacks Hotel there at Ophir, and then we went to Chateau Creek, and I said to them, look, I remember holidaying here with my oldest son back in 1975 when he was a baby. My wife and I stayed at a little place there, and we went down to the Chateau Creek pub, and they're all old stone historic buildings full of memorabilia of the old days, and these guys that were with me just said, this is remarkable. Oh gosh, we've got to come back. And that's part of it, isn't it? You go to an area, play bowls, but also you learn and become acquainted with different parts of the country.
Well, Lynda Mill, the skip for her team, pretty much a composite Otago.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I thought she was going to go for a 6.
Deb might look at a 6. She might measure. No, she
Well
says
played,
5.
guys.
So 5 on the second there, John.
Yep.
Well, that's a great bonus there. A 5 on the second end, and taking Val Smith's team up to 6, and that's just after 2 ends. So a great start there for Val Smith. Deb White, Kimberley Hemingway, and Ashleigh Jeffcoat. Very good start to this final, the Summerset National Fours final. And Val Smith believes she's won 2 Fours titles.
And
6
a lot of others as well, eh?
Yeah.
6 Nationals, is it?
Yeah, she believes
So
6
Gold Star.
Nationals. The thing is, she didn't actually really remember how many, but she thought that was 2.
I wouldn't have thought you would have
So, of course, we didn't have the Nationals last year because of COVID, but they were to have been held in Taranaki.
Well, this is Val that you can hear talking there.
Yeah.
I just didn't realise all the others around were yours. Never mind. What it is.
And, Val may
No, Breeze.
talk about other things
Breeze
as well.
pretty good.
I was pretty pleased with that from Kimberley Hemingway. It's a nice start, isn't it?
Yep. Yep.
It's in a good position, solid.
She's up and just over the jig, so now we've got to see the experience of Christine Buchanan. So from Queenstown, that she will have played on this Alexandra rink. This actually the rink several times, I would say. 6-0, Val Smith's combination leading Lynda Milne.
So, John, when you went to Ranfurly, just tell me, for people who are unfamiliar with where the Ranfurly club is, it be to the east of Alexandra, or whereabouts is
Oh,
it?
goodness knows. My sense of direction, you turn left when you get to Alexandra. But it was we were
Speed
in
wouldn't have been too
Cromwell,
bad,
so it
mate.
was an hour and a half to
Right.
get there. Ranfurly to my mind, is famous for an ex-All Black, Tony Kreft, who played for the All Blacks back in the 70s, and then took on bowls and was a wonderful bowler.
And we'll just watch this one come
Yeah,
round.
nice, but not quite.
Christine Buchanan there with the pinky purple bowl.
Bumped into a chap there, Warner Barber, who used to play out of Timaru, Christchurch, and Geraldine, and I'm just looking for his name in the national titles, because Warner did win the national title back in the 70s. Oh no, Brian Barker, no, 1989. Brian Barker, Pat Doig, Dave Trainer, and Warner Barber. So that he was a national fours winner, so I was having a chat to him. A guy, John Levido, who played rugby for Otago, but a lot of those people there, because it's very close to Naseby, are involved in the curling area, and they just love it. Great area. There's nice pink bowls.
This is Ashleigh Johnstone.
Oh, hard luck, could have dragged it back.
So she's going to get chalked.
I mean, that track with a yard more weight, you're going to drift around and you beat these pinks.
And there you go. That is Val Smith with very precise instructions.
We don't need to commentate on this. She's told us what she's after, and Ashleigh knows.
Yeah, Ash. Clear road. Yeah, ooh. Very good, buddy. Take some more
favourable little feather she got there.
What it has done is that little touch that we had from Angela Johnson on the jack has exposed the jack again and left it open. And I think from the bowler's perspective, it's fairly open. We might take a little look at that perspective from the bowlers themselves.
No good yard short, bud. You beat Kim.
Here we go. You can just see
White, just
the jack is
she can see it
exposed.
it's quite open there, and she knows there's a good metre or so within which to draw. There's a bit of a breeze out there too. I'm interested to see what that's doing.
You're just an attention seeker.
Sometimes I can't see any flags out there. We might have a look at them.
This is nice. This is very nice.
That. She's nutted
Yeah,
it.
well,
Not quite what she wanted. One down.
And getting out the chalk. Away we go. Spray on chalk. Have you got the spray on, or are you using the actual?
Oh yeah, that's easier than using the hard chalk. Particularly if your bowl's sort of on an edge or something like that and might fall over if you touch it. Or she drawn this well. Oh, just a weight again. Gosh, they're struggling a wee bit. There we'll see.
not a shot, mate. You know, turning Kim, just sneaking under her.
See what she does this time. She just undercut it a wee bit last time, and knowing Deb White with the class of her, she'll make the necessary adjustment.
I think it's coming from a
I
good
think Val
place.
Smith said come round this one. They're still
Or not.
Yeah, so they're still really coming to grips with this green. You can hear what Val Smith's talking about.
All right, mate.
You know, I think that's where it comes from. Oh no, it's not quite coming from there. So they're still trying to work out what their green is, what their line is.
So it appears to be just this end at the moment. We had the second end seemed to be fairly tight.
And sometimes that's the case. With this, I might just...
This is better. Maybe. Has it got the legs? It hasn't.
No. But I think at least they're holding shots. So the pink bowls belong to the combination skipped by Lynda Milne. They're down by 6 Tyndall at the moment.
One. I'll try and draw.
She's very...
well, when she's played a million bowls in her life, you know.
Exactly.
She just rocks down there and
It's like, it's all fine.
grins. And once she gets on the mat, though, it's a change. You watch this. Look at her, the routine.
Yep, just
Eyeing it up, looking at her line. Now does
the
that
bowl.
as you talked about, checking her bowl. She sorted a line. Now she's thinking about a weight.
And she does stand to one side of the mat, doesn't she? Depending
Well,
on where she wants to go.
That's right. Quite often, you'll notice a variation in foot placement for bowlers looking at various shots they're playing. gosh, even she's overweighted, so that's in the ditch.
Well, you are right about the weight at this end. They haven't quite got it right, have they? Well, not yet.
And,
By their own standards, that is.
Lynda Milne, nice follow through with her arm. This doesn't look to be up either, I don't think, is it?
What's going through the gap there, John? But it has too much turn, doesn't it? So who has got the shot at the moment?
Pink one there to the right, that's Lynda Milne's team. They're holding shot, I think that's what they call. And they'll be thinking, we didn't actually earn that, because it was Deb White who moved the jack a bit back to them. So a little bit of adjustment required by Val Smith.
Oh, God.
No.
I don't know if that's there.
Oh, you heard the comments there. She's not overly happy with that.
I'm asking for a lot of running.
No.
She couldn't quite find the difference there between too much and going into the ditch and this one too short.
Just check, are there any wind indicators out there, flags at all that we might see on camera?
Although we can see a little bit coming up in the trees in the background, which is relatively unusual.
Yeah, great opportunity to make it a second, but no, into the ditch. So at least we see Christine Buchanan picking up the mat for the first time in this game. After 3 ends, it's 6-1.
There we go, with the little lollipop being walked down the green as well.
No, you're good.
Right, so they're leaving the mat back at the 2 metre mark. We'll see what sort of a length they want with the jack.
So, John, you mentioned a couple of members of your team were in the background there, and you said you played at Clyde and then at Ranfurly.
Yep.
What about your success there? How did you actually go as a team?
We didn't really want to talk about that
Okay.
much.
I was meaning in a nice
honestly,
way.
I've got to say that
But just in the competing.
we got this team together. I just wanted some of our younger or newer players to experience it. So we had 3 third-year bowlers, so they've only had 2 years' experience.
So
they're into their third year. They show a lot of potential. They played some really good bowls. They were let down quite often by the guy playing at 2, and it's me. But what they learned from it was, you just couldn't get that in coaching sessions, because we went out and listened to other skips, and we watched how people played, and we played against some good teams, and we had a really good fight against the St Kilda team that got through to this qualified. At Ranfurly we lost by 1, and then we beat another team, and so we came away feeling good, but really wanting to do it again. So within our club, the Raumati Bowling Club, we haven't had any teams play in the Nationals since we've been Raumati Bowling Club, so that's 6 or 7 years. But already on our Facebook page I had people saying, so where are the next ones? So that's what we tried to do, was just engender a bit of enthusiasm and interest for the Nationals. And Facebook page, I've put up photos of us at the pubs and at the Carrick Winery, for lunch, all that sort of thing, and said it's not just about bowls, but what they did was they learned a lot and they're absorbing stuff. So it's been, so we only won 1 match, and we didn't have that, weren't quite solid enough to prevent dropping a big number somewhere along the line. So we dropped a 5 when we were 11 all on our first game, and that was it. So all those sorts of things. But gosh, these players are really hungry for more.
Well, that's the great thing. I mean, we've had 800 individuals playing in, the 4s and coming around for the mixed pairs, and watching this bowl come in.
Yeah, that's good. So quite enjoying going back this way.
It's coming from out there. I don't think that needs to be hidden any closer. You draw as close as you can on this hand.
So, John, explain what she just said.
Well, still guessing, really, or trying to work out what green to take. The line is not absolutely obvious to them, and that's why I wonder, it might just be the green, a bit different on 2 hands, or is there some wind, although it doesn't look as though there's a great deal of wind out there. So yeah, so here we go, undercutting here.
Weight is perfect.
All right, so that's half the equation. Your weight's great,
Here got this,
That
girl.
means it's in
Give us
line with
another
the
one.
jack pretty much. Next time she'll take a bit more green, and hoping that by making a slight adjustment, it's not too much of an adjustment, because it starts to put some doubt in your head.
Well, this bowl from Angela Johnstone doesn't look as though it'll come around. And she's not
Oh,
really.
great weight again. Great weight.
The weight's
You got
good.
this, mate. Your weight was good.
So look for a slight adjustment here in her line from Ashleigh. Yeah, I don't think I might wander outside and have a look soon and just see, but I don't think the wind's having
Get
any
a clear road.
effect here at all. Here she's made a change,
Come on, mate.
looking to snare
That's
it,
nice.
not
Great
quite.
effort, buddy.
Oh, and see that straightened up a
Yep.
bit after it passed the jack.
Yep, just around that.
So if you were down there right now competing in this, you'd still have a little bit of uncertainty. You'd
Yep.
be listening to your skip, but you'd have that uncertainty. Which side am I going? How wide?
So what are we playing? This is only the fourth end,
Is
and
it?
by now, when they come back the other way, they've all put into their memory, what they did last time. So
Hey, you
it'll
got
tighten
this.
up
You
soon.
draw the
I'm
shot.
Well, I think this even end was the one which they feel appear to be a little bit more secure
Yep.
on which bowls they've got. It's the odd end, number 1 and number 3, and it'll be number 5, which appears to be the one that they struggled with, either too deep or too short. They didn't seem to have a solid answer to where they should go.
I'm sure it'll change.
This is... Has it got the
So,
depth?
so the line clearly is around that short green bowl. They want to bring it in there, and they're favouring that hand too. They're playing the forehand quite a bit. So we'll see what Linley does with this. Yep, so underneath it, not quite. See, that's just zipping through there, and her weight was, that's all might be in the ditch.
Well, we do have to remember this is the 4th day of play. So there must be some changes in the way the greens are playing as well. And it's a very hot day. The last couple have been nice, but not as hot as this, whereas the first day was quite cool. And you can see the team are following down the bowl.
And some work back.
Yeah, see, they've seen 2 bowls go underneath that green bowl to the left, short, and they've cut through. That one was trying to get around that green bowl, but just a bit too wide and not enough weight. Up to the skips now to have absorb what they've seen so far and make the necessary adjustments. So back comes Lynda Milne.
And we can see Val Smith just there, hands on hips, just a little bit of a chat, plenty of time. Chat to her team. So a little bit of a breeze in the background there. We can just see in a couple of the small trees.
There you go.
And as you can see by the score, 6-1. And of course, it was the second game, the second end. That was a 5-er. And just look here at the skip for the southern team. That is Lynda Milne, bringing her bowl around.
So I'm really pleased that we've got one of our top bowlers, female bowlers, Claire Hendra, joining us, because Claire, and welcome. I'm really pleased you're here. We're just looking at how difficult it is on both those ends, going each way, how difficult it has been for the players to actually nut the green. The weight sort of coming, but there's a bit of uncertainty out there, isn't there? Have you seen that?
It's definitely tricky out there, and notable today that we've moved the what do you call it, the live stream rink over to ring 2.
Yes.
Lines are definitely different. You'll find people are thinking, well, the players are thinking, I haven't played a good bowl, but when you look at that compared to what's going on around them, they're all having the same struggles. They're beautiful greens out here, but definitely a lot different to some greens around the country.
So the wind's not having any effect, is it? Or it might be a bit of tail and headwind, but...
It's not having a massive
No.
effect. There is a little bit of a breeze, but no, it's purely just the green.
Yeah. Now, when you see someone like Val having a run at a shot there, normally she'd be drawing. So I think there's just struggling with this. Even Lynda here, who would have played here a lot of times coming from the area, just struggling with a weight and green. So we'll see. It'll tighten up, presumably, as they get to grips with it, but there's certainly the comments from the skips suggest that they're just finding it difficult.
It's still very early days.
Yeah.
You're looking at M4. They're only playing 2 bowls each, so you think about singles, we get 4 bowls twice, 8
Yep.
bowls, 2
Yep.
trial ends.
I can't really see
Yeah,
it
they
well.
pretty much just finished trial ends now in their own heads.
Yeah. So you had a good run. Didn't go as far as you hoped, but obviously, but
Yeah, it was a good run.
Yeah.
I mean, Val knocked us out yesterday. The
Yes.
team were playing absolutely beautiful. They all did their part to contribute. I definitely can't take that away from them.
No.
They played stunning bowls.
you played at Bannockburn yesterday, didn't you?
We did.
Yeah,
I've
that's a
decided that
good
I'd
green.
quite like to buy that beautiful house on the corner.
Oh,
looking
yes,
over
yeah.
that green. It's stunning.
Yeah, it's very good. I'm going to have to give Deb a reminder, would you guys? So we did have Milne holding 1 shot.
And it hasn't changed, it looks.
So Christine Buchanan gets the mat again. So 4 ends gone. It's 6-2. We're just saying about dropping a 5 as they did. It's better to drop it early in a match rather than when it's 17 all or something. Eh?
Absolutely. We did exactly the same against Val very early on. In fact, ours was the first end, not the second end.
Oh.
But yeah, these ladies, having played in the local area all the time, I think we'll start to get a bit more, what would you call it, tighter heads, closer game.
They admitted to being quite nervous, even though there's a lot of experience there within this Milne combination. I suppose there's a little bit of, being on the live streaming and that sort of thing as well,
Oh, absolutely. I know that for the last sort of couple of nationals events, the last 2 years, I think I played 3 of the Central Otago ladies in the post section of the singles.
Wow.
2 years ago in Christchurch, and this year I played Linley.
Yeah.
Really far down in the lineup of the singles as well, so they're a really strong team.
Yeah. I think it's Linley's partner is Bill Clemens, who's won about 80 centre
Yes.
titles, I think.
They've got the dog wandering around,
Yeah,
well
yeah.
trained, not on the green.
Yeah. Rabbiting dog that's caught a few here.
Yeah. It's noticeable that they're all cutting right across there.
And then, when they make that slight adjustment, it's not coming in. So that really gets into your head a wee bit, doesn't it? I've just got to find the perfect line. Have you played much against or with Kimberley?
I haven't played. We played a wee bit together in the Wellington Centre before
Yep.
she moved
Oh,
up to
that's right,
Hamilton.
yeah.
Yeah, really good player, really nice person, just cool, calm, collected head.
Yep.
1 yard.
So again, see 4 bowls delivered and all of them narrow. Angela Johnson's noticed that, of course, and will presumably take a wider track. And we'll see where that finishes up. That looks all right.
It does look like a good track.
Not bad,
here.
girl. Well done.
Listen to that rolling of the
Yeah,
R's.
yeah. Not bad,
I
girl.
don't mind it. If you want to play down there, I don't mind. Well, I mean, that's the open hand, of course. Okay.
It's definitely a luxury that we've got finals day that's perfectly sunny, tiny little breeze. You've got lots of supporters here. I remember 2 years ago on finals day when we were
Yes.
stuck in a monkey cage.
That's
and
right. Yeah,
all the
and everyone
onlookers-
stood outside the fence,
It
didn't
was
they?
a-
Because COVID had just arrived and they had to. That was a dreadful. I really felt for Mark Cameron and a team of bowls New Zealand on that day, Chris Lynda and so on, because
around.
all of a sudden they had to tell all the bowlers that they couldn't come and watch. They could stand outside the fence here, and it was really so stressful for everyone.
They did an amazing job though.
Yep.
They took
Where it
bottles of
coming
water out
from?
to the people that were sitting around the
Yep.
fence line, kept them
Work,
hydrated
work.
because it was very hot.
Or we tickler the jack here would have been good.
Ooh.
Back bowls.
So even those tracks aren't
Couple of
actually
feet
that
on your
bad. They're
weight.
in
You'll
a
be
zone.
close.
Well, they're in a zone
You'll
that
have
I
a
would
shot.
still say is target. They just need to pull them back into that controlled weight.
See where Ashleigh's first one finished
I
up.
think you're.
She is going to finish short of this.
All right, just one.
Could be second shot anyway.
It's pretty handy.
Yeah.
Angela's bowl is that far.
Yes, the roses around the green have definitely grown a lot since the last few years. Now sticking up a bit high, you wouldn't be able to see anything from the other side.
So you played at Bannockburn yesterday. Prior to that, where did you play? Can you recall?
Oh, I played at Arrowtown the day before in
Yep.
such a beautiful
Isn't
club
it?
and surroundings.
Yeah.
I feel quite spoiled.
Yeah, I think you tried two down here,
Playing
mate.
at Clyde,
That is that
Arrowtown.
high. That's the way.
Yeah,
And
Bannockburn,
Bannockburn, yeah.
and lucky coming
Really
up in the
come
next
if
2
you
days,
just wear- you
Roxburgh,
ball
which
the
I
shot.
know is beautiful as
Oh,
well,
good.
and back at Bannockburn again. I have to say, these three on the front yesterday were just playing so consistent. If they can get back to this today, they will be hard to beat. DB was drawing beautiful bowls.
Right.
Here we go.
That's good, buddy.
So what they've learned over the
Just
first four
chicken.
ends stays in the brain,
And
doesn't
they-
it? So when you stand on the mat, you
Under
know
there.
that last time I was narrow, so I know I've got to take this green, and here we go. So Linley O'Callaghan was just slightly overweighted last time. This time
Just cutting
bit off
runs.
everything. We feather there. No.
Hitting Kimberley up.
So one shot to Lynda Milne, the pink.
It looks a bit yuck there now, eh? I think you draw there, babe.
You've got to love Val's description.
Oh yeah, yeah, big yuck. Yeah. Most people say, oh, it's a bit congested or, a bit tight there, so come on the open hand. But she just says, a bit yuck. Deb knows what she means. It's good to see everyone walking after that last bowl,
Yeah, heading on up.
Yeah.
Try
Oh,
in.
not a bad track, is it?
Come on,
Might just
buddy.
sneak in for
Very
shot.
good
Yeah, very
bowl.
good. So there we are. We're tightening up a wee bit now. Much better generally weight. Only a couple of wide and narrow bowls. One blue lollipop. That means that Val Smith is holding shot as they switch over. So who was in your team, Claire? Who was playing? Who lead for you?
I had Kenny Critchlow.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I play a lot with back home in Wellington.
Yep.
We had Kirsty Hill
Yes.
from Auckland, and we had Natasha Grimshaw from Gisborne, which was quite an...
Yeah.
We had the interesting challenge of only a couple of days out realising that our playing shirts were in Napier. Probably not going to get out of Napier anytime soon. Yeah, it was a combination put together. Obviously, for the last 3 years, I've been playing with the same team, Sandra Keefe, Taylor Bruce and Selena Goddard, and
Yes.
Selena and Taylor decided that they were going to have a bit of a break from the fours this year, so I had to kind of reach out and say, does anybody want to play with me?
It's good to see changes and combinations. And Sandra Keith, I saw she had Bev Morrell with her, didn't she? And that was
She
great to
did.
have that pairs combination, national title holders playing together.
And they went pretty far through yesterday as well.
Yeah.
They were at Bannockburn.
Yeah. So,
It's just going to cut underneath.
yeah.
It is swinging. It's a...
Of course, we went to Bannockburn to have a look at Lisa White, who also plays out of the Raumati club as well as Nainai, and we just got there in time to see her lose to Minor Paul and her team.
No, it was a very close match.
Yeah.
It was one bowl, wasn't it?
Yes.
We're not taking enough green, eh?
It's all right if you get a wee feather off that, that'll be all right, or not quite. A wee slide there would have been valuable. So just one shot at the moment
Well,
to Val Smith. This is the fifth end of 18, as Dave Worsley said earlier. There's no time limit at this stage of the tournament and previous, but the time limit, did you have any instances where you thought the time limit might work against us? As I refer to a game I saw where it was really tight. They knew the time was up. The lead was taking a long time to put the mat down, and just messing around, and then the bell went. And sometimes you look at those and think, oh, it's not really in the sport, is it?
Oh,
you do it because it's there.
Bad luck for Val there, sending that other bowl in. But to be honest, one versus two, it's not a big change. The time limit. That takes it to 3-6 to Lynda Val Smith Holdings. The time limit didn't really impact us too much. Mainly at Arrowtown, where we did have a faster speed of green. I did have one game where we'd only played 4 ends in 1 hour and was a little bit concerned that we weren't going to get through that, but thankfully for us it was a short game anyway.
So 6-3, Val Smith. They've only won 2 ends. They won the first 2 ends, and one of those was a 5. So just sense that all the players now, as Claire Hendra has mentioned, they're, the first 4 ends almost like a continuation of the trial ends as they try to come to grips with this.
It's a handy starter from Christine. It's just going to run, and they're all playing that hand. That's the only area that it's going to.
But you're right, sometimes you've got 2 balls and you think, oh, I just need that third, eh?
Absolutely. Haven't played forwards for a wee while now, with last year being called off. It's quite an interesting challenge.
Yep.
Everything's been singles and pairs.
Well play, mate.
Right, she's sorted the green on that hand anyway. That's
Find your line.
Kimberley Hemingway.
I've just come back from playing a tournament in the UK.
Yeah, that's better.
Came back last week, but it was 2-bowl pairs.
Oh.
It was
2-bowl pairs.
Very different to what we're used to here. It was quite challenging.
Well done. Well done. Beat yours, mate.
Slightly different greens.
It was on indoor and carpet. It was minus 5 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Wasn't keen on that.
Oh, that's right, because it's the middle of winter there, isn't it? How did you go?
I was happy with how I played, but it was literally, we left the day after the national pairs final, so I was a little bit probably tired.
Yes. Good track here, or just short cutting.
So Kimbo looks like she's actually found her line.
Yeah, it looks like
one more thing to do, and she's got it. It is definitely tightening up, though. You've seen earlier, they would have been a lot more scattered.
Angela Johnson says she's using XGs, playing for 10 years. She's got a couple of Southland titles.
You're good, back bowl.
Yeah, you've got half a team from Southland, half a team from Central Otago here, is that right?
Yeah.
That is level.
Dave Worsley's checking to see if there's a team from Central Otago that's previously won the title. There's certainly some members there, I think, have won it before. Was it Margaret O'Connor, wasn't it, who did she win it?
Track's good. Track's great, Angela.
Maybe not. So many composite teams have won it previously, but a lot of them are.
It doesn't look like any of these ladies have before.
Well, I'll be getting texts soon, I'm sure, from people like Terry Scott, who lived, and the Scotts have come from this area. I'll be saying, oh, for goodness sake, mate, 1948. In fact, Terry and Jim Scott's mother, I think. Oh, but these runs only go back to 1981, don't they? So we'll have to go back a wee bit further. But some good bowls coming in now in this game. It's the final of the women's fours at the Summerset Nationals here at Alexandra in Central Otago, the headquarters. Val Smith playing against Lynda Milne. Smith leading by 6-3 after 5 ends.
I have to say that the team with the Central and Southland combination, they have come through from taking out Mandy Boyd,
Yes.
who her previous team did win the last National Fours, although they did have one player different, and they had Amy McElroy in there instead of Lee Griffin, and something to absolutely note was Angela playing at 7.5 months pregnant.
Yeah.
That's absolutely amazing to be out there in this type of heat. Done so well.
I think Mandy and Angela have been, I
Come
think,
on,
together
Linley, you can do this.
certainly 4 of the 5 titles that Mandy's won. So, yeah, big core, big effort, wasn't it? And sometimes you think, oh, well, that's it. We've got the final having beaten the favourites, I would say. And that's, just got to be careful that it doesn't overwhelm you.
You really do have to reset after that sort of scenario, because your brain, you've gone, that was really hard, we've
Only a
made it
little bit
through,
more.
take a breather. You don't
Yeah.
have time to take a breather in this sport. You literally have half an hour to get back out and start again.
Well, if I could call them the home favourites, I think the home team here, they'll be feeling as though, well, they had a dreadful start, dropping a 5. They're in this game until they go 3 down here. Not the result they wanted from there, but
Got 2 down, we made 3.
now Lynda Milne will go back, head down a wee bit, but she knows there's plenty. If on a normal rink, if she's got to grips with it, that's drawable. She's got the back bowl. There's options for her.
There's plenty of space. There's options to sit, options to wick and come in. They are starting to settle, so yeah,
Yep.
I'd back to be able to cut that down, or if not, draw the shot.
Just reaching on the forehand. There's a nice little track there, isn't there? She can come around that shot bowl.
She's played it pretty handy. Depends how far it's going to hook. Comes around that. That's a good bowl.
Yeah, a very good bowl under pressure. Might well have cut it down. A bit hard to tell from that angle. Of course, she doesn't want to play with any weight onto that jack with those pink bowls behind her. Just going to sit on the shot bowl and grab another. No. Ooh. Yeah. I don't think that's in the count.
No.
I think it's just one now, do you think? It's a bit hard to tell.
It's hard to tell, because I would have thought that last bowl of Lynda's is definitely coming to a good home. They haven't really given us much indication of whether who's got shot.
I'm going to cut.
Well, that's going to hook.
It doesn't matter if she cuts but sits on that shot, she'll get second shot, won't she? Oh, it might be second shot anyway.
That could even be
Might
the shot.
Oh, yes. Very good last bowl.
Yeah. I just can't draw it.
Just stepping in there for John Macbeth, Dave Worsley with you back again, and nice to have you with us, Claire. And this is an interesting one. Where do you think Val Smith is going to go? How is she going to stage this?
I think she's going to be playing the same way that she's played her first bowl, just drawing in there. There is so many gaps that playing a run's probably not the ideal situation. She has got the opportunity to sit Kimbo's bowl up there, and I think that's the area that she was playing for.
Oh, that's
Yeah, she's just going to come underneath it, so Lynda's going to sneak away with that one and take it to only 2 the difference after, what is it, 6 ends.
that was quite a tight end, and the came around and everybody was within. And surprised no one's got out the tape yet. I'm waiting for the measuring tape to come out. Come on. It hasn't happened so far. We haven't quite have that condensed this around the jack. It's been it's been a little bit loose, but we looks as though we'll have some results from the other rink coming up. Let's see if we can have those results coming through.
I do feel a little bit guilty. I am the rink coach currently
Oh,
on one of
goodness,
the
well,
other rinks.
we can let you go now, Claire. We're just waiting for a couple of those results to come on in. This is the men's fours. Oh, and that is Craig Merrilees from Invercargill. And his team of Craig Tinker has also got David Motu, the 16-year-old from Auckland, and Gavin Hamlin. And in this team here, there we go, we're having a look at the two semi-finals. And
Riker Gregory there taking the lead on that one, 8-2 up. I think he's got, is it Robbie Bennett?
they caused an upset, just went through one of the earlier rounds, his fours. So these are the updates as we're at the moment. And John, let's have a look. So Merrilees down. That's, I wouldn't say it was a surprise, but I mean this early stage in the men's in particular, where you can.
Plenty of room for you, Christine. Jack high.
Just got a few comments there from Val, as we always do.
Yeah. I must say, I came in here and Merrilees was down 6-0, I think. So I'm quite happy to see that score of 7-3 at the moment, because Gavin is one of my players from Wellington in the PBA, and he's only a third-year bowler, so that's the lead for the team. Him and Tank's both fantastic golfers.
But yes.
So they've got that sort of skill set and sports set coming out into that. And then, of course, David Motu literally pulled into the team the day before playing. They'd had a couple of players that first one had one that was sick, and Gavin's come in, and then we had one that had a broken leg that they thought would have healed by now, but it hadn't. So they're actually a very last-minute team, but great combinations. Two great bowls from Kimbo there.
Yeah, I couldn't believe when Gavin Hamlin said to me that David Motu is just 16. Just plays with supreme maturity, just totally unassuming. Comes up quietly, and he's Mr. Reliable for that team. I mean, they're all very good in their own rights, but he's Mr. Reliable. It's quite amazing.
They were definitely very happy to hear that he was coming down and didn't have a team. He was just going to come and support other players.
Oh, good.
So,
John, I think we can actually let Claire go and actually go and do some
go
work
and do
as
some
such.
supporting of whatever team you're supporting at the moment, Claire.
no worries, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. A good insight, thank you very much to Claire Hendra there, particularly when we noticed that in this game, the first initial 4 or 5 ends, for players of this quality, they just couldn't quite get to grips with it, and now we see that the information that they've absorbed over the first 4 or 5 ends is coming to fruition. The two very good bowls there by Kimberley Hemingway to set up a couple of shots.
What you want from your lead,
Yeah.
to sort of set the standard that everybody else can either manipulate around or just use. That is it.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what she's done. Can I do it better, or can I use that?
What a cracker.
Here we go. Now they're getting on. Just finishing a bit short. Needed another half a metre would have been the shot.
And you can hear the language from the skips as well. It's like they're getting more enthusiastic as well. I think everybody's found their line, their confidence. I'm watching this one from Ashleigh, Jeffcoat.
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, this already is the best head we've seen. 3 shots now to Val Smith.
Righto, Linley, this is your end. Round here. To the balls.
And this is what she's looking at.
Yep, it is. You got another.
It was online initially, and then probably curved
She was just
away
always a
early.
bit narrow, I think, Dave. And even if she went a bit wider and just touched up her own pink bowl, that'd be of value, but she's really wanting to cut that down. And you see here where Val Smith's indicating exactly where she wants this bowl, because she can sense what might happen. And as part of bowls, it's like a lot of sports, you're trying to guess what the opposition are going to do. So how do they, what will they do to get out of this hole of being 3 down? They can draw it, but if they whip the jack back to that pink bowl, they could go 2 down. So it's not quite in the gap that she wanted.
Tell me, John, your 4 was relatively inexperienced in many ways, but who was your skip, and how did the the newbies react to that, Skip?
They all know each other well,
Right.
so that they've played other sport together. Michael Hunter, the skip, he's been a good rugby coach in the Kapiti region. He's played other sports as well.
Yeah, mate.
He's very competitive, and so the three of them, or the four of us, would get together and talk about, what we wanted to achieve. I mean, the achievement was to play in the Nationals, and if we could, win a game or two, that'd be great.
Well, you did. You managed to get one, didn't
you? And next year, see, they'll be fourth-year bowlers next year, and they'll be so much better for this. So what Hunter, as we call him, he basically sent him out to listen to other skips. How do they communicate? What do they say? How do they do it? Oh gosh, 4.
Just for people who haven't seen the lollipops before, would you like to explain what that means?
So that's, each team has a colour. They'll have coloured stickers on their bowls. One's got blue, or on the scoreboard, blue and red, although it's green and red on the scoreboard. So we've given the blue lollipop stickers to Val Smith's team, and by holding up 4, the marker says you're holding 4 shots at the moment. Just reaffirms what the teams already know, but it gives spectators, and the spectators are spread right around the green.
It's actually a really big crowd.
Yeah,
It's
you
hard
see
to
that
see
how far away they are from the action. So constantly holding up the lollipops just to let them know what the story is.
Well, you quite often hear the skip actually ask their teammates, "What have we got?
Yeah.
What are we on?"
Yep.
Because it is a distance.
You've got to know. Yeah.
It's a distance. You are, however many metres, around about 30 metres away potentially, and saying, "What am I on?"
Yeah. But sometimes you don't want your skip to stand there and say, "We're 5 down." You tighten up on the mat. So here's Smith looking for a bit of cover here.
Well, they're on
down the
3 at
back.
the moment. Val Smith's 4. You can see that they've got a couple of bluey green bowls, and then there's the white.
Yep,
Looks to be
they're
3.
holding 4 shots. Yep. I think we saw the 4
Try
blue
again, or hit the goal on
lollipops
that
go up,
backhand
didn't
up
we? So
through.
I think they're 4 down, Lynda Milne.
Draw again, or backhand up through.
Well, there you go. She's asking them, "I'm the skip, but what would you think I should do?"
And the number 3 they're all vital components of a team, but the number 3 has got to be able to read the head superbly, answer questions, be direct with the shot that they want. This is a better line. If she's going to be up, she might get around that pink or not the pink up. Not hard enough for that. Oh gosh, gee, that would have been ideal. If it had just gone round the pink, she would have been in amongst those, and it certainly cut it down. But now they're facing another big number.
One of the things we'll discuss with a number of bowlers is what is your potentially best bowl can end up with the worst result. It could be so close to hitting everything that you want to hit, but it still keeps on going.
Yep.
It's just crazy, but it's potentially your best bowl.
Yeah.
But misses everything. And just seeing this come into view now.
Just a bit short. Oh, well, no, I think that's fallen out, but they'll take 4 out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then she'll say, "Val, if you want to claim another one, you measure it." So it's going to be Deb White on her knees measuring to see whether they've got just 4 or is it 5. That pink one is keeping them out of it. Yep, just 4, or she's going to measure the white as well. That's the closer one.
Well, it's quite interesting because we have a team which has got New Zealand representatives in it,
Another one.
or former
5.
New Zealand represents. Still going. She's got it.
5.
5. That's just huge.
2 5s in a match, and they've only won 3 ends, but they lead 11-5. Gosh.
It's not that it should matter, but there is one team here with Val Smith which does have a couple of former current New Zealand representatives against and it's not in a disparaging way, but against the club players or local players. Would that be correct?
Yes, you're right. They've had national recognition. Deb White and Val Smith, Ashleigh Jeffcoat as well. They've been in New Zealand teams. But when you look at the others in the red, and they've got to this stage, they've all played a lot of bowls, and they're all very good bowlers. Sometimes there's very little difference between a player who's made a national team and one who hasn't. You know, there's not much in it. They're all capable at this level.
Just speed, mate. First time
So
down there.
big comeback there from Lynda, Milne and her team. They were 6-0 down after 2, and they dragged their way back to 6-5 after 6 ends, but dropped their second 5 of the match. Now they've got to set up again and try and claw their way back into it.
Well, just a little bit more when it comes down to it on the push through. A little bit of energy, a little bit of juice on that bowl, and going past the jack. Let's see what Kimberley Hemingway can do on this one. Stays down low.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to take grass out there, bud.
So delighted to be joined now by Sharon Sims. I'm not going to talk about the titles you've won on that, Sharon. But you know, one of our most outstanding bowlers. The knowledge we're looking from you here, Sharon, is we've seen a match with some really high quality players here, and those first 4 ends were all over the place. So just explain, there'll be viewers watching that and saying, gosh, this is a final and look how far away they are.
Yeah, you've got a rink that hasn't been played on today.
Well done, buddy.
And I think it's tricky. You can see that it's slightly unevenly grassed, these areas of Dioka, those green patches. And it's just taking people a while to feel confident that they can find the centre line. Once you're confident that you can find the centre line, then you can be more confident with weight. It's very easy to, you get tentative on everything, and there's signs now that some of them are just starting to
I think that
settle.
last end was an indication.
Yes, and I think Val's experience there, I think she very quickly said, let's just leave that hand alone going down there unless we have to.
Yep.
So
they'll continue to play one hand where they can, one side of the rink where they can.
Let's get one close. You can do it.
You enjoy playing, and how many nationals is that for you?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't counted. They haven't missed many in.
More than 10.
Yes, more than 10.
In fact, if we have a look past them, when you won it in...
The first win was in 93.
93.
Yes. My first nationals was in 1992.
Yep.
And
Still racing.
won the pairs in 93.
That's right, yeah, 93, gosh. Well, that's not long ago.
A couple of years ago.
Who did you have with you this time?
This time?
Yeah.
My good friend Mary Campbell, who we won the pairs 3 times before.
Yeah.
So and Leanne Paulson and Bronwyn Stevens. So nice team. We had a good time.
So you've done a great amount of work in the Manawatu region of fostering newer players, juniors, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's paying dividends.
Yes, I've enjoyed this year working with our 1 to 8 group of players, and we've got some promising players, and they're enjoying it, so it's great. Want them to put the pressure on the old brigade.
Yeah. That doesn't take them long, does it? You know, within suddenly 1 year playing quite well, 2 years telling you what to do.
Yes, exactly.
And you know, it's great to see that development. And I look at Kimberley Hemingway there, and I said, first of all, how old are you? And she's 30.
Yes, she's
I thought it surprised me a wee bit.
Yes.
But you know, she's been playing for 15 years.
Yes.
Out of
nice
various
little
clubs,
lad. I remember first spotting her playing an intercentre for Wellington, leading a 4, and I heard a bunch of men complaining about how hard the green was, and I said to them, well, there's a young little girl from Wellington out there making it look very easy.
That shut them up, did it?
Yes.
So 3 shots and a measure there to Val Smith's team, up by 11 to 5. Dropping a couple of 5s doesn't make it easy.
No.
But with still 10 ends to go,
Yeah, there is a bit of breeze out there. I've just been sitting out there in that very warm sun and enjoying that bit of breeze. So the spectators will be loving it.
Yep.
But when it gets a bit inconsistent, that breeze, that can be a challenge as well. But they'll be enjoying the coolness of it, I think, because I think it's quite warm.
That was a good save there by Linley O'Callaghan, just drawing one in. I think they're just one down now as the three players in red. That's Christine Buchanan, Angela Johnson, Linley O'Callaghan, sort of a South and Central Otago group. Have you played against any or many of those players before? They crop up quite regularly, I suppose.
Yes, yes, all of them.
I was just saying to Dave that, you know, with the likes of Val Smith and Deb White there, you're saying, oh well, this is a team that will win because they've played for New Zealand. But there's not much differences sometimes between someone who's made a New Zealand team and someone who hasn't quite made it. You know, it's a fine line, isn't it, between
Certain amount of local knowledge. Certain amount of local knowledge there. They've played together a long time as well.
So just holding one, I think, at the moment, Val Smith with the white bowl there. Here's a first bowl coming in from Lynda Milne, who hasn't quite hit her straps, but you might just say that'll be it. That's a very good bowl. Fell out the wrong way, possibly. And Deb White goes up to check.
Are we still holding? Yeah, we've got one. Oh, yep.
Okay, so Smith still holding one.
My bowl, if it hadn't, did I get a wriggle off the white to get over there? Or do you think it would have been finished? Oh, did I miss everything? Of course I did. I missed everything. I did it, wriggle? Okay, cheers.
Never looks too serious, does it, for Val?
No, she keeps it light.
Yep.
Which is a good thing.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about when she said, play the other hand, this one's a bit yuck at the moment.
Yep.
Rather than, you know, it's packed or, you know, hard to get through. So they're still holding one.
Well, I tried to get a bit wider.
You certainly did, Val. Yep.
Yes.
And that's playing that particular hand, so we'll just see what they've got here.
I've got to try and make contact. Yeah, I know, but that's... I don't think I could come in underneath, could I, and get that white?
So if we look from that shot there up in your right-hand corner, you see that there's three pink bowls over just past, which might mean that a movement of the jack would favour the team in red. But Lynda's saying it's a bit hard to get out. See.
Yeah, something's disturbed her there.
Yeah.
So I remember when you delightfully came to our club and coached some of our new players, and three of them are here today playing, were in the fours, and another couple are playing in the mixed pairs. And you made a point of saying, if you are distracted, you know, just step back and start again.
Just start again, yes.
Oh, look at this. This is not a bad... Oh, didn't need that.
Got caught.
Gosh. Otherwise it was there. So 1 to Smith. They now lead by 12-5. That's after 8 ends. Are you playing the mixed pairs?
I am.
Yep.
Yes. Last time I came down here, I pulled a calf muscle during the fours and I had to pull out of the mixed pairs. So,
I haven't written
fingers crossed.
It's proved to be remarkably popular, hasn't it?
It has.
The numbers are increasing all the time.
Yeah, a big field for the mixed pairs, which is great. So we're at Roxburgh tomorrow. So.
Oh, good. Where are you staying? In Alex or?
Yes, in Alex.
Okay, so it's just a small journey. I was talking to some blokes last night, and we're staying in Cromwell. So in the old town, there's a pub called the Vic, you know, and there's a lot of interesting characters turn up there.
Right.
And I bumped into one team who'd been travelling from Queenstown to Roxburgh, you know, so it's a bit of a drive.
It's a yes.
Righto, mate.
Well, we flew into Queenstown and then came to Alex and had to drive back to Queenstown the next morning, but that was fun. But I think we were in the right spot that first morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but Kimberley seems to have started to find her line here.
She does. She had 2 very good bowls and going in the other direction as well, the last end.
Wow, it's not easy up there.
Well, Sharon, sorry about cutting in here. We'll just
No
give
worries.
John just a little moment off there. But we're looking at another great
Nice.
bowl coming in up.
Okay.
As
No,
I said,
this way.
Kimberley
Go back
has
to
really
the
hit her
forehand
form.
coming up through here.
But,
Right.
talking about the mixed pairs, I mean, we have one combination in particular, which just happens to feature Sheldon and Selena together, 2 national champs in the singles. That was only last month.
Yes.
But is there a difference when you're playing
All the way.
mixed pairs?
Well done.
Just wait for that shot.
Yes.
Beautiful shot. Gee, it just pierced the 2 there. When you're playing mixed pairs, you've got obviously a male and female,
I think
but
you stay
you've got
there.
2 very
Oh,
good
if you
singles
get to the
players.
tee, that's the shot.
Obviously they're pretty good at fours too. But do you want more of the singles, or do you need more fours? What's the
Or it's quite a tactical game. It's a game of fours played by 2 people,
Just wait.
No, we understand.
essentially.
Go outside that one.
And sometimes, 2-4-2,
On the
you've got to
2 metre.
remember when you're playing those 4 bowls in the middle, that you've actually got 2 roles to play. You're not just got 4 bowls to get close, like a singles player might think they might be doing. But you're essentially playing the role of the 2 and the 3. So it's a tactically interesting game,
Very
and it's
good,
why it's
girl.
good for a lot of newer bowlers and enjoy it,
Come on,
because
your line.
they
Looks good.
get to play all the positions and all the shots and things like that.
What about for a male and female? But in the sort of roles where sometimes the males may think they're the more aggressive player.
Yes,
May think.
mate.
That's
Yes.
not to say that
Not
they
necessarily,
are.
but yes,
But,
yes, generally.
and when you put that together, what is it? How does it combine sometimes?
It can work extremely well.
Right. It can.
that balance of
Just checking there with the bowl and
yeah.
up the right way. What about as a coach? Is there a way that you would coach someone to prepare to bowl, just like we saw there, a little check?
Yeah. Oh yes. Just a little check that you've got the bowl on the right way round is something that you really need to include in your pre-shot routine.
Just the basic, right?
Just the basics. Yes. Yes. And just it's not so much important that everyone does exactly the same thing, but you need to do the same thing every time.
So is that quite a classical delivery that we saw there from Deb White?
Yeah.
Yes, reasonably classical. She's not doesn't always step. I can talk. I don't step straight myself, but yeah.
So as long as you're doing the same technique all the time, it doesn't
But
matter.
it's about consistency.
Right.
It is about consistency, and working the way that your body works. I've done a bit of coaching with the para players, which I enjoy because
Challenge.
yeah. Well, you can't just go
Nice ball,
textbook.
girl.
Do it this way.
Well done, Linley.
You've got to figure out how can they achieve what it is you want them to achieve. So how can they be stable and how can they be straight? It may not be the way that an able-bodied person can do. So, or those of us that are getting a little older, we have to adapt as well. My delivery's not quite as silky as it was back in the day.
0.
Is this coming around?
Hello.
Well, that's one of the things that we saw in one of the earlier rounds is people who use a gripper, or I'm trying to think of the technical term, and I'm not totally sure of it, but where it grips the bowl and then they press
Oh,
a
the
lever
bowling
and it
arm.
releases. Yeah, the bowling
Yes,
arm.
Yes, yes.
Have you tried one of
Run
those?
it out.
I have tried one of the older models and I was hopeless.
Run, run, run.
The older models, you had a thumb release and you had to try and coordinate releasing the thumb. I had one little go with the newer models where you sort of release, you sort of grip it and you release that, and that seemed a little more natural. But it does take practice, but gosh, once they get the hang of it, see some very good players playing with the bowling arm, and it's great to keep players playing that would otherwise have to give up.
So just to describe for people who sort of trying to figure out what we're talking about here, it is an extended, I guess, part of your arm which can pick up or grip the bowl, and then you squeeze your hand.
You sort of squeeze a handle on it, and then as you swing it, you let go the handle, and that releases the bowl. And
it's really to help people who may have issues with the
with
back
bending.
or bending down.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So we're just having a look at this bowl here, and you can see it spinning around, and it's very noticeable, isn't it?
Yes. Some people like those bowls. Val loves them. She says it helps her judge the speed of the bowl. I'm in the camp that doesn't like them.
I just turn away when I see them coming in.
Yes, me too. Vowels aren't too bad because when they're moving, they blend a little bit.
Yeah.
You get some that are very distinct colours. That I remember some of the Australians with their. They used to play with really quite defined yellow and green, and gosh, they were awful to watch.
The Aaron Sheriff. Whoops. I always think, that if you suffer from epilepsy, then that must be a trigger. I think so. But anyway, some people do love them. I find them. I always see them coming down and think that's going to be short. Every time I see them, that's a short. But they keep coming. Poor judgment. So here's Val asking what was her weight like with the last. I think they're down a couple here. One anyway, maybe. Come on, Deb, move to the other side.
Oh, of course I'm going to hit it. Sorry. That's not good.
That's a good thing about Smithy.
Yep.
How was the weight, Linley? No, it didn't.
So this for a couple here, maybe. I heard you talking about the arm, the bowling arm, and it's one of those things that just prolongs a person's
ability to play.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Gosh, I think they're great.
Yes.
Sadly, some of them get better with the arm.
Some of them are just too darn good with the
I
arm.
know.
Yes.
I know.
Yep.
So one out. Taken two out. Taken three out. Ooh. Taken four out.
Could be more, yes.
Wow.
It was a lot.
They're measuring for 5, maybe 6. Oh. Linley doesn't know which way to move here. Which one do I look at first? So I'll see. So
well, this
that's
is
a
make
big
the
haul.
game.
This is an important end in this game, isn't it?
Yes.
Having dropped 2 5s. No.
4 and
Val 4, wasn't it? Yeah.
Val's probably going phew.
Yeah, a bit lucky with that. Measuring for 5 or 6 maybe. So a 4 to Milne, that really drags them back into the game at 12 to 9 after 9 ends.
And Sharon, we're actually going to let you go and enjoy and be able to sit out in the sun if you'd like, or possibly inside. It's quite warm out there. But
and I'll find a shady spot.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for your time. We have enjoyed talking to you, and it's been enjoyable. And thank you very much for helping us out there with the commentary. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
As we look now for the 10th end. Remember, there is no time limit. In the past, it has been 3 hours there, John, and we had a couple of occasions as it came really tight, where they came down to the last end, right on the last minute, and the last bowl, so it was extremely tight. But in the meantime, Kimberley Hemingway leading off for the team skipped by Val Smith. Hemingway from the Carlton Cornwall Club, Ashleigh Jeffcoat, also Carlton Cornwall. You've got Deb White from Henry and the Waikato, and Val Smith, Nelson.
Weight's great.
And there you go, the weight's great. Probably could shift it over a little bit, but for a first bowl, John, that's a pretty good start.
Well, as Sharon said, and she didn't want to put the commentator's curse on it, she said it looked as though Kimberley had found her line and weight, and then she puts in one that finishes up where it did, similar to this. So I was interested in what Sharon was saying too about the green. It's the rink. It's a rink that hasn't been used before, so you know you can move the rinks along, using up all the space you've got. Or she didn't look too happy with that one. She pushed it wide, and knowing she needed to go wide, but she's really just missed her line totally.
We hold one, Angela.
Well, John, I might just take this opportunity to say thank you to our 13 clubs all around the region. Of course, Alexandra Bowling Club, where we are now for this final. Alexandra District Club, about 300 metres down the road. There's Arrowtown Bowling Club and Bannockburn, Clyde, Cromwell, Omakau, Patearoa, Queenstown, Ranfurly, Roxburgh, Waipiata and Wanaka to the north as well. So 13 clubs have been used so far in this, the Summerset fours, and we do have the mixed pairs coming up from tomorrow until Thursday. So certainly Central Otago with 800 competitors over these 10 days, 8 days. That's a lot of people coming in. I think Central Otago, particularly Alexandra, I can tell you, any restaurant here has done very well.
That's right, yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Down to that.
That's one of those bowls where if it had had the weight on it, probably would have swung across even more.
Now I can see the breeze has really picked up quite a lot in the background.
Yeah, there is you can put up with that if it's consistent, as Sharon mentioned. So this one's swinging under again, unless she gets an inside edge there, and no, not quite. So that's another loose head.
Who waits that? Touch of grass, mate.
So, John, it's not quite the breeze or the storm that we had during the singles tournament. Where was it, in Browns Bay last month? I believe you did the finals day that had to be shifted inside away from Browns Bay, didn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was played indoors, and they were really lucky to have such a fine facility at was it Otago? I think, yeah. And, oh, it was great, you know, and people want to play outdoors, and most people prefer to play on a live green such as this rather than artificial, but artificial greens are becoming more and more a part of bowls. You know, indoor facilities are required, particularly with the weather these days. You just don't know. No one would have predicted that you would get so much rain in Auckland at that time. No. Well, apart from people outside of Auckland who think it rains in Auckland all the time. But
exactly.
All of a sudden, if you haven't got indoor facilities, then you know your competition can be ruined. So more and more artificial greens are going to be involved or important in the scheduling of events. So this is such an interesting final that we've got two teams who are just struggling all over the place. It wouldn't be many finals that you'd say you've had 3 ends where 5 shots have been scored, or exactly. 2 5s and a 4 in a national final.
Well,
and look at the head; it's all over the place.
And Val's just crouched down.
She's shaking her head, saying, "I don't know what's happening here."
Exactly.
This will be the shot now. Down to that, she says.
It's staying upright. I'm just thinking it may even sit and come back towards the jack. Be even closer.
This is still anyone's game. Gosh, 10 ends, well, we're playing the 10th now. It's even Deb White, you know, so much experience. And look, I can see her walking down there in the centre, just her head down, and she thinks, what on earth is going on here? So I love this, really. It sort of evens it up. There's my
is that your team again?
Ramadi boys. So Hunter just coughing there on the left, and Chris and Michelle, who are quite anxious because they're playing in the, as both, looks like Michelle might have had a late night, playing in the mixed pairs at Clyde tomorrow, and
so
then
they're
Queenstown,
partners,
I think.
and they're going to be playing in the mixed pairs together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Is that going to work?
Yep. Oh, they still talk to each other.
Okay. I mean, sometimes I'm sure it works, and other times
they play a lot
it could be-
together. They practice a lot, and they're two, just gone out of 2 years of bowls, and so third-year
you can
bowlers,
see how-
and they are in there creating quite a storm, you know,
Right.
and are keen to test themselves here. And I had a look at their draw, and I see they're playing Calvin Scott and Serena Matthews, who are, both outstanding bowlers. And they said, "Oh my word!" I said, "But you'll learn, and also you'll beat them because they won't know who you are." So Val Smith now on the mat. This is end 10. They're up by 12 to 9. And looking at the scoreboard, they started with a single on the first, a 5 on the second. Then they didn't score until the 7th when they got another 5, and then a single on the 8th. So they've scored 12 points, but over 4 ends. So 2 big numbers and 2 singles, and nobody is confident about the outcome of this. They're all just wondering what's going on. Look, even now Val's just grimacing and shaking her head and standing up to the mat with a bit of uncertainty.
Well, you just have to say, John, that at one stage they looked confident to actually, after a 4 and a 5 or 5 and a 4, you started to think that, okay,
Yep.
they've got the
All
momentum.
Now Lynda had a great line with that, heading right in towards the jack, or maybe sitting on the second shot, which belongs to the Val Smith team. But she was short, so she's watching now to see what Val Smith can do.
And there's that bowl that you're not too keen on.
She's short as well. Gosh. Okay.
Just,
So
what are we looking at here?
I think it's a 1 to Lynda Milne.
That's 1, yes it is. So 1 here at the Summerset National Fours at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Perfect conditions. Well, there is a little bit of a breeze, but it really shouldn't do too much damage to the bowlers. In fact, it's probably nice for the people watching.
So 10 ends now gone, and it's 12-10. Oh, I think 12-10, isn't it?
I believe that was a 1 that was being held up, but we'll just recheck on that
Oh,
very
was it 2,
shortly.
was it? Oh, so they got 2, so there we are.
And in fact, we've been told, yes, pay more attention. It was a 2. And this one coming around quite nicely there, John.
That's remarkable, isn't it? One team scored on 4 ends of 10 and got 12 points. And the others scored a few singles and got up to 11. So 12-11 is the score after 11 ends. So this is end 11 after 10 ends.
And John, we're about to have some scores from the men's semi-finals. Should be coming up in just a moment. And let's take a look at those scores as they come up. Because there we go, Marilee's. Oh, goodness.
Brilliant, mate.
Oh, they haven't really moved on.
No, he's been behind. Marilee's has been behind all the time, as Claire Hendra said. She watched, they were 6-1 down or something, so 11-4. Not much of a change there after 10 ends. Greenie.
And let's have a look. Riker Gregory still with the lead there. So we haven't seen a huge change, but the leaders are continuing
quite tight,
to lead.
and there may well have been a couple of kills in that as well, but we was so 11-4 and 11-5.
That's the men's semi-finals of the Summerset National Fours. Remembering that some of the bigger names combination did get knocked out, even, well, section play, then post-section play. It's become a real pressure cooker. I mean, obviously Sheldon, he's gone. His youngsters from Otago, they were beaten in the quarterfinals. And we really do have...
You got this, Angela.
It's not a safety thing. You know, if you're a big name, is it?
You could be the biggest names and not qualify, honestly.
Exactly.
You know. You can't rest. You can't go into an event saying, "Oh well, we've got the best players in the country." That doesn't necessarily work. Oh, this is a poor ball coming in for a team which is really struggling to stay in it, but still only trailing by 1 point. So 3 bowls, 3 pink bowls, all have swung through narrow on that hand. And it's really up to Angela Johnstone to pick that green. We see Ashleigh Jeffcoat now. She's playing that forehand side as well. Oh, and Val, you could hear Val groan. Oh, she's got that.
Yep, make your adjustment. I don't mind if you end up here.
Yeah, that's
There
better.
we go. In the meantime,
She's
we
giving her the
instructions.
encouragement to go wide.
Well, you can see how
Yep.
everybody else has moved across to the right-hand side. Perhaps go wide and it should stay.
Well, it still seems like it's a bit hard to judge. She's gone very wide. That's coming in well, actually, isn't it? That's coming in really well. So there you go, just another metre of weight and she would have had the shot. So at least now she's indicated to the others what your line is. Come round that, says Val. So she's saying it to her to be wider rather than under that. That's the track, get around that, push it out wide. That's where they're coming from, way out there. If she's around that, it's going to be okay. Oh no, hard luck, so she's pushed that up for second shot, but that's certainly where the track is. So now the bowlers will be confident that they can push it out.
Got nothing behind.
And we could just see behind Val Smith there was the Hobsonville team from Auckland. The boys very much enjoying themselves. Have a couple of good contests played here on one of the top greens and thoroughly enjoyed. Thoroughly enjoyed competing in this, the Summerset Fours. I guess like your team as well.
Yeah, oh,
Learned
enjoyment.
to see them there.
Yeah, and it's not just about the bowls. A lot of those players have been knocked out for 2 days, haven't played for 2 days, but they're in here watching,
Exactly.
still supporting.
There's certainly plenty to do around the region. I'm sure they ventured.
Oh gosh, see, Deb White even can't get out there. We might have to watch Val's microphone soon because I'm sure there might be an expletive or two comes out.
Exactly. I mean, she's got some thoughts. Oh, this is much better, is it?
No, she's going to get caught up. See where that ended up. See, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 bowls out to the left now as you see it. So that means that the bowlers just are not confident in going wide, and it feels foreign sometimes to go out that wide because
she's not happy.
No, she hasn't gone out
Balance was
far
all
enough
wrong.
either.
It's straight. And won't be happy. It's amazing that the first bowl, the green-blue, was the best. It's right on the jack.
Let's hear Val.
I think she's saying things under her breath.
Yes, I know. I'd like something here, but I haven't got anything here. Yeah, I know, but I would have had a wee snort.
So
but it'll
Lynda
only
Milne
go
is
with
saying
the
I'd
jack.
like something over the jack. You know, dropping one's okay.
That's all right, Val. We can turn you up to really listen to those comments that are quiet.
Val's worn microphones plenty of times. She knows when to talk and when not to, and when to put her hand over.
Exactly. She's been doing it for long enough. She knows the drill.
Right, Lynda Milne, been down the head, seen how wide that hand is, if that's a hand she wants to play. Wants something just over the jack. Let's see if she can show her teammates how to do it, how to push one out wide. She's certainly gone out wide.
It's still going.
Might be out too wide, that one.
No, it's still going. And was that out of bounds?
Yep.
It was.
Okay, here I go.
And let's listen to the thoughts of Val Smith as her bowl here. To let it go.
It started off all right, but it might still not be wide enough.
No No comments from Val.
Yeah. Pretty hard to get at. We've only got 1 second now, haven't we?
This is Lynda Milne that you're hearing, the skip for the team from the Otago and Southern region. Plays out of Invercargill.
She's got nothing really in a good position here, and she needs to draw a second shot or another second. Yeah. Now, so there's an opportunity here for Val Smith to. Is she going to ever go and just maybe take that out? How many seconds has she got? Or take the second shot out? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's that much confidence here to be playing anything with weight. She'd like to just beat that pink bowl, the closest one, beat that and get 2 shots, move the jack, and that could be 3 or 4.
Stuff.
Oh,
Push
no,
it.
didn't make it.
Oh, hard, eh?
Yeah.
What is that
Just
hard?
one.
That track is...
So just the one there, John. And it takes the score up to 13-11 for Val Smith, the team that she's skipping. It's Val Smith, Deb White, Kimberley Hemingway and Ashleigh Jeffcoat. As we just continue on, that was the end of the 11th. Of course, 18 ends. And there's no time limit. This is Kimberley Hemingway up to the mat.
The one you had before, way better?
Yeah.
And Val Smith there on the microphone. So Kimberley Hemingway has been fairly consistent with the bowl. It's the green-blue and taking it out quite wide. There was a real bit of nervousness on the last end.
Great study.
This one looks pretty good though. Looks very good in fact. Oh, sits up nicely. And then the lead for the team in red, that's Christine Buchanan from the Queenstown Club. That one's coming around nicely as well. Well, I think John Macbeth is going to be impressed with this because the last end was almost chaotic. This one is much better.
Well, it's hard to say it's chaotic really, but it's just the conditions. Joined by Mary Campbell, who's won how many national titles? About 8?
No.
3.
Just 3.
And you've been out there having a look at it. I know there's a bit of a breeze out there, but that's not the main contributing factor for the ends being as rugged as they are.
No, I think it's the green. I think it's all the patches. It's slow and fast, and it's easy to drop short, really. This is another good bowl. This is probably one of the best heads.
I think so, yes. So what we're seeing when we're talking about the different colours, so going through the greener can pick up the speed a wee bit.
It slows it down.
Slows
the
it,
green.
that's right, yeah. And then there's the barer patches or browner patches.
And it depends on the length that you're playing as well, because once you get past the 2 metres, it probably speeds up from where people have been standing on the green, so you get a bit more speed at the ends of the green.
So, well, we've got 4 great weights. I don't think no one's been brave enough to throw a short end or anything yet, have they? So
No.
I think they'll stick around that medium length.
It's Ashleigh just sending her bowl up. Looking very, very good.
Yes, yeah.
Looking very good.
Sit that pink out and get a 3.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely
Great
shot.
bowl.
Probably 3 there now.
You're just going to do the same.
Lynda's played very well, I thought,
Nothing to lose.
in this game, the skip of the
I mean,
Queenstown.
she struggled with her weight early on, well, as everyone did. But you know, and I mean that last end when they were trying to take more green. Sometimes it's difficult, isn't it, to get into your head. I need to go wider because it's a bit foreign to what you're used to. And that's nice, good spot
very
there.
good bowl.
Right. I'm going to have to turn you over. So if you
Deb
get
White a
past
couple
the
of times
bowls,
looked like she
great.
wanted to walk off the green with a couple of
Get over
hers,
here.
just weren't quite getting there.
And she's been playing very well in the other games, I hear. So.
Well, Claire Hendra was here before, and she was at Bannockburn where Val Smith was, and she said, "Oh, that front end for Val was just extraordinary yesterday."
Yeah. Different green though, I think, you know. That's sometimes it's the green gets into your head a bit, rather than just trying to play.
Through there.
This will be the tightest head we've had, I think.
It is. It is. There's been some funny scores, hasn't there? Numbers.
2 5s and a 4. Yeah. And it's 12-11. That's sort of probably the weight she would like, and move that jack back a wee bit to her other pink bowls. It's
absolutely
not a wasted bowl by any means.
Very good bowl.
Yeah. You playing the mixed pairs?
Yes.
Oh, good. Whereabouts?
We're at Waipiata.
Oh, yep.
With Dan Dickerson.
Oh, okay.
And that played lovely last time. I don't know what it's like this time, but it played lovely. And then we're back here.
Oh, right.
Headquarters.
Okay.
Yep.
You've got an easy draw?
No. I don't think anyone's got an easy draws. No.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can look at your draw and say, I don't know any of those players, and find that, you know, some of them won 10 centre titles or wherever they come from. There's not. I said to Sharon, there's not much difference sometimes between a player who's well known and someone who you've never heard of, because they're all, you know, not much difference. They can be absolutely outstanding players.
And it depends what draw you get. I mean, it's like our fours.
Yeah.
You know, we qualified and then we come up against Mandy first game.
Yeah.
And we had a brilliant game.
Yep.
But, you know, they won it. But it's just the way the draw goes sometimes.
Also, she's having to change to her backhand. We'll see how this goes, because that forehand has been favoured.
Just trying to get round the back, I think.
Yeah.
It's a very good bowl. Yeah.
Because that was a danger there with all those pink bowls there, and the movement of the jack back could have given Lynda Milne's team 3.
Yes.
It's Linley.
It's not a bad line here, is it? Is it going to come under that?
She's just going to
hit her own.
Hit her own and
get the shot.
Get the shot.
Yeah, now you take that. So from a position of 2 down, that fortuitous hit up of a dreaded short bowl gives Lynda Milne the shot. Yeah. Slight congratulations. You don't go overboard with those.
No, not at all. It's not what you play for.
Yeah. When did you? How old were you when you started playing bowls, Mary? You were quite young, weren't you?
38.
Oh, you're 38. I thought you started earlier than that.
I wished I had.
Yes,
I wished I had. Yes,
what was your first club, or have you only been with one club?
No, I played in Palmy North at Northern.
Yep.
For 10 years.
Yes.
And then Andy got a transfer to Taupo. He was in the police, and we got a transfer there. So I played in the Taupo club for 6 years, and then we shifted to Tauranga.
Yep.
And I was at Tauranga Domain, but Tauranga South, but I've gone to Tauranga Domain.
Okay.
Yeah, just a bit more competitive there.
Yeah. And I think that's what happens, isn't it? You can be comfortable at a club, but sometimes if you really want competition,
yes,
you need to move.
Yes, you need to move.
And it's not easy to move clubs, is it? If you're happy with a club.
No, and I'm not a club hopper.
No.
As such. But yeah.
So I think just holding one. Lynda Milne down by 13 to 11. We're playing the 12th end of 18.
A couple of telling ends coming up, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a very good line. I don't know. The speed's not too bad either, really.
Looks all right. So you're going to
Looks
come in
very
that pink.
good. It's going to come under there.
Yeah.
It is.
A feather off that'll be all right for it. I didn't quite get
It's
it. That's very good
very
place.
good bowl. Yeah. They can still play that because Val's bowl's protected by that bowl.
Yep.
Lovely hot weather, isn't it?
Oh,
now?
hasn't it been great?
After
that
the
first day. Oh, I didn't come prepared.
You don't?
For a day like Thursday, where it was just so cold, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But
I've been to 20 odd.
Yeah,
It's probably more. I've always taken thermals no
Yes,
matter
yeah,
where I go,
yeah.
because it always turns cold.
Yep.
Doesn't matter where it is.
Two bowls to play on this end. Smith on the forehand,
she's
bit of
running.
weight here.
That protected it.
Yeah, well, she's got 4 seconds there, I think, hasn't she? Or 3 seconds anyway. What do you do now? Doesn't it look so open, inviting there, with a little movement of the jack back to those pink that she can probably see? But when you're holding shot, see the 2 pink bowls just back from the jack. Yeah,
It is, even across the head onto Val's bowl there.
yeah. And
But it's such a difficult weight to play that shot at the moment,
Yeah.
I think, on the screen.
It's got to be perfect because I've got to
Yes.
come, but I've got to hold long enough to just sit in
Yep.
there and flop.
Exactly.
If I happen to hit the jack back would be good, but
hard to do it clean from there, I
Yeah,
think,
and what
the
she's
jack.
saying, she's got to come across and sit on Val's bowl and flop off it and get the
Yep.
shot, but
Why not?
it's
Yeah,
such a precise weight to play
I'll just
with that green.
Then she gets down the other end and it looks totally different. So it's
She's
got to be
pretty
what she's got.
experienced.
Oh
skip,
yeah,
though,
gosh,
very
yeah.
experienced. Skip.
16 Southland titles. So she's here we go, last bowl of this end, the 12th end,
Looks very wide.
doesn't it? It's kept on going. I wonder if in fact she decided that she might not tempt fate. So get a single out of it.
And Mary, Dave Worsley here. Just a question for you that I'm very curious about, because we're in such a beautiful part of the country, obviously. But is there a bowling club that you have played at and you think you're almost distracted because of where it is?
Oh, the surrounding?
Yeah, yeah.
Probably Queenstown was fantastic. It's beautiful setting, absolute stunning setting down there.
You have to refocus on your
do,
bowls, don't you?
do. Our club's great at home, Tauranga Domain.
That's
we
at
look
the
out,
next to the athletics and
yes,
rugby ground?
look out over, you can see the sea.
That's right.
Sometimes you can see the cruise ships. Lovely setting there. Yes.
You haven't,
how's,
been, you haven't been to
Raumati?
Raumati, have you?
Well, that's what
Yes,
we're
I
asking.
have.
Oh, have you?
I have.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I've been to Raumati many years ago.
Oh, right.
And also down Dunedin's probably one of my favourite places, only because Sharon and I have always done so well down there. And the people are so friendly,
Right.
and the clubs. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of beautiful clubs around the country. I guess that's one of those things. I mean, Queenstown haven't managed to get to that club, but it has been one of the 13 locations we've used for this tournament, and also for the next week as well.
And go out to Waipiata,
Waipiata, yes.
and you've got the cows looking over the fence and the lovely hospitality, and it's just... And apparently I've heard the pies are there really nice at the cafe there.
That's a key, isn't it? Eh?
Yes,
A key
it
to
is. It is.
And they weren't bad at Ranfurly. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
Well, considering that you apparently stopped at every pub on the way back, you and
Yeah,
your
no, we
team.
missed out one. Yeah, we had a sober driver though.
Around this area?
Yeah, we were through the Ida Valley from Ranfurly back here.
It's
Great.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
What we said to her, the team that I brought down, I said, we've got to do this. We've got to go into OFA. You know,
Oh, yes.
OPHIR, OFA, yeah. So there's the pub there, the Blacks or whatever it is, and then you just go through this absolutely extraordinarily well-preserved historic township, and then you go over the lovely little bridge to get back onto the main road again. Yeah, that was great. In fact, we went to Chateau Creek after that, and I got a text from a woman who's played in our business house bowls up at Raumati last week. She said, my grandfather owned that pub.
Oh,
Yes.
Imacow's pretty good too.
Oh, yeah.
We've stayed there.
Oh, right.
Fantastic.
That's the home of para bowls, isn't it, in New Zealand? Oh, I was corrected last year. It's
just under
should
green
be
there.
Otago.
Yeah.
So they're still having trouble. We're on the 13th, and it appears that there's still a little bit of question in each bowler as to where they should be going and how early the bowler's going to turn.
I think you worry about your bowl not coming back. If you get out too wide, it'll get into the green patch, and then it will hold out. So then you try and bring it. That's a very good bowl.
Yeah.
Very good bowl. Then you try and bring your line in, and you lose. What a great bowl.
Yeah.
Change your hand. No, change your hand.
Well, that bowl there we saw come round, the white bowl of Ashleigh Jeffcoat, and it looked as though it was too far out, but a beautiful turn in the end.
She had great weight.
Have you wished Ashleigh happy birthday yet or not?
No, we should say happy birthday again to Ashleigh Jeffcoat from the Carlton Cornwall Club. They wanted us to say, or the other teammates wanted us to say how old she was, and she said don't.
Okay.
We had Minna Paul's birthday yesterday as well.
Yeah? Oh, right. So birthday girl on the mat.
She always takes a very nice line too, actually.
Yeah, well,
I've played against her a few times in singles, and she takes a lovely line. Great weight as well. And that's a good home.
Very handy ball, yeah. So holding 2 in this 13th end, just 1 point the difference. This women's 4s at the Summerset Nationals.
Now,
Headquarters
John,
Alexandra.
we don't know who's going to win this, but we should say that you can still bet on the men's 4s, the final, coming up, which will be after this. It is on tab.co.nz, so feel free.
She got it, just cutting under. Oh, yep.
So you can go onto that website. There is the odds on the men's final. We should have the finalists. I think we have them very shortly. We'll let you know who that's going to be. So check it out on tab.co.nz.
And some of the favourites have gone, haven't they?
Oh, haven't they?
So,
I think one of the many attractive things about bowls is that anyone can play in the national championships. You don't have to qualify, you don't have to be of a certain standard. And if you enter for them, then you can end up playing against world champions, national representatives, and you can beat leading players. That's great. Now, this is just a slight alteration here required by Linley O'Callaghan. She just missed the white last time.
Looking pretty
this
good,
is better.
looking very good.
She's nutted it, and drags the jack back
and a
to
Ashleigh, to Ashleigh's bowl, which is a great bowl.
Yep.
Doesn't hurt having back poles.
However, from being 2 down, they're now just 1 down. I've got 2 seconds. So she just undercut it with her previous bowl, but this time made the necessary adjustment. Probably just hit it too much on the edge, but
she would have wanted it to stop just a little bit sooner.
Yep.
Oh, mate. Good effort.
So what's Lynda's shot from here? Mary, do you think?
She's probably got a couple of seconds there, so she can play maybe through the pink bowl.
Outstanding bowl.
If she plays onto the pink bowl, she might just squirt the jack out.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
but if
it's sort of not quite ditch weight.
you reckon?
Although on this stuff, you probably have to go pretty quick. to
Yeah,
get it to
when you're
hold
not convinced of what it
Yeah,
might
and
do.
If she misses the pink and comes off the purple bowl,
Yep.
she'll also get the
Yeah,
white bowl,
yeah.
like a snooker shot.
So it's got to be a bit of aggression. Got to be up there, confident.
Mm.
See the scoreboard there, 12 ends gone, 13 to 12. After 2 ends, the Val Smith combination were up by 6 to 0.
Yeah, they started off
Oh,
very well,
yes.
didn't they?
And then they picked up another 5 and were 11 to 5 up after 7. But the team in red with the skip here, Lynda Milne, have kept in contact. Here we go, but
Just a
wide this
little bit
time.
wide,
Oh,
but
it hasn't
oh,
finished. It hasn't
has
finished.
not
Oh,
finished.
well.
Oh,
Still
she
doesn't get the
won
shot.
Play there now. Under you.
Just a pinch wide there.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'll go and have a look and see what Derry did.
Holding the shot, 2 thoughts. Can I get another? Or how do I protect my shot?
She come in under that bowl there, and
She's
she
got
could quite easily
dead
get a
weight,
second
hasn't she?
shot. She's got a very good bowl there. Very good shot. Oh, just out.
Yeah.
Very good bowl.
Well, I don't see it the way I had it the last time. I might just
You'd almost be saying, just follow Val down. You could all,
Absolutely.
it's drawable, isn't it,
Yep.
there?
Yep.
She was looking with a bit of aggression when she put a foot up to the purple bowl, maybe to run that and run the white shot out, but
But she could easily go 2 down
Yes,
too
yeah.
if she plays
so
too quick.
she would have seen how Val Smith's bowl came in from that line that she took.
It's on its way. It's a good line. It's a speed like. Oh no, she's going to duck away.
Speed wasn't
Oh,
bad, was it? Or gets under
oh.
that.
Oh,
Oh, she's
she
got
got
a
it.
lucky break out of that.
she did.
Yeah, wee bit of touch and push, and with her
She's
last
got the
bowl at
shot.
this end, she's got the
Yeah.
shot.
I have to just arrive down.
As Mary Campbell said, it looked to be just a bit under, so she did just got the right feather off that pink bowl
yeah.
and enough weight just to knock her own team's purple bowl in.
Val has to play the same as the last. She might actually get the jack and get 2 shots or even 3 if she...
She was so close to it. I
She
don't
was
think
so
that
close.
pink bowl moved at all, did it? Even though it was touched, so she can use the same line.
Mm. And she's a great line taker.
Last bowl of this end.
Looks a bit tight to me,
Yeah.
but looks very tight.
What will happen? She might knock that up for a second.
Oh.
Could have worked for her too. But the players will pick up the bowls or kick them back, and the scoreboard will change with Val Smith and Lynda Milne level at 13 all after 13 ends.
And Mary Campbell, we'll let you go and have a little watch outside.
Lovely.
Be careful of the sunshine. It's certainly fairly, fairly bright out there, isn't it? We'll let you go
It's
and have a
very
look.
hot. Lovely. Thank you.
In the meantime, we'll get ready for the 14th then. Make that Well, yeah, the 14th end, 13 all. This is, John, this has changed a little bit.
Oh.
Changed momentum, of slow
Well,
momentum.
recall at the start when we were saying how rugged the ends were, you know, how scattered the ends were, and it was obviously difficult for the players to get the right, to read the green well, so all having difficulty with it. They've got better as it's gone on, but we're not seeing those ends where there's lots of bowls around the jack. You know, I'm not seeing the perfect bowls very often. And to going into this, most people would have said, oh, so Val Smith's skipping this team as a Commonwealth Games gold medalist and world champion, and with a backup from Deb White and Ashleigh Jeffcoat, of course, and also Kimberley Hemingway. Would they be the favourites? Most would be nodding their heads and saying, oh yeah. That's without looking at the opposition and seeing how experienced they are. But I think most would be saying, I think Smith will win this. We've got 13 all after 13 ends.
Exactly. And then you look at Lynda Milne and her team of, I guess, players from around the region, Otago and also Southland, and thinking who they defeated in the semi-finals. Yeah. And then you look at who they defeated, Mandy Boyd and her team, which is extremely experienced.
Hot favourites going into
exactly.
it. Yep.
So they beat them 17-11. So let's just say this is certainly not over yet. Of course, it's not at 13 all. You're thinking...
No, I'm not actually. I'm not.
You're
I
not
just
thinking,
can't.
you don't have a
this
favourite,
because
do you?
I just can't. Because we're seeing each team grabbing ends all the time. It's hard to predict. You can't say that one team is proving better on going one way or better at some sort of certain length, because we haven't seen any variations of length of jack.
I think we
and
can
we've
both
had
admit
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So one team, the Milne team, has won 8 ends, and that means that the Smith team has only won 5 ends. So the red team has dominated, from an ends point of view, but they dropped 2 5s. So if they'd only dropped a couple on those 2 ends, it'd be 13-6 to Milne. So so they're well in this game.
Very good.
I think that I can admit that after those big ends for Val Smith, I was probably thinking, okay, they're on a nice run. Those two are just going to take it. And how is she feeling about this one?
Oh, just the speed. Your speed was great.
Yep, just a wee bit more green here from Angela Johnson. As her skip said, your speed was great, your weight was perfect, really. It finished up right along in a line with the jack. She hasn't taken a green this time either. And she could still be slightly narrowed there, Dave, but just sit in those bowls to the left and grab another shot. But we'll see what Jeffcoat does. If she finishes well, she'll get the shot out of this.
Well played, Ashleigh.
John, what about for someone like Val Smith or Deb White, so experienced and so good with their results? How are they? There you go, just the one at the moment. How are they going to go if they start getting frustrated with this? It just one by one starts moving away.
Oh, I think they're so experienced. They've been in situations where all these players have. You've been in situations where you can be winning and then getting beaten by. I mean, on the last end, for example, they were holding shot and it was a bit of a feather and a flick, and all of a sudden they're 1 down. You can't. None of them can afford and wouldn't get their heads down. The only frustration will be, for example, with Deb White not quite nailing it, and she knows she's better than this, and so she'll be frustrated with her form as we see her going narrow again, and she'll be so annoyed. If we had a close-up of her now, way down the far end, but she'd be just probably kicking the dirt.
Green was good.
Yeah, there she goes, wandering around the back. She's head down.
Just sitting on the white.
But she knows, she's so experienced. She's played world champion of champions, so she knows that I just got to take my green here.
It's not really getting disappointed at the opposition, it's getting disappointed at your own performance.
Yeah. You can't handle what the opposition do. This looks like a reasonable bowl coming in. If she snares the jack, or sit.
Response.
Take it there. She's got
Fantastic.
it nicely. But
It's
that's a
just-
lovely target there for,
Weight was good on
you
you,
know,
love.
for
Keep
Deb
that
White.
weight.
She can
That's
see
it.
them. She's got the
Just a
jack
touch
to
of
sit
grass.
on. She's slightly narrow. She gets an
Slow,
inside edge
slow.
off that pink bowl to the left of the jack. She sits on the shot bowl, all that sort of stuff. So she's just got to be there. Let's have a look at her. What's she looking like? She's using a rag, a cloth to wipe her face with. I think she thinks she's a bit over. She is over. Oh, that's probably the weight that was required to upset that, but it's given now. The pink bowl's gone right back, so that's the back bowl, which can come in handy. What are you saying here, Val?
Still smiling. Now, John,
High fives there from the red team. They will be absolutely delighted at the moment because their horror start, which saw them 6-0 down after 2 ends, and you know they're not playing to their form that helped them beat Mandy Boyd, but they're still in this at 13-all, and they're holding shot.
and the skip now, Lynda Milne, gets down quite low, keeps her back straight.
I wanted to cross.
That was a perfect green. So it's finished in line with the jack, just the weight.
And in the background there we can see Brendan with his ice block.
Yep.
Brendan from
That won't last
Volsing's
long.
Set. No, not with Brendan. Just by the Hobsonville team.
Important to end this.
John, I'll admit it.
Ooh,
It
like
does
this, like
look-
this. Here we go. Val Smith onto the shot. No, her own bowl knocks that out, but she stays. So still one down, Val Smith.
John, I will admit it, that bowl can be a little bit distracting.
Lynda Milne's last finished on a good green. Has she given it a bit more weight? She has. Is she going to be up far enough? Oh no, she'll be disappointed. Gosh, a big opportunity for her there to grab a couple.
We've still just got the one at the moment to Lynda Milne's team.
So if the jack comes back to the right to where the black bowl and the bowl of Hemingway's are, then Smith will grab a couple. So that's a shot she'll be looking at, either that or sit on the shot bowl and push it out and stay for 2.
She wasn't far off on the last shot. She was very close. He's following it down.
So last time she knocked her own second shot out and stayed with it. This time, is she hitting the shot bowl or the jack? She's got the jack. No, she's got the shot bowl and gets it.
Oh.
Nice touch bowl there from Val Smith under a fair bit of pressure. So the deadlock is broken, and it's the Smith team which moves to 14-13 ahead.
Just a few grins there. I think maybe relief more than anything else. Val Smith shaking her head going, gee, I just managed to get that. So it turns around a 1 there and it takes the score to 14-13. The Val Smith skipper team with Deb White, Kimberley Hemingway and Ashleigh Jeffcoat up against the Otago and Southland team. Lynda Milne at skip. At lead is Christine Buchanan, second Angela Johnstone and third Linley O'Callaghan. So let's have a look. We're still not, well, we're still not leaning either way. It's just too tight to call. Remember, we're on the 14th of 18 ends. So the ends are going to start to run out very shortly. And that one...
This is where you don't want to drop a 5.
Oh boy. That one, though, was vital. I mean, every point's vital.
Yep.
Just to get back on it and just to grab that one, you've got the lead. So they're a very small one. And John, it has been great to have our 3 guests throughout this game. The guests that we've had there, who have we had? We've had Sharon Sims, we've had Mary Campbell and Claire
Hendra.
Hendra.
Yep.
It's been great to have them all through.
And the great thing about having those sort of players here who've been out there playing on during this competition and have played for New Zealand or won national titles, they quickly appreciate what's going on. And none of them are saying, well, these ends are awful. They're saying the reason that they're not as accurate and tight as what we would expect is because of the green. So Smith leading by 14 to 13 over Milne. We're playing the 14th of 18 ends. There is no time limit. That pink bowl down there belongs to Christine Buchanan. She's playing with Aero Optimas. Kimberley Hemingway
Bowl,
just
Christine.
zipping through there.
And John, I did ask Mary about her favourite club that she just the Summerset. What about yourself?
Oh, there's only one.
I think I know which one that is.
Yeah. Well, we're fortunate. We're right by the beach, and we've got, you know, Bahutakawa and a miniature railway over the back of us, and, you know, no neighbours really, so it's really, really good. No, there are some, you know, there are some wonderful. I did a bit of a bowls trip. I did a story for Bowls New Zealand a few years ago where I travelled from Queenstown and went south and went round there's some little clubs there that are, you know, the local greenkeeper is the bloke who lives next door, and they're not used much for competition, but there are bowling clubs everywhere. And it's worthwhile on a holiday to actually stop and have a look at them. How there are a few volunteers, there might only be 20 members at some of these clubs. One club I haven't been to and wanted to this time was Patiaroa, which is just about 20 minutes, I think, out of Ranfurly. And they've got a membership there of 20 or so. Good friend of mine, Jim Sullivan, who used to be on radio for a long time. Jim's a member there, and I met up with him in Ranfurly, and he said, oh, it's just lovely. And people just visit. You know, we talk about people who go on golf trips, don't they? Let's travel to New Zealand and take our golf clubs. You can do the same with bowls. And it's an eye-opener. It's nice to get away from the big centres and just see what bowls has to offer around the country.
Well, the funniest thing for me yesterday, walking into that one, just misses, walking into the Clyde Bowling Club, and someone yells out my name.
Yep.
And I'm thinking,
Still hold a couple.
I don't believe I've ever been here before. That was quite bizarre. But it was someone that I did know, but I didn't realise they were going to be at Clyde Bowling Club. Yeah. And they have a bit of rivalry with Alexandra, and they actually said that they're winning.
Yep.
So I'm not sure how that rivalry is really going there, but apparently Clyde are the better club according to them.
This is setting up to be an interesting end. The pink bowls are all either jack level or just over the jack, which means that any movement of the white bowl, the jack, would favour them. I know there is a white one in the middle of it there, so that's good, and that's why we've got Deb White playing this hand. Again, is she?
Track's brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant track, absolutely. And not a bad bowl there, actually.
But I'd have to say that Deb White is probably not going to be that happy with how the results of her bowls so far in this game overall.
I'd suggest you don't go and ask her, Dave.
You're putting me in danger.
No, she'll get over it, but, well, it depends on the outcome of the match. This isn't a good bowl. And that's a bowl where, as we see, the person who delivered it, I think it was Angela, was it? Oh, Linley. Just turned her back and walked away. The rest of the team don't say anything. They just know you don't do those bowls deliberately. Nice to know Alex Wiley is watching this, and Jenny Anderson, his partner. All good bowlers. Oh, now that's a bit of good movement. That's 2 shots now. So Deb White will be smiling a wee bit. That's good.
2 shots she's got at the black, which just got chalked, and then behind we have the white bowl of Ashleigh Jeffcoat.
We're 2 down now. 2.
That's a bit of pressure goes on the 3, Linley O'Callaghan from Alexandra. This is her club. That's her short bowl way up the top there. Now she wants to be reaching and sitting on the jack. Her line's really good. Her line's very good. Gets a feather off that, and she'll be in for the shot. And she is. Falls out. Well, it might still be the shot. Gets applause from Lynda Milne, her skip.
There we go. We've got the camera looking down. And John, which one do you think of the black?
The finger measure. And they're not sure. No, I think I think Val Smith's team might still have it. That one with
It's
the
only
fern
one
on it.
now. It was 2 before,
Yep,
but it'll
yep.
only be 1.
We're just watching the marker. She's got. Oh no, she's put the lollipop up perhaps previously, but we didn't see it. So let's see. 2 balls each to play. The skips.
So just a
14,
little spin in
13.
the hand.
There you go.
Not liking that one.
On this puppy. He's not going to make it.
Well, she knew it.
Might just be a nuisance there though. What are they thinking? Now we'll just listen to, see if we can get an indication from Linley as to whether they've got it or not. They're doing a finger measure. So looking to play her own purple bowl onto the jack. I don't think she's too sure who's got it. We've got no indication from the marker.
So the bowl to the right there is the bowl from Val Smith, which you mentioned could be a little bit of a nuisance that she's got to go around
I think
it.
she's going to play the other hand here though, so she's looking to just push her own purple bowl up, or for her team's purple bowl. Yep. This will require perfect weight. Looking to come underneath that. Oh, she's just gone round it. I think she was looking to come underneath that green bowl. And the little purple bowl you can see there just to the left of the jack. She's looking to just maybe push that on, which makes me think that they don't believe they've got the shot. There might be one down.
Val Smith had a bit of a disaster of a last shot by her standards. It's now just really a blocking bowl. She wasn't very happy at all. Well, laughed at it.
Her own ball might come into play here. She's got to get round it, and she does. Now this is tracking, but not going to get there either. Well, that's so it's a perfect view for Lynda Milne. It's between the pink and Val Smith's bowl. Can she get through there?
Fairly tight.
Now she's checking. Have we got it or not? She needs to know. It's a measure, I'd say, the way they're doing this. She thinks she's got it. She's saying, I've got it. Okay. This changes the shot, really.
Wow.
We should play the same shot, but not with the same amount of tension on. But I would imagine that Lynda Milne's not convinced that they've got the shot. So let's see if she can come inside that green.
A little touch too wide.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Oh,
I
very
think that
wide.
she's hoping now.
Okay, let's have a look. Tape measure.
Yep. Deb White goes down to measure. All the other balls have gone out. It might be close enough to call an umpire here, though. Neither.
That's a tight measure as well.
Yeah.
You could hardly get the actual tape out of the measuring device.
That's good. The number 3, Lynley O'Callaghan, just making sure. And if she's not convinced, she can call for the umpire. So which one's closest? Oh, it's gone to Lynda Milne. So it was an accurate finger measure by the number 3, and she'll be relieved about that. So back to square we are, 14 all.
An accurate finger measure. I'm sorry, I've had this discussion with Alex Reid about finger measurements.
Oh, well, some people have got fantastic eyesight. You know, they can stand there and say, "No, it's in by an inch." You know, we still use old measurement, or you know, "Oh, that's well done. Don't worry, you're measuring that." And others aren't too sure, but they'll do a finger measure, and you've just got to make sure that you can don't move your fingers, that you're holding them at the same height each time, because it makes a variation. And I just, you know, I don't rely on that at all. but she's experienced. So Linley O'Callaghan, 41 centre titles in Central Otago. She was relatively confident that they had it. Good starter here from Christine Buchanan. Now we're into the business end of this. 3 ends remain.
Now, just to let you know, we don't actually have confirmed men's finalists yet.
No,
they're still going.
Still going, right.
Now, considering that they have to play again for the title, fatigue will come in there, won't it?
No, they'll be right.
No,
Yeah.
I like that confidence. No, they'll be right.
Well, you know, adrenaline kicks in really, and every day bowlers will play 3 or 4 games.
Right.
You know, you're playing that. I haven't played them, but I want to. The Taranaki Fours, which is 25 end fours matches. And if you don't finish a game, you play it later, finish it later in the day. So they're playing all day.
Pretty good ball, girl.
And there are people in their 20s and 30s playing that. There are people in their 80s and 90s playing that. And, you know, so, yeah, you get tired. There's no doubt about it. Well, this is where you really need to be taking that green and getting up to put the pressure on and get the gather the shot. So, Christine, at least they're over, I suppose.
Oh, I think you're really looking at the positives there, because at the moment those first 3 are well spread. Yep. Where's Kimberley going on this one? Nice.
But of the 3, Dave, the 2 pink ones are better placed, particularly this one to the left, because any movement of the jack is it could come into play. So they're scratchy from Kimberley, who's really played some remarkably good bowls throughout this. That's a big change, or a big difference in her 2 bowls. 1 2 metres to the left and 1 more than that to the right.
Well, it's almost like the pressure is starting to tell now.
Could be.
You know, earlier ends, you can get away with things. Now, when we're through to 16th,
yep,
this is the 3rd to last.
So we've got to work hard over here.
Ashleigh Jeffcoat here with
There's
the
going to be
bowl.
one bowl in this end, which the teams, whoever gets it, are going to say, oh, well, thank you. No, it's not this one.
More speed than anything, mate.
This is, you know, if you were just tuning in, anyone watching this, you would not believe that this is the final of the women's 4s. We've got not one bowl within 3 metres of the jack.
I mean, if you had to choose from here, who gets the point?
So Angela Johnson's changed hands.
Oh, it looks as though she's actually got the width.
She's getting some applause anyway, because it's probably going to finish within 3 metres. That does, so they've got a couple of shots here now.
More speed than anything else, Ash.
Yeah,
big gaps there,
though. Bad.
So they're holding 2.
Compared to the last end, when we were quite tight to a certain extent. Ashleigh Jeffcoat here steps away to the left. She's trying the same thing.
This is a better line, I think, for her balls.
Try in here, buddy.
There you go. Val Smith saying, good on you, buddy.
Well
That's
played,
good.
Ash.
That's going to stop.
Whew.
Not bad. Almost kissed the jack on the way through. In the meantime.
Which hand does she go to play here? She'd like to just sit that shot bowl, the white bowl. Just sit on that and you stay, so that gives you the shot.
With a little bit of weight. Looking for the bowl or the jack.
And she can call that because she's got those pink bowls over past the jack.
However, what we've seen already at this end is players go to either side because perhaps they haven't really felt
She's
comfortable.
going to get caught up here. Oh, she is.
It's very straight.
Oh, don't take that one out. Oh, she didn't. Oh, well, that's a bad miss, really.
Draw shot, mate.
Deb White here.
Looking to play on the confidence of her last bowl on the previous end where she...
How about this, bro?
Oh.
You can hear Val Smith just like, oh, that's not going to work. And Deb White.
Come back in, does it?
Is it staying in? No,
it's out.
Well, you've got nothing to lose. Just concentrate on coming in underneath that, looking for the bowl.
Well, that's true to a certain extent.
No, nothing to lose. They're one down, so they haven't got the shot. Oh. So she can have a go at this shot or the jack, pull it back to the ditch. And so there's certainly no change in the situation. I think she might have really liked her to play, just stay on the rink as well. But anyway, she had a go at it.
Val Smith just saying, you got a dibs, not really telling you too many instructions.
Just a change of green coming in all right here. If she's up. No, she's not. And it's not an angry, you know, what's happening to my. It's just frustration that everyone's struggling.
So that sigh that you heard was the sigh from the skip, Val Smith.
Yeah.
And it wasn't us. Well, it probably almost was us as well, but that was Val Smith, the skip.
So there'll be a sigh of relief from Lynda Milne that Deb White didn't get close, and a sigh of frustration from Val Smith that she didn't get close.
And now, with her bowl, it is the skip for the southern team, as we'll call them, Lynda Milne. Bowling out of Invercargill. The rest of her team out of Hokanui, Queenstown and Alexandra.
Oh, Butte weight. That was really good weight.
Val Smith with a bit of a purpose in her stride. So at the present time, we're looking at a 1 to Val Smith's team with the white ball, probably the closest.
But playing the hand, she probably doesn't really want to. She's seen what's happened to her teammates, although Ashleigh Jeffcoat was able to get one close. So Val Smith reads her lines very well. You don't get to be world champion and Commonwealth champion by being tentative and inaccurate. You see, that looks to be slowing up, doesn't it? But I just don't know. It's those. Oh, it is too. Oh, okay. Well, gosh, Val.
Your dislike for those. Well, how do we describe the look of that bowl?
Oh, I think it's. No, I said it's a trigger for epilepsy, I think.
With the stripe around it, it does when it rolls appear to be changing colours and
big ball here. Lynda Milne, one down, and she's having a wee run at it, and she doesn't like it. She might even get hooked up in Val Smith's short bowl. She's not going to take her second shot out. Oh, she is. Oh, that's a bad bowl. Bad miss by her. So they might be 2 down now.
We've got the black and the white ball.
Yeah.
Bowls appear to be the closest, maybe 3 down, perhaps.
I'll soon tell.
Well, certainly
Linda's
2.
Reviewing that situation, so it'll change her shot probably.
Gee, wouldn't you love to get a 2 or a 3 right now?
No.
It'd been 1s.
Especially when Val puts another one in. Oh gosh, yeah, it could be. This could be a 4 coming up.
It's looking good.
Okay, she's going to have to draw to save now, I think. You don't want to go 4 down here. 3, maybe 3. 1. Oh, she's that's right. Her last bowl. 2, and measure for 3.
And they're just doing a little finger check.
2.
2. Well, 2. Okay. Well, the last. When was the last time we had a 2? Looking down, the last time we had a 2.
On the 10th end. Yeah. So
okay,
2 to Smith. They lead 16 to 14. We've got 2 ends to go in this final of the Summerset Women's Fours.
10. That was the 10th end. Was the last time we had something above a 1? Is that right?
That's right.
Gee, it's been tight progress, hasn't
so
it?
So we've had 2 5s, a 4, and 3 2s. So the rest have been singles. So it's tight, and we're looking at 16 to 14. Val Smith. Now we've seen the first. Has she thrown the jack up far enough?
Do we need a
Let's
umpire
see.
for this? We may be asking for an umpire to see if it's actually made the distance.
Oh no, she's going to step on the
Kimberley's
mat, so it must
okay.
be all right. Oh,
Yep.
it's up. So the first short end we've seen.
What a challenge to simply throw in there on the penultimate
and
end.
I don't think Kimberley would have just made that decision on her own. I think Val would have said to her, look, let's try something different. We're just not getting it in the long end, so let's go short. And she'll be saying to herself, why didn't we do this all the time?
Exactly.
Look at that. Oh, what a great start. So now we'll possibly see at the tightest end of the match.
Probably, yes. That close. Gee. And it was almost, she almost just placed the bowl there rather than rolled it.
And it's worked well for them so far. So while Christine's weight wasn't bad, she was all over the place with her
What a
green.
change of tactics. What a change of tactics. And the penultimate end.
I really thought one team might have tried it earlier, but here we go. She gets another one on here. Then all of a sudden this game has swung the way of Val Smith. So one on and one over. That's good leading from Kimberley Hemingway of Carlton, Cornwall, formerly of Wainuiamata and Nainai and Hamilton.
And
So she's taken some green this time, Christine Buchanan.
That's coming in nicely.
Yeah, second shot.
This is Ashleigh Jeffcoat, her first bowl of the 17th.
Keep running,
No.
bud.
There we go. Not much chat from the skips at the moment.
Well done, Ash.
Might be a couple there.
That's very nice at the moment. Should also say thank you very much to all of the volunteers around all of the 13 clubs.
Trying real hard, girl.
The greenkeepers, the...
Oh, what a shot. That might be two, is it? Wow, good shot. Great shot there.
Got the one at the moment.
Back touch
Stay
it.
there, mate. Can you?
Nice reply.
Oh, yes, I have. I'll get it. Because otherwise, yep.
Oh, they're just looking for chalk between the two of them.
So this team, which is skipped by Lynda Milne, they knocked out the favourites, Mandy Boyd, Kirsten Edwards, Amy
we go,
McElroy
John.
and Angela Boyd.
Oh, mate.
Oh. Let's see it from the front angle, and we're thinking the white bowl is
I think
close.
this pink's still got it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And what she's
that's
saying,
right.
if you just sit on that white bowl that she's indicating now, sit on that, your bowl stays. So that's two shots, because she's already got that pink bowl there. She's interested in it.
Just a bit fast. Your first bowl was fantastic.
Yeah,
It
Your
was.
second bowl was.
Wow.
No, it's still, you know, that's not a bad bowl back there.
Just dead draw, mate. Sort of, you know, if you get to Ash and turn it down, oh, they're all falling. But get it in there. Yep.
So this could be some. Oh, she might be a bit heavy here.
Deb White's bowl coming around, but not enough.
That's right.
That's.
Yeah, hey, look, it's still dry. Just coming in there.
They want to get two out of it, even if they're holding shot now with that pink bowl, and they possibly are. They really want to get two. Oh, this is tracking well.
Run it out.
Oh, if she runs it out, she's got a good shot. Oh, hard luck.
Gee, where's that going to go?
So now they've got a chance of three, though. You know, if they again play that shot and sit on that white bowl. That's the Lynda Milne team, I mean.
There, if you can get to there and flop. Got one.
She's asking for a lot.
She can play
I'd
that.
rather you do it than you.
I'd rather you do it than me, she says, really.
Exactly.
So she's coming on this hand now to try and, as she say, just reach that and flop. That is to just fall in and get the shot. Looks to be tracking really well here. Looks to be tracking. Oh,
Just wobbled a little bit to the side.
Because if the jack moves, it'll lock in between our toes.
again, sit that white ball.
The hands on the hips there from Val Smith, looking a little bit almost peeved.
No, she's just thinking of the shot she's got to play. She was hoping that her three would play it for her so she didn't have to. It looked to be going just a bit wide, did it? Yeah, but still a handy home. Now look at this, a head that is tight. First short end we've had. So all the rest of the time they've been playing 3/4 or longish end, and it was so difficult to handle. Now this looks like a championship head.
But is it going to help Val Smith's crew who actually put it there, or is it going the other way?
Well, we'll soon find out. 4 bowls to go.
You can still see that the men's semi-finals are continuing. We will, of course, have the men's finals. Well, that'll be after the completion of this women's final.
Just think we haven't had any indication from the marker, have we, or the lollipop?
I think we might have something coming through shortly. But in the meantime, looking at this...
Oh, this is a crunch end, this. I think this might be the deciding end.
And her whole team leaning over.
Oh, they like it. They like it.
Not
Oh, it
enough.
didn't quite make it.
But we do have a little bit of a comeback there for Merrilee's team from, well, he's from Invercargill. It's the 17th though, so they're going to have to do, well, they're going to have to have 2 remarkable ends, wouldn't they?
Unless Merrilee's can pick up a 6.
And the other semi-final, you can see that Gregory, well, they've won it. They can't lose that. So they are through to the final, and we'll keep you up to date to confirm both of our finalists. Of course, one end is one
Lynda Milne's going to play a top bowl. Oh no, she needs to bring it in a wee bit more. Her weight was ideal. She'll bring it in next time.
And Val Smith, half walking backwards, still looking at the target that she has. It's quite an interesting target, isn't it?
Well, I can't sort of tell. The way the two teams are playing, I think that Lynda Milne's holding the shot, and maybe
just
2.
one.
I'm not sure, but what she wants to do is this is a great opportunity for the team in red to get back in front in this game. See what Val Smith can do. Smith with her last. Head down, that little sideways glance that she has. She's pointed it in a good direction.
Right over the ball.
I think she likes this. Everyone's looking at it. No, they stand up now and say, no, you're not here. But, oh, what can we see?
We go.
Just can't. That's stopped. I think that stopped the shot that Lynda Milne was playing. But I think she's still got to take the chance here.
Come underneath Val's bowl or not?
There's the question now. She's coming down. She wants to see it for herself.
Good idea.
Can she come underneath? So what she's meaning there, John, is she going round to the right or the left? What do you think?
Oh, underneath, like inside. Yeah, on the jack side of Val's bowl, which is as she'd say, a yuck place for Lynda.
Yeah, because to come underneath, as she's saying.
Come underneath, sit on the nearest white, the left-hand white as we view them, which is against them. It's in the opposition team, but if she can come under that and just sit on that, I think they'll get 3 shots out of it.
Now remind me, has anybody actually touched the jack in this end?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so. We'll soon see if the jack's moved off the centre line probably, but here we go. She's coming underneath Val Smith, and she is. And she's just going to cut it too much. Oh, that was a good, not a bad bowl here. So let's see what the call is.
And
Hey,
Oh.
good bowls, girls.
Taken one out, so it was Smith holding the shot. So very tight end, the tightest end we've seen so far. And Val Smith goes up to 17-14, and we're playing the last end.
Well, I swear, John, that it was looking the other way. It was just so tight with the pink ball, and Val Smith, though, taking the point. Gee, I think they'll be relieved at that. It was
Look,
tight.
she's standing way up there now. Play the short end again.
Yep, you can see I want it here. By my right foot, my size 8 right foot, I want that jack right here. And Kimberley Hemingway, I think, is going to go very close. And you could just see the face there of Lynda Milne go, ah.
Oh no, it's a bit longer.
A bit longer, but it's still just the expression there on the skip's face. Lynda Milne, oh, we have to do this one again on the last end.
So 17-14 the score. And we're playing the 18th end.
And that one is fairly wide for Kimberley Hemingway. Oh, she's expecting it to come in, and it is coming in late.
So this is the final end of the women's fours at the Summerset National Championships. Val Smith is leading Lynda Milne by 17-14. First bowl from Christine Buchanan. Not a bad place, but they really now are. This is the nervous time for this team. 4 pink bowls first. Christine Buchanan from Queenstown, been playing for 15 years. She's got close to 50 centre titles. Up against her is Kimberley Hemingway, who's playing her second shot now.
Great track, only that over.
Buchanan with her second.
Very quick bowling action.
Yep.
No mucking about.
Yeah, no messing around. She just needs a little bit more green, not much, and even if she tickles the jack back to her own, that'll be good. Oh, hard luck. Hard luck. If it had gone square on, she was dragging it over for 2. Trailing by 3.
And
have to capitalise on those situations now.
Up to the mat, it is Ashleigh Jeffcoat.
Birthday girl looking for a title to cap off what I'm sure will be a sweet night anyway. Or moving the jack the other way, is she? No, she's... So that's a shot. They might hold a couple already.
The skip there.
Yeah. Just going down to see whether in fact she thinks that Angela Johnson can come inside that white.
No, see if you can come inside them or knock that white.
Yep. So are we edge on that? It's well pointed if it's going to be up.
Oh, great. Just to wait.
Yeah, that's it.
Just add a little bit more of both, Ash. To land in these.
So at the moment it is possibly a 2 to Val Smith's team, but this is the last end. And so they'd have to do a 3. Would Lynda,
3 to take it to an extra end.
Extra end. And that would be a 3 for Milne to take it to that extra end.
Oh, so they're still giving Milne a chance here.
That much more. Give it another metre.
So just wanting to be slightly firmer. Not much though.
Let's see in the background, Deb White talking to Ashleigh Jeffcoat.
Oh, I think she likes this. Look at Lynda Milne down on her haunches. If she can get up and sit on that white, that's a good bowl. Flick off that. That's a... Oh, hard luck. Gosh, she just needed the inside edge of it.
Do you want to beat these? You finish on this side of the centre line, that's good.
Guess, John, with the bowls to come, the jack is still so exposed and nothing is really next to it. That gives everybody a chance.
Well, sometimes it can be exposed and yet totally difficult to get at. Another shot.
You want to come and have a look, Linley, with 3 light? With 3 light.
Well, in some, in a different situation in this game, they might just say, let's play with weight onto those 3 bowls to the right of the jack, which are the shots. Just blast them out and then try and draw it from there. But she's looking to draw it in here. See it draw and just squirt, bring the jack back this way a wee bit. Oh, that would have been the perfect shot. Would have been beautiful. That would have been 3 shots. And Val Smith recognises the danger. So just imagine how Linley O'Callaghan standing there with the cap on and holding up her last bowl, what she's feeling like.
Okay, Linley.
Particularly at her club as well.
Bring it back to here. You nearly had it.
She certainly did.
Nothing to lose.
And everything to gain. That's it. Important bowl here for Linley O'Callaghan of Alexandra. Oh, is she like it? Is she up? Is she up? She's not up. Oh, gosh. This, you know, these 2 short ends we've had have been the most exciting we've had of the 18.
So at the present time, as we see it, it's 2 to Val Smith.
Maybe
However,
3. Yep.
Maybe 3.
Yep.
What needs to happen is that Milne requires a 3 to take it to another end. And then
she's got the opportunity there.
It can be done.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely can be done. And Val Smith recognises what, if she was in the same position, she knows the shot that she would play. So therefore she's trying to negate that opportunity for the opposing skip. I don't want her to be able to play off this bowl. I want to be into those pinks. I want to just be in amongst those pink bowls and therefore cut out any chance of them getting a 3. Is she into those 3 pink bowls? Not quite. No, so it's made it a bit more awkward because that's in the line that Lynda Milne would probably be taking. I just wonder whether just a slight bit of weight onto that, to the left, the bowl with the fern on it. I don't know. That's why I'm not a skipper.
Well, this is where people say, well, what's a skip? Well, they're the one that do the tactics and do this up.
They're reading the head. There she goes. Is she staying on that hand, or is she? She's staying on that hand. She's got the shot on firmly in her mind now. She knows what has to happen. She knows what the outcome will be. It looked to be a narrow line she's taking. And it looked to be really narrow, really bad. She'll be disappointed, but she's got 1 more bowl.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of pressure on that one last bowl. We have 1 last bowl for Val Smith and her 4. And
Morris Symes will be watching this and saying, the only shot she's got really, John, is that she plays narrow on and gets an inside edge of those shot bowls, and you flick the jack back to your pink, and you got 3, and you go to an extra end.
Well, that didn't sound easy.
No. So this is a match in which Val Smith went to 6-0 up after 2 ends. She didn't score for another 4 or 5 ends. She then picked up another 5 to go to 11-5. Now she's trying to negate the opportunity. Oh! That's all right. They wanted something around there, but not with so much
Look at
sighing.
the faces of the opposition.
Yeah. So they went to 11-5, then they didn't score for a while. They were 13-11, having conceded a 4 and a 2 in consecutive ends. The last bowl of this championship final for Lynda Milne, and she's onto the jack. Is she going to squirt? She's going to miss it. She misses it, and a fascinating final played in on difficult conditions. The players will admit that, and experts have come in and said it was difficult. We do see another title to the wonderful Val Smith and her team of Deb White, Ashleigh Jeffcoat and Kimberley Hemingway. They've won the title against the local combination from Southland and Central Otago, the skip Lynda Milne, Linley O'Callaghan at 3, Angela Johnstone playing 2, and Christine Buchanan the lead. The championship title goes to the group in the huddle there, skipped by Val Smith.
Well, thank you very much there, John Macbeth. Well called as well. These last 2 ends really short. We're going to come back very shortly. We'll come back with the men's final. Let you know who's made it through. In fact, we can tell you now who's made it through. It is Riker Gregory, the skip for his team, up against Rodney Greeny. That should be a very entertaining men's final. Not too far away. We'll come back very shortly with the men's final.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
the Summerset National Fours, and John Macbeth. We're at the Alexandra Bowling Club. It's been a superb women's final that we've seen. Tell us who won that, and then we'll go through who's going to play in this men's final.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Val Smith's team won the women's final, and it was a very close match too against Lynda Milne, sort of Southland and Central Otago combination. And it really got down to, I think, the second last end. It was 17 all, so both teams in with a really good chance. They found conditions difficult on that rink that they were playing, and we've seen this final has been moved to another rink, and we're looking forward to the men's battle between the two teams that have fought their way through some extraordinarily tough competition.
Exactly. Look at the team here, and take us through this particular team.
So Rodney Greenie, Paul Matheson, Adrian Robbins and Kevin Greenwood. That's the combination, and we'll talk more about their ability or their record, because all of these players, even though they might not be household names, have all done something very meritorious in their bowling careers. Some of the careers have gone for 40 years, others a lot less, and they're up against the team which is skipped by Riker Gregory, with father and son Kelvin and David Budge, and Robert Bennett out of the Victoria Club in Wellington. That's the composite team which will front up against Rodney Greenie.
On the draw, mate.
Now the composite team, they were in the grey shirts.
Yep.
There we go. So very easy for us to decide who's who. The grey shirts against the, well, we're going to call them the Hallswell Hornets.
Yeah, Hallswell Hornets, that's right, because they've all played out of Hallswell at some stage, I think. Well, apart from maybe Kevin Greenwood, their lead, who's started at Southbridge, but certainly in that Canterbury area, and is now out of Renwick and Marlborough.
I did hear the word Waimati featured once
or
twice there.
Yeah. So that's Adrian Robbins, who's playing 2 for the team in blue. He's been previously the CEO of Bowls Canterbury, and was playing for Hallswell, but is now in Waimati.
And Waimati, something familiar there, John?
Oh, just up the road from Kurau, famous for Richie McCaw, of course. Kurau, you drive through the gorge and get to Waimati from Kurau, and I just happened to be born there because I didn't want to give birth anywhere else.
Oh, lovely.
So that's cool. So we've got a really good group of people hovering around now to watch this. They watched that women's final, which ended up, can't remember the score, I think it was 20 to 14, I think maybe. It was 17-14 playing the last, but very, very close game, but one in which the competitors eventually decided to just bowl the minimum length jack, and all of a sudden we saw bowls a bit like this here that we're seeing in this particular end.
And first in, of course, we got to the 17th and 18th. It started to become mathematics, didn't it? Who could actually...
Well, it was 14 all when they were playing the 16th, and then Val Smith got a 2 on the 16th to go to 16-14, a single on the 17th, and then they won the 18th as the team from Lynda Milne's team was really stretching and trying to keep in the game and get a 3 to take it to a tiebreaker. Talking to the two teams afterwards, though, Lynda Milne and her combination were just so thrilled to be there. They were happy with what they'd achieved, knocking over the Mandy Boyd combination to get there. So Christine Buchanan, it was Angela Johnstone, Linley O'Callaghan and Lynda Milne. That was the team which finished runners-up in the 2023 Summerset Women's Fours. This is Riker Gregory, who started playing bowls when he was about 10 years old, he says. I was about 10, and then I bowled for a few years. He was something of a protege, I think a really outstanding youngster, but then gave it up, as a lot of people do. If they start early, then other things become more important, family and jobs and all that sort of thing.
And John, what sort of bowls was he using? He wasn't too keen on
he's
telling
using
you for a while.
Henselite Alphas. So I think they'll be black, insulate
He said they're a
alphas.
little bit old-fashioned, and people don't always like them.
They say, "Oh, what are you playing with those for?" So we'll just see.
He doesn't
He's
mind.
comfortable with them, and we'll see how well they go. So we saw a single there, I think, was it, on that first end to the team.
Yep.
Riker Gregory. So David Budge is the lead. He's from Northeast Valley. He's been playing there for 40-something years. He started when he was in his early 20s. So he's got the blue bowl, good Northeast Valley colour probably, and the Hornets. And leading for the Hornets team, Kevin Greenwood out of Renwick and Marlborough. So he's got the brownish sort of things.
It's almost an old-fashioned looking bowl, isn't
Looks
it?
like, yeah, I don't think they're a new set that he's got.
Now, there is also a few titles. We'll come along to those players who've actually won some titles and almost surprised themselves when they told us about that. But in the meantime,
Yes, well, we often look at a bowls competition, and we'll see soon, I think, how the players got to this stage, and we'll see some really well-recognised names, but they've been knocked over by these players here. So they played exactly the same line as his previous and just was able to knock up his own bowl. This is Robbie Bennett from the Victoria Club in Wellington. He won a New Zealand Peers 2 or 3 years ago with Ray Martin. Here he goes, his first for this end.
John, it's quite interesting that he won a national title, and you're thinking, really? He did, and there's people scattered. You think, oh, they're not the big names.
Yep.
Yet here he is, a former New Zealand champion.
Yeah, won a fours title in 2010, I think it was.
Yep.
Check up on that.
That's
You've got
right.
the book handy. So
There you go, you've got the book handy.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this is a very accurate second end of 18, of course. No time limits, no 3-hour time limits. Let's just have a look at now at Bennett. How's he going to go on his second bowl?
So Alvin Gardner skipped him to the fours title with Blake Signal, himself a New Zealand representative, of course. Bennett and Clint Carroll, the opposite team. Just running on through there.
Danger's here, pal. Down here.
You see the very distinctive shirts of the Hallsville. And they're very distinctive because they don't have any advertising on them of our other team there as well. That's the Riker Gregory skipper team in the grey, and the Rodney Greeny team in the Hallsville colours. One thing we've noticed, John, is as we get later into the afternoon, the actual temperature gets hotter. Everybody around Central Otago said, no, between 4 and 6 it gets really warm.
Just draw down there, mate.
So they can be feeling it.
So this here is Kelvin Budge playing at 3. He actually plays out of the club that I mentioned during the women's final, the Patearoa Bowling Club, which is only,
I used to
I'm
like you
not
down
sure
there,
whether
dying
it's
under
even
the
got
red one.
25 members, you know, so he was at Northeast Valley, I think. But he started playing when he was 11 and then had a break, you know, for other things and came back again. So it's good. It's one of the big things about sport, bowls as a sport. You can start when you're, you know, 5 or 6 if you want to, and carry on and then pick it up again later.
And there we go, our resident left-hander. You've got to have one left-hander in the group, don't you? And it was Paul
Matheson playing at 3 for them. They all wander down now. Has he still got one to play? Or is he just? Yes, he's still got one to play. So they've moved ahead of when they should have. Yep. And Robbie Bennett realises
the
that
boys
he's
are just going.
Sit around here.
So tell me about the rule there. In most times you've got to wait until everybody's bowled before you can wander down.
Yep.
I'm just
you can, you know, I think in this there's sometimes different rules, but if you're playing number 3, then you can come down as soon as you've played your bowl. It's meant to get there. You're meant to get there before your bowl stops. Right. That's one of the rules. Okay. But when the last bowler on the mat bowls his, you can all just walk off There was a time where you had to wait until the player who delivered the ball started to walk, but these days most people just say, come on mate, let's get going, we can save 10 minutes here if you start walking now. Because nothing's going to change between the time you deliver the ball and the time you watch it finish. Nothing's going to change, so you might as well walk up afterwards.
Well, here's the skip. Now this is Riker Gregory, straight into his action, no mucking around. Goodness. It's as though he had somewhere to go. Fairly straight here, John. It was very
playing
straight.
with a bit of weight, searching for that shot ball.
And the foot put out there by Paul Matheson saying, well, you can use this as a guide. Riker there. He's had his first one. He's fairly, what shall I say, fairly chilled.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
I mean, in a nice way, just relaxed.
Lives in Ngarawahia, plays out of the Ngarawahia Bowling Club. He began his bowling career in Kapiti, attended Otago College. Now that's a great backdrop, isn't it, when you look through there to those trees and the hills beyond. Here's Rodney Greeny putting one over there to cover.
Well, Riker Gregory there, he's in the New Zealand Aotearoa Maori side. I believe they're going to be competing fairly shortly as well.
Yep. Oh, he just might be a bit narrow on this. Unless he gets a wick of that, he might get both of them.
Oh.
Oof, hard luck.
Gee. That's the second time. He's kept it very straight.
He's trying to move that.
So you rather be alive here, coward, and dead hero? Am I going anywhere near or no?
Last bowl of the second end of this men's fours final at the Summerset National Championships. Ending with the fours today. Women have already been played. Oh, this is a lovely, oh gosh. Almost a perfect bowl. He was keen to just sort of stay away from it if he could. So 2 there to Greeny. And they now lead by 3-0.
Now, John, with these two teams, it's not that they were unexpected to be in the finals, but they were bigger name teams that perhaps you would have thought that may have come through. So would you consider this is going to affect either of them, or are they just happy to be there? When you spoke to them beforehand, what do you feel?
You know, they'd be surprised to be there, probably, when they looked at the draw once they got to post-section and saw, you know, the people such as Bagri Harley and Galloway and, you know, those sort of players were in teams. But as we said during the women's final, there's so many quality players. When you get to post-section play in the fours, you know, each team has got the ability to get up and win.
And now we have the lead there. That was Kevin Greenwood. Who's coming up here for us now? This is Adrian Robbins.
Only a metre, mate. Well done, Budgie. No problem, on the draw.
And you can hear some applause there. Enthusiastic crowd around. Most of them are actually taking a bit of shade. So if you think, well, it's not a big crowd, well, it is. But they're just making sure they're in the shade there, John.
Yeah, we're only seeing one end of the green. There are spectators around all four sides and in the clubhouse itself. Outstanding facility here.
Now, did you know that they brought in a manager from Epsom? Came all the way down last year.
Oh, really?
And living here now.
Yeah.
And they just felt that they really wanted to continue ahead. And for Paul, the manager,
Andy,
said, well, big change, very big change from the Epsom club. As he said, you know, he can get to work in 5 minutes. It took him 5 minutes to get out of the club.
I think he'd be quite happy that he's made the change.
Well, the biggest problem was his dog had never seen snow before. You'll see the dog wandering around somewhere at some stage.
Come on, Pom. That's it.
Oh, it just touched it. And nice little touch there. Coming up now.
This is Robbie Bennett with his playing that forehand. Just take them, as we said with the women, just take 3 or 4 ends to come to grips with the speed and the weight. And the women were saying that, you know, you get out through some tracks that were there, and if you took your green to go outside them, you had to make sure you had the weight to get up there, because otherwise they were just dying and hanging. So this rink is different to that.
Come on, big boy.
That's already playing slightly better for them.
Well, John, I think we've got the semi-final
You just
results
going
here.
down
Just
there last
to
time,
sort
mate.
of
You just
help us
draw on
through
the
to
back of
know
it.
how they actually got there. And we can tell you that Rodney Gary, his team, they defeated Craig Merrily, and it was 16-13. That was the men's semi-final there. And the other one there, John, it's Riker Gregory. Well, they just really, well, look at the score there, 22-7. That was over Stephen Sanders' team.
Andy, mate.
And they really did race out to a win.
Yeah, both those games ended up being, it looked as though you could pick the winner early on, but again, there's some pretty impressive names in those losing teams, and if you go back a stage to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and quarterfinals, then you see some big names knocked out. This is a handy bowl here. This is a second shot, is it, for... No.
Can't give you a couple of those quarterfinals there.
Oh, it's 2.
And...
yeah, sit any one of those, mate.
We're just checking, making sure the score's up to date for you. And that score, John, should be.
Well, this is the third end we're playing now, isn't it? I think, and I thought it was 3-0, but I might be wrong. What have we got up on the board there? We're saying it's board says 2-1.
And
2-1 to Gregory. Okay.
All right. Slow start here for both these teams in the final.
They're both sitting down, so you have to sit it full.
A nice spotting though, John. You're on board when it comes to the score in the ends.
Well, no, it takes a wee while to get used to the bowls that the players are using, so all different colours. It's just a matter of keeping an eye on the skip, and particularly if we see the marker who gives us an indication of what the score might be. So this is the third end of 18, no time limit. Rodney Greeny, the skip from Bowls, Canterbury. He started 21 years ago here at this club at Alexandra when he began playing.
Now you can see Riker Gregory just walking down in the camera shot there. Let's see what he can do. A very relaxed character. And just nicely into his action. A very quick action, actually. And there you go. That is Calvin Budge. Hand on the hips, checking it out.
To the team in blue, we're carrying the blue lollipop. That's Gregory. is well pointed if he's got enough weight to get up there. Not quite.
So, John, we've been hearing about all the ages of when people started. When did you start bowling?
I started in my early 30s, I suppose, out of the Karori Club in Wellington, but it was pretty much I was working early shifts, so I'd go up and have a roll up there and played a few sort of junior events in the Wellington region. But then when work and family sort of take precedent, I stopped playing until probably for about 25 or 30 years, and then took it up again recently when I moved to the Kapiti Coast. So how many she got up there? Can't see.
Looks like a 2.
Yeah, 2.
It looks like a 2. And a 2 for blue. That is Gregory. We'll just recheck on that. Make sure the lollipops, as we call it, are okay.
Right, so I think we've got that then. So 4-1 after 3 ends. It's a good start for Gregory. It's quite a slow start, not too much excitement in it, as they still try to get to grips with the green, but we're seeing far better play, I think, on this rink. It's a far more bowler-friendly rink than the women ended up playing on.
I think Riker Gregory, he said that, well, his team mentioned that they'd been to a number of different places. Oh, that's a nice start. They'd been to a number of different locations to play. They didn't mind.
No.
They were quite happy.
David Budge. He and his son Calvin and Mike Kernaghan won a Pathways Triples title a few years ago, so not a bad combination. They would have been all teamed up out of Dunedin at the time. Kevin Greenwood. So he's another one. While people might just say, Kevin Greenwood, never heard of him. Well, if we go into the record books, we will find that he won a national title with, who did he win with? Andrew Smith.
A bit of touch here, Budgie.
And just in the way of the camera there, we might have to move them on. Get the right view here, but that's a great bowl there, John.
Very good.
In the meantime, it's Robert Bennett up to the mat. No, it's actually Bennett.
So yes, just checking out my half-completed statement. 1998, Andre Smith with Lloyd Gallup, Kevin Greenwood and Bob Dowling. So Kevin Greenwood has won this event before.
Good. Good roll.
And John, this one just
perfect, mate.
Well, perfect. I wasn't going to call it
Little
perfect,
touch on the
but
catch, good, mate.
it was good.
Well, sometimes those wing bowls are really good. So bowls out to the side, if you've got a couple of shots right close as those two are, and someone wants to have a drive at them, then at least you've still got the third shot sitting out away from any danger. Right. So they can be quite good.
That's nice.
Well, you can do. You can draw there. Yep.
So you might just see the score tick on the top left of your screen there. It has changed around. So there's been a little bit of confusion with the board relating to the colour of the lollipops being used.
Oh, stays down very low, keeps almost crouched over it. At least that won't go. Well, look at that, John. A late turn. Very, very late turn.
So Budge, it's Kelvin Budge. As the skip said, really good weight That's good. So next time he'll just narrow it up slightly, use the same weight.
You can say Budge and you'll get one of them. Father and son.
It's a bit touchy, but it's very close to that line. You just got to hope you drop.
Well, there's the instructions. Hope you drop.
Well, I just hope he gets the turn here and it's coming nicely for him. If his weight's there, he's going to draw the shot. It's just going to be slightly short.
Very hard.
Not bad. That fell out the other way, so that'll be third shot probably, or maybe even second. So the changeover now. The skips go down to the mat. To the left there, that's Riker Gregory. On the right, Rodney Greeny. They're battling out this fours championship final. We see the three red lollipops up there, indicating that Greeny has 3 shots.
And that would certainly be handy to race out to a 7-1 lead if that does come about. And Greeny, with his first bowl of this end, is running straight. It's going to go through the middle and miss everything. Oh no, just nudge one of them. And Riker here, walking down his bowl. A little jog down. So that looks that looks pretty good.
Might have it. I think that was an indication
Yeah.
that yes, you're in there. We'll just get a closer view of that.
And
yep, that's a shot. Right at 3 o'clock.
Here we go on the drive. Get ready.
Got some damage. Might have killed it. We'll see if the jack's still in. It is by the looks of it. Let's see. Is it? Picking up shots that aren't touches. Where's the jack gone?
Ricocheted to the right of our screen. And we're just waiting now to be notified where it is. Let's have a look. Can't see it there. There we go.
Good. So take a look at that blue bowl that's up on the bank. So it's round about there. He just knows he has to draw to the ditch. Get around those ones.
John, what's your thought then?
Might not even be up.
On knocking the ball into the ditch, knocking the jack into the ditch.
Well, it's part of the game, you know. It's absolutely vital part of the game. You smack. If you're in a situation where you're 2 or 3 down and you can see a good shot that'll take the jack into the ditch. See here, they're picking up bowls. They might have 3 or 4 out of this. So it's a tactic. Yeah,
so
it's
it is a tactic.
accepted.
Hitting that bowl into the ditch, the jack into the ditch.
Yep. Oh, again, we couldn't quite see how many she was holding up, but
yeah, the hand's going up too high, I think.
Let's have a look and see if I can see her through the window. Where is it?
There we go. And John Macbeth just practicing his yoga by stretching and leaning, and couldn't quite come up with anything there. And so as we get ready for the replay, you can see there it is, Rodney Greeny, hand on hips, considered. And this one coming in quite nicely. Nope, turning away a little bit. Certainly had a couple of very close greens there. And they're testing each side here, forehand, backhand. In the meantime, well, we'll just welcome in one of our guests, and Brett O'Reilly, I think we've got you on there. Great to have you in.
Thank you, Dave. Nice to join you.
And you've played, what, most or all of these competitors here?
I have, yeah. They 2 really good fours teams, interesting to see that at this Nationals, you know, quite often it's I guess the real elite name players that have come through, but this time we've seen two really well balanced fours come through, and obviously having a good battle, though the early advantage is definitely with Rodney Greene.
All right, we've got John Macbeth back. He's just been doing a bit of a score update to negotiate the crowd and come back with a score, John.
Yeah, it's been a bit hard to see sometimes a score and the marker with lollipops and that, but it certainly is 7-1. So a pretty good start there by Greene. We were just saying, Brett, before that, you know, you can have two teams like this and people will be saying, well, I don't know any of those. And yet, as you well know, there's several national titles amongst this lot, and there's some vast experience. And, you know, we've also said there's not much between someone who's won a national title and someone who hasn't. You know?
Yeah, look, I think Rodney Greene is an interesting player. I mean, he's had a very successful business building coaches. Well known in the racing industry here for building in the South Island, building horse floats and coaches. So, you know, we often see people that play bowls for a long time, but maybe because of work commitments and family commitments, you don't see them come through. And his breakthrough year was really last year, where he and Paul Matheson, or Zoomy, as he's universally known in the Canterbury bowling world, made the final of the Burnside pairs. They played Mike Kernahan and Tony Grantham, you know, New Zealand coach and New Zealand player. And, you know, most people would have thought, well, Mike and Tony would have won easily, but actually it was a very, very good final. And so I think now Rodney's, you know, sold his business. He's got a bit more time on his hands and playing very well. And he's got a good four here. Adrian Robbins, you know, who used to be the CEO of Canterbury Bowls, and Kevin Greenwood, who I've known for many, many years. Kevin won a New Zealand fours some years ago playing for Andre Smith, you know, out of Marlborough, and I think he and Paul Matheson are both playing out of Marlborough as well as Canterbury. So, you know, a good experienced team, and nothing much worries Rodney Greene. He's a pretty cool cat, you know, pretty cool customer. And then sort of really playing against Riker Gregory, you know, really a protege player. When he, you know, I remember him coming on the scene in the Kitty Hawks and the junior age group event when he was out of Levin. He and his family moved up to Waikato, and he played a lot of good bowls there, and has, you know, been in a New Zealand Fours final before. Like, got beaten by Ryan Brassey when he was playing for Andrew Kelly. Playing with the father and son, Dave Budge and Kelvin Budge, very well known in Otago. And Robbie Bennett, of course, has won a New Zealand pairs with Ray Martin. So they match up pretty well on paper. But, you know, Rod Greene just seems to have got off to a slightly stronger start here. But, you know, 18 end game, long way to go, John.
That's right, unless you start dropping big ends. But we saw that in the women's final, you know, 6-0 after 2 ends. And Val Smith's team hardly scored again until they picked up another 5 later. So, you know, I would imagine that Smith probably won fewer ends than their opponents, but still just managed to get up and win it.
I confess I did pop out and had a very enjoyable lunch at the famous Blacks Hotel in Ophir.
Oh, good.
And
isn't it good there?
Always nice to spend a little bit of time in the Maniatoto. We didn't draw any of the Maniatoto clubs in section play. We were at Queenstown and at Clyde, and then we played here yesterday. Got to the last 16, but we got beaten by Craig Merrilees and his team, who were playing pretty well. So it's been a very good effort from Rodney Greene just to beat them in the semis, because I think a lot of people felt that they were the hot favourites. You know, some good young guns in that team with Gavin Hamlin and Davey Motu, and obviously Craig Tinker and Craig Merrilees are very, very well performed Southland players.
And there's also, you know, the Galloway combination and the, you know, Baggery Howley combination, and lots of big names fell by the wayside.
And I think, you know, for the game, it's good to see two teams like this come through with very well established players. But as I said during the intro with Dave, you know, they're not elite players. And it shows that, you know, you can come to the Nationals with a good, well-balanced side, you know, 4 friends or 4 mates probably in each of the teams and actually do pretty well. Here's a good bowl. Just going to slip past. Oh, edges the shot pole. I think one of the keys to this final will be Riker Gregory. He really is a talisman player. He can play brilliantly and has been playing brilliantly through the tournament. But having watched these first few ends outside, it's just slipping by, just not quite getting the results.
Not getting the rub. Yeah.
And that's what his team will be relying on, because he really can be as good as anybody going around in the game.
I think what you get is 3 other players crossing over and saying, okay, Riker, sorry mate, it's up to you. And sometimes the skip just can't handle every end like that, can he? So he's asking for and getting some good support, but 7-1 down, or only 4 ends gone.
Running here, and he's missed. Yeah, be disappointed with that, and they've got the closest bowl. May still only be 1 to Rodney Greeny, I think. Yep. Yeah, so another 1. So 8-1 now to Rodney Greeny, and as we saw from the women's final, that's a tidy lead, but certainly over 18 ends you've got plenty of opportunity to weed your way back. But Riker's team would need to start getting some decent bowls on the head.
Yeah, and that's a problem. They haven't had much that's close. So here we go. The jack's gone down, mid-length, end 6 of 18. And this man with they look like they're not new bowls, don't they, with that colour?
Yeah, Kevin Greenwood, very, very established player, played a lot of inter-centre bowls for Marlborough, and as I say, won a national 4s playing with Andre the Giant, Andre Smith.
Yep.
Who was due to play in this tournament, but has had a accident and hurt his shoulder, so so his team had to get some guy called Mike Kernahan to fill in, which
they couldn't find any decent players.
No,
so
they couldn't.
Kearney,
so they managed to find Kearney, and we happened to play them in section play, but I'm not allowed to talk about the results. So
well, I did see Kearney on 2 or 3 nights. It is someone's favourite watering hole in Cromwell in Old Town, Vic. So we're just having a meal there, of course.
Of course.
So great weight coming in here from Kevin Greenwood. He's started well and he's just setting it up nicely.
Yeah, that's a very good start. Dave Budge has the unique achievement, while we were talking about Mike Kernahan, of having won a gold star in the Dunedin Bowling Centre. That's not unique. But all 5 titles were in triples, and all 5 of those triples teams were skipped by Mike Kernahan.
Wow.
And
he said he won a Pathways triples or something. Was it Pathways triples with Kearney and with his son?
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that's right. And so they won the Champion of Champions and got through and won that Pathways.
Yep.
And Kearney, Mike was telling me that after Dave won the gold medal, he handed it to Mike and said, "I think this is for you."
Oh, so good.
So he's a long-time worker at the Hillside Railway Workshops in Dunedin. And Kelvin, his son, is a farm worker, actually not far from here, at a farm in the Maniatoto.
Bowling club.
Yes, so great to see a little bowling club represented in a New Zealand final like this.
Robbie needs to get onto song here. He's just been a bit loose over these first 4 or 5 ends.
And that's unusual because, Robbie Bennett's fashioned a great reputation for himself as a front-end player. Playing for Wellington and obviously very well performed at national level. But at the moment, Rodney Greeny's team are really making all the running up front, and that makes it pretty hard for Riker and for Kelvin Budge. Robbie Bennett this time
looks a better line, doesn't it?
Much better line. Going to get a contact? No, he's just going to slip by. So it's 4 to the Canterbury team.
Kelvin Budge hitching his trousers up, knowing that he's got some work to do here. But there's plenty of room. If the draw is true, he can come in there.
Yeah, Paul Matheson, very good player, regular skip or third in the Canterbury and Descender team.
We're just drawing in there, mate. Looking for a close one.
Really tenacious competitor. You know, and he and Rod Greeny have formed a really good combination these last couple of years. So holding 5, and this is where Kelvin and Riker are going to need to really reduce this number. Otherwise, you know, you wouldn't want to get too much further behind.
No. Playing catch up all the time.
Yeah, and Kelvin's a little wide.
Great effort, Budge.
Yes, Riker won't mind that. That's an opportunity for him to play the other hand if he feels confident and just take the jack back.
Rodney Greeny right on cue, says to Paul Matheson, give me one around the back.
There. Yeah, he sees the danger. He says he's one of the Marlborough selectors, so he's probably going to get in the team this year.
One would hope so. And he looks like, is he going to slip between those two bowls? No. I guess it's getting towards the back. Kelvin Budge now. Pretty key that he gets something handy here.
Yep. Down 5. You don't really want to leave it all to the skip, and that happens a lot. He looks to be travelling a bit wide again, so 2 together. So I think, well, Riker's now got to look at the board. 8-1. Can't afford to drop a 5 here. We're out of the game.
No,
I think drawing to save.
Yeah, I think he'll draw on his forehand would be my pick. You know, you find yourself
looks easier. Yeah.
And you find yourself, as you know, John, in those situations where you're down and you just give it a little bit of extra because you don't want to be short. And you know, Kelvin had good line with both of his bowls, but just finishing through. But that's not much help.
I'd be interested to know what the conversation was, because Riker's the sort of guy who might just say, look, I reckon I can get that jack. I'll haul it back and we'll get 4. So he might have a go first, see what happens with this bowl, of course.
He, you know...
And then draw the next one.
I think he is one of the most natural players I've ever seen in the game. He and Shannon McElroy were of similar vintage, and I think, you know, he hasn't... Well, he's consistently played at the top level, but he probably hasn't applied himself in quite the same way that Shannon has. But he, on his day, is as good as anybody going around in New Zealand. I'm going to say that's probably another shot to Rodney Greeny there, so they are holding 5, maybe 6.
It looks like draw weight here.
Yeah.
Draw weight, tickle the jack back a little bit to...
He's close.
Kelvin Budge. Sit in there, will be all right. Cut them back.
Oh, that's a good bowl.
Yeah,
it's
that's
a very good bowl
under pressure.
That's
Probably only one down now.
Yeah, great bowl.
One down.
Yeah, so Rodney Greeny will be just looking to play up there, probably just looking for a bit of jack movement on the draw. Just seeing if he can just if he can move that jack back to that pink bowl, he'll hold 6, maybe 7 shots. He's close. Is he going to get off that bowl? No, he doesn't. Oh, almost sat down.
Yeah.
Riker's bowl, but
You've got to beat my last, don't I?
Yep, that's exactly it, mate. You're playing off that blue. Maybe we feather off that, gives you the jack. Movement of the jack, I think, would be good for him, but he's not really looking at that. He's looking at scoring here. Might be narrow this time, unless he still sits on his previous.
Well, it's a good reduction from Riker.
Yeah, gosh. Oof. We're looking at maybe 6, cut down to 1. That's a 6th end of 18 in this final between Rodney Greeny and Riker Gregory. It's a single there only to Greeny, but they extend their lead. It's now 9-1.
And Dave Worsley back in for a moment with you there, Brett. And looking at this jack here, it's got nice distance on it, quite deep. What are you looking for in the early stages here? Because what we saw in the women's final, suddenly in the 17th and 18th, they brought it in really short, change tactics.
Yeah, look, I think generally in fours you're going to try and settle into a rhythm pretty early. This green, you can see, viewers can see that, you know, where there's been a lot of play, it's a little bit barer.
Not bad, thank you.
And so you can see in this area where you've got a little bit more brown for those people that can pick that out. The bowl's going to turn a little bit more. So typically when we played on the screen yesterday and we played on the same rink that the women played their final, we found that you really wanted to be reasonably precise where you put the mat and the jack, simply so you knew that the bowls were going to behave in the same way. If you went a little bit longer with the jack and it was a bit barer, the bowls tended to turn away a lot more. So firstly, you'd be looking for the length that you've been playing, and then secondly, you'd be looking at the green and saying, okay, well, what's going to work for me, and the bowls you're playing with, and you can see that Kevin Greenwood's just got onto a great rhythm here. That's magnificent stuff. Kevin's a pretty relaxed character. He doesn't worry too much about stuff.
Yeah.
So, and straight away, it means that Rodney Greenie is calling the shots every end. He's shaping the ends the way he wants to. And there's not, and for the players playing behind Kevin, there's not a lot of pressure on. Even if they've not got shots, they know they've got bowls on the head. And can play confidently accordingly. So here's another good bowl. So they're landing pretty well. And it is, as I say, this is really the point where Riker's team have got to they've got to score and they've got to get the jack. And I think if they get the jack, we'll see a change of length, because they just are not playing consistently at this length at all. And it's a pretty it's a useful bowl because it's behind, but it's not really likely to change the head.
We're in the Summerset National Fours, the men's finals, and you can see here we have a team from Canterbury wearing Horswell shirts as such, or close enough. That's Canterbury, and we have a composite team in the grey t-shirts. It's sort of spread out all over the country. You've got Nelson, Wellington, Ngaruawahia, Patearoa. So it really is a bit of north and a bit of the South Island as well. And in the meantime,
closer bowl here from Robbie. This is much better.
Sort of good run.
It's going to get hooked on the second shot, but that's a bowl on the head, and that gives them something to work with now. Riker Gregory recently picked in the Aotearoa Māori team.
That's right.
To play in the Oceania Challenge, which we're going to be hosting in Auckland the 13th to the 17th of April.
And what club's that at?
That's going to be at Blockhouse Bay. In my role, great bowl. Great bowl.
Just sitting nicely.
Well, so I think we'll see a bit of action here. I don't think this will sit like this for long. Kelvin Budge having a good look.
No, you open it up.
Yep. Riker says you open it up for me. So I imagine he'll be running probably on his forehand. So so delighted that we've, in my capacity on the World Bowls Board and as Regional Director for Oceania, we've been able to put this tournament together. We have 10 teams entered in the men, and 9 so far in the women, but I expect we'll get a 10th team to even it up. And we've got some outstanding players from around Oceania that have assembled, and great to have an Aotearoa Māori team. And that here's Kelvin on the drive, and he's made contact.
Well done.
Well, that's straight. Jack remains. So what have we got here?
So I think one at the moment to Rodney Greenie, Kevin Greenwood's bowl. So good clean out from Kelvin, and that gives So we've got that's Robbie Bennett's bowl just in front at. What about 11 o'clock? And Paul Matheson's played a screamer. That's a great bowl. Yeah, they're playing very well. I expect we'll see Kelvin Budge again on the drive. They've got one bowl at the back there, which was So bin the white is code for put the jack in the ditch. And I expect Kelvin will be driving again on his forehand. Playing him slightly.
He's running with it.
Yep. And he's actually playing it on the backhand, and he's got it all the way. Yes.
Very good.
Where's the jack going? It's staying in, is it?
So I think that's 1-2. Riker can't quite see where Kelvin Budge's bowl.
To the right? Is it to the
Let's
right
have a
of the
look.
jack? We're just checking.
See if we get a signal from the marker. No, he must be at least one. He must be one down. His bowl must have gone out.
Right.
That he made contact with. So it looks like it's one at. Yeah, I think just one. Just the brown bowl, the Kevin Greenwood bowl of Rodney Greeny. Yeah, that's a better look. Thanks, team. And we've got. Yep. Yeah. So one.
So you're saying from the jack there, we're looking to the.
So the bowl on the left, the brown bowl is Kevin Greenwood's.
Right.
The bowl further left from that is Robbie Bennett, so that'll be second shot. So plenty of room for two good skips like Rodney Greeny and Riker Gregory. Yeah, so great to see Riker in that Aotearoa Māori team.
I think David Motu's in there as well.
Davy's in the New Zealand. He's in the New Zealand under 26 team.
Right.
So it'd be good to see him.
He's only 16.
Under 26.
Oh,
yeah,
he's only 16.
That's right. So yes, he could potentially be in that team for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, great bowl. So
It stays on the lip.
Yep. So Rodney Greeny draws shots. So that's 2 now to the Horswell Hornets.
See the white ball there of Rodney Greeny. And
Riker just coming down. He's just going to make contact with that blue bowl, which...
That's Paul Matheson's. We've got a couple of blue bowls there, just to make it a little bit complicated.
I think that might be his bowl. I think that's Dave Budge's bowl.
Yeah.
So that'll probably just be the one to Rodney Greeny at this stage. But still plenty of room to draw another shot. This rink playing really well here at Alexandra, and you see the bowl's getting a lot of turn, and Rodney Greeny's close again here. Well, that might be the shot.
Doesn't change the shot, but I'll let you know anyway.
So he's just having a look. Kelvin Budd saying, look, you're going to be drawing anyway, but he's just having a look just to see who does have the shot. So Riker obviously turned that bowl up quite a way. Kelvin says it's very close. So Riker will just be drawing down there. If he's got a little bit of weight, he might sit the back bowl for 2.
Very smooth in this action.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so relaxed.
Yeah, no, he's such a natural player. Really a pleasure to watch, and he's won so many tournaments because he is just such a relaxed player. Just a little heavy, and in the ditch.
So
and that's the danger, Dave, of sometimes saying, look, just be up. See if to sit that bowl, you then tend to give it a little bit of extra instead of just playing a draw bowl. He probably could have just tried to draw to the jack, and if he'd been slightly heavy, he might have set that bowl. But instead, you lose your bowl, which is not so good. So let's see who's got the shot on the measure. From the camera angle, I favoured Rikers, but it can be a bit deceiving sometimes.
It's very tight on the close to the ditch at the moment.
Oh, the umpire's going to get a bit of it involved.
Bringing the umpire into action there. Oh, she was there already.
So with the Oceania Challenge in April, great to see some really exciting young men and women playing right across the Pacific. Actually, we haven't asked for the ages of the players. That would be rude, but I think the average age would be, I'm guessing, definitely below 40. And we've got some outstanding young players from places like the Cook Islands. We've got Liam Hill playing for Tonga, the nation of his father, and Liam, who plays a lot with Davey Motu in Auckland, will be in that Tongan team. Davey Motu, Finbar McGuigan, Seamus Curtin, Ashleigh Jeffcoat, playing for the New Zealand under 26 women. Obviously had success today in the women's final. So it's going to be a great spectacle. That's 1 to Rodney Greeny, and so they go out to a 10-1
That's
lead
huge.
now.
Great lead there for Rodney Greene. And we move on to the 7th end. And Brett, just curious, with a busy business life for you, how does bowls work into your life? Does it relax you? Is it that's what you're using it for, or is it competitive? Or a bit of both?
I wouldn't. Yeah, it's a really good question. I definitely still enjoy the competitive play, but because I am so busy with my with work and particularly my job at the EMA, I find I just don't have the time to put the practice in. And even though we were competitive in the falls here, you kind of know that if you don't put the practice in, typically it's hard to be really competitive. And when the opportunity came up to get involved with Oceania Bowls as part of World Bowls, you know, I've always been pretty committed to developing the game and been involved in administration and various different roles over the years, so it was good to be involved. But bowls for me is like a big family. You know, I've been playing for 43 years. I've got to know so many people over those time. People I count as some of my closest friends are people that I've played bowls with, including some of the guys I played with in the fours here. And so I think that's the unique thing about the game, that you know you can grow up with the game, and you can learn a lot through that. So I think these days I'd say it's mainly relaxation. Sometimes quite a bit of hard work along as part of that relaxation, but when the game's given a lot to me, and it's good to be able to give a little bit back to it, and particularly to try and create opportunities for more people to play the game. It's great to see so many Pacific, Māori and Asian players playing in New Zealand now. And so, part of that Oceania challenge is to try and promote the game to those communities here, and hopefully, we can increase membership further by doing that. And you talk about relaxation, Dave. You can't get a better place, I don't think, in the world to play bowls than Central Otago.
Exactly.
If you come down here and you're not relaxed, then really you probably need some professional help. And whether that's just the great climate, the beautiful landscape, or a little bit of Central Otago Pinot, a couple of good Chardonnays too, John, just quietly.
Yes, apparently so. Apparently,
yeah.
Yes,
only by rumour. But yes.
Which clubs did you play at again? And your
well, that's a bit of a long list, Dave. I started at Central Petone when I was 18 years of age, and at a time when they had to change the club constitution to let 18-year-olds play because of the drinking age in New Zealand. And actually, I think I've known John Macbeth about all of that time through, because I was a sports journalist originally and covered bowls.
Yeah.
Great bowl. Gosh, the Rodney's team are playing well. Then played at Hutt in Wellington, then at Victoria, then I went to Australia, played at Belrose there, and I think since I've been back in New Zealand, a couple of different stints I've played at what was called Onehunga, it's now Royal Oak, at Carlton Cornwall, at Northcote, and now at Takapuna, where I play with my wife Robin Walker, who John Macbeth consistently reminds me is a much better player than I am, and of course I agree entirely. And we're a busy bowls household because Robin's the president of our Takapuna club. I'm the convener of selectors. She's the chair of Bowls North Harbour, and I'm the patron of Bowls North Harbour. And I've got my World Bowls role, so we don't talk much about bowls at home at all, really.
Not much time for it, mate.
But it's nice to be able to serve the game, and Robin's family got a great history in the game, so there's always a bit going on.
This one just coming
up. That's really good insight to your life and also to what's happening out here today. And while you were chatting, I went outside and had a look, and there were on that last end where they had the measure for shot. They were the Gregory team were down 6 probably. One bowl from Robbie had come in and maybe been 3rd or 4th shot, but that was about it, Robbie Bennett. And so the run shot from Kelvin Budge was perfect. It almost worked for them. Sort of sense that it's still catch up, isn't it? 9-1, 7 of 18 ends they're playing. So there's still a chance, but Robbie Bennett's a bit disappointed with the way he's going. And if he comes into his best form, then this game could totally change. But at the moment up front, the Rodney Greeny team is certainly having the better of their opponents.
Yeah, I think most of the time they're holding the shot after the lead and two have finished, and that sets a great standard. And Kelvin's just going to slip under here. So still 1 to Rodney Greeny's team. That second shot of Dave Budge there on the just on the right hand side, that all blue bowl.
But it's looking quite dangerous here for them, isn't it?
It is.
If they take that out, and I thought with that shot that Kelvin Budge was using then, he would have been hoping to just hit and stay, but could well have taken their own out. So here we go. This is the 7th end, 9-1. The man in charge at the moment, Rodney Greeny. Behind him, Riker Gregory is scratching his head and wondering, where do we go from here? But he certainly won't have lost heart or anything yet, no, because there's still a long way to go, and it just needs a couple of threes, and suddenly they're into it. But they just haven't looked like that yet.
Greeny, just looking for a touch on that shot ball on the jack. He gets the touch, and that's probably 3 now. That's a great bowl from Rodney Greeny. Just playing with a lot of confidence.
Touch weight, isn't it? Perfect too.
But he's got everything to play to, John. Yeah. He could play up that hand and really have no fear. He's got all the catches. Kelvin having a look here just to make sure Riker knows exactly what's going on. I think it's 3, but we'll see what Kelvin has. So
certainly looked that way, and I mean it may well be a run shot on the backhand, and it's likely to kill it. But they've got back bowls, I think.
Lollipop says 3. So, though. So we'll see.
No, they haven't got the back bowl, have they? That's against Riker.
And unfortunately, that pink bowl of Kelvin's in the front there is just in an awkward position. I mean, Riker probably, it's not taking a huge amount of green on that hand, but he's probably going to have to play with a little bit more weight than he might like to, just to stay up underneath that. But let's see. Yeah, that's definitely the side he's playing, Kelvin. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll just have a look. He's just...
Oh. Yeah, just that you mentioned it, that bowl that was there, the short one of Kelvin Budge. Just interrupted the flow, but it's out of the way now.
It is so, and he has moved that white bowl, so it may only be 2 now, I think, to Rodney Greeny. But in the context of the game, anything to Rodney Greeny is not good news for Riker.
I think we'll see that if Riker was to move the jack at all, he could go a handful down, because there's none of his within that metre behind.
And that's the tricky piece in terms of what weight you play. Nice smooth action from Rodney Greeny, really getting his bowl away well. And again, he's in the zone here, looking for that brown bowl. If he slips under, he might get another shot. He might just drop out. Just missed out the count, so he's going to get him to drive, I think. See if he can.
Well, if he hits that square, he'll take the 2 out behind it and may well bring his white bowl into play.
Riker probably he's probably got one of the biggest drives, I think, in the game in New Zealand. And here he goes on the drive, and he's got it all the way. Yep. Great shot.
Might well have given himself a shot with that bowl to the right.
Kelvin says we're back. Yep,
2
shots.
Oh,
there
wow.
You go.
That's an effective drive without doubt. And as you said, pretty impressive, pretty powerful.
Yeah.
That's a great bowl of Riker Gregory's. Now is that the momentum shift, John?
Yeah, well, it could be. That head was all against them, wasn't it? Nothing they could do really, apart from a clean drive, taking out the 2 behind it. And sitting with, I thought there would only be one, but it was 2 shots.
Yep.
So 10-3 after 8 ends.
Now, immediately we see a change of tactics, as Dave and I discussed earlier. The mats come up a little further, and Riker calling for a 2-metre jack. And yeah, it's a good roll from Dave.
Try and throw the Kevin Greenwood off his stride, because he's been leading pretty well, hasn't he?
He has. He's been in magnificent touch.
He likes that 3/4 length. He's been onto it. So now it's up to David Budge to start this off. Picking up a good 2.
It's tight.
Yeah, it's very tight. It might not even stay in.
Yeah, no, there wasn't a lot of follow-through with that delivery.
No.
And one of the things in bowls, if you don't follow through, pretty hard to get them on the line. You see Kevin Greenwood, very nice compact action. And again, he's very close with his first bowl. It's a good starter. I'll just turn away a little bit more here. You can see the area around the 2-metre mark is a bit browner, and that's because the mat's been there. People have been standing there a lot during the tournament, and so the bowls, as they come out of that green stuff, will just start to turn a little bit more once they get to the brown. Now that one stayed in the green, and it didn't get into the brown to allow it to turn. So
much to think about.
Yeah, there is, but I mean, ultimately, just try and get it down the same line every time, and let the bowls do the work. Kevin's a little bit tighter this time, but and you'll see he gets onto that brown stuff, and it just starts to tail it away. Just won't hold the same way. So can Robbie Bennett start to hit his straps and give Kelvin and Riker a little bit more to work on?
Jets, you mentioned there's so much to think about, but then when you look at Riker, he appears to be just natural, and his leadership there as the skip. He doesn't really say that much, does he?
Still got to think about, he's thinking to himself how this end's operating, and he's looking at how it's developing, so he's always thinking, not necessarily verbalising it.
Yeah, and he's a very cool customer. I think he has a lot of confidence in his players, so he probably doesn't feel like he needs to say too much to them. Here's another good bowl.
Very good, Pom.
Yeah, so again, 3 shots to the Horsell team, and no momentum change so far on this 9th end.
It's a better line here from Robbie if he comes under those. No, he's not. He's going into them. It's his own. No, it's not. It's Greenwood's. So that's 1, 2, 3 at least.
And you can see, Riker just said, "Good try, bro." So
Yep.
not getting too uptight about it, because I mean they've still got 4 bowls to play, but it is asking a lot when you are consistently down on the head.
Not bad.
Rodney Greeny saying not all bad, and that's because it's probably slightly in the way there. Kelvin Budge.
Just getting him to play the forehand, I think. He had to come around this way.
No, he swapped him over on the backhand.
Yeah.
I think he was
I thought he was indicating a change, but the way Kelvin was shaping up, I thought he was playing 4.
He's quick.
He's good, mate.
I'm going to drop out.
Yeah, one of the things you can be certain of with Riker is he's a pretty cool customer. He won't get too uptight about it, and he knows he's got the ability to draw in there. It would be nice if you weren't 4 or 5 down every time that you had to do it. Here's a good bowl from Paul Matheson, just making sure he's up. Good connection there, and they're probably holding 4, maybe 5 shots, John. Tighter line this time from Kelvin, and if he's got the weight, this is going to be a pretty good bowl.
Might nab the jack.
Lone Wolf Fudgy.
Oh, well, grab the
Well
shot
done,
instead,
and the
that'll
shot.
do.
One more, but see it down there. You see it down there? Oh, yeah.
See lots of people out there watching today, Brent, who are here for the mixed pairs, all arriving in today or yesterday, having a look around, using the opportunity, and then getting ready for tomorrow's first round. Oh, Jack's clean.
Now that bowl will go in. So that's at least, I think, 1 or 2 to Gregory. There's the back bowl of Kelvin Budges, his first bowl, and then his second bowl, which was the shot. And we've got a brown bowl over there on the right-hand side of Kevin Greenwood. So Kelvin Budge having a bit of a look. He's using the arms to try and measure, just to give him a bit of a sense of who's got the shot. I would say, we're not going to hear. I would say it looks like Gregory would have the shot. Yep. Kelvin Budd signals 1, so I think it would be that first bowl of his, which is just out on the on the edge.
Just needs to beat this back red one here, the one deep down.
Good line. Very good line. Very good bowl here. This is a cracker.
Yeah, no measure now.
Oh, great bowl. Great bowl. Great camera work, team. So this is one of the first times in this final Rodney Green he's actually had any pressure on him.
Yeah. He's just been able to draw shots, hasn't he? Hasn't had to do any rescuing. He's got 2 to go. Looking to beat the pinkish bowl of Kelvin Budge, ready to grab second. Or do you just try and sit on that, or sit on Riker's last bowl? Going round that might be just a bird heavy and into the ditch. So Riker now with a chance to make it 3.
So is this the momentum change that we were talking about?
Yes, well, a 3 here, 10-6 looks better than as it was 10-1.
Absolutely.
You feel as though you're into the game, and it lifts all those who are feeling they're not contributing.
A bit quicker this time, I think. I think he'll be in the ditch.
He will be too. Big.
A lot quicker.
Yeah. Thought maybe he was trying to sit on the pink and stay there as well and get 3 out of it.
Right, what can Rodney Greeny do? He's on a good line. I'm not sure he's going to stay on the rink.
Oh, he might knock that
Get
one
a
up.
sit.
Oh, that's going to stay there for 2 anyway.
Yeah, looks like 2 it is.
Yep. 2 to blue, so that is a bit of a change now as we see one team which has failed to score for so long in this match now up with another couple. So 2 on the last 2 ends takes them to 10-5. We're halfway stage.
Now, John, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, how is the mighty Raumati South Bowling Club?
Well, it's not just the Raumati Bowling Club.
Just Raumati
Bowling.
See, that shows you my age.
Yes,
That shows you my age. When did it change?
6 years ago now.
Okay.
Yep, went from Kapiti Bowling Club to Raumati because the Raumati South Bowling Club closed down.
Okay, so you sort of merged into
not
one?
quite a merge, but most of the members went from Raumati South to Kapiti, and we changed the name and a uniform and all that sort of thing to Raumati.
Okay.
We have a wonderful tournament that we want you and Bevan Smith to come to and play and win Grey.
Not far off, mate.
A few other cronies.
I'm sure that's possible, John.
Good. Okay.
I'm sure that's possible. We'll need to see if Win Grey's allowed to travel,
Well, I had dinner with them in Auckland, so I think I.
Okay, you think we've got them over the line? There might be a little bit of discussion about rugby sides and
yes,
best,
could be
best All Black
be.
sides of all time in that moment.
Actually, it's an event called the VC Cup, which is after Keith Elliott, the Reverend Keith Elliott VC.
I remember
Victoria
Keith very
Crossway,
well from when he was playing bowls on the Kapiti coast.
So the tournament's been going for 30 years, I think, and our home team has never won it. So you could come down, become associate members, and play under our colours. That'd be fine.
Sounds a splendid idea. Good first bowl from second bowl from Dave Budge then to get shot.
But you were saying that you started in the Hutt Valley at 18. But
Yes.
why would an 18-year-old in the Hutt Valley start playing bowls? Well, that's nothing against bowls, but
No.
it's just not something that most people in the Hutt Valley would have done when you were 18.
Well, it's a very good question. I spent a lot of time in bowling clubs when I was growing up because I spent a lot of time with my grandparents. I wasn't a very a particularly well child. I was a very bad asthmatic, so when I wasn't sick, I tended to spend my time with my grandparents, and that meant going to bowling clubs. And then my great aspiration was to be a sports journalist, and I actually started care of the Dominion newspaper and a little bit later Radio New Zealand, covering bowls while I was still at Nino College. And so I suppose just all of that interest. And then my grandfather, the late Fred Biggins, said to me, look, it would be great if you and I could have a chance to play together. I was playing cricket and playing all sorts of other sports, and I thought, I'll join and maybe just play a few games. And played a few games and found that I liked it, and seemed to be able to get the odd bowl close here and there. And here we are 43 years later, still talking about very old stories, but still, with I guess a similar enthusiasm for the game. Here's a good bowl from Robbie. He got the jack. He hasn't, but he's played a screamer. That's 2 shots.
Yep, very good. Yep, words of encouragement there from Riker Gregory, the skip of this team. Robbie Bennett playing 2 for them out of the Victoria Club in Wellington. A couple of national titles, 4s in 2010, and the Peers with
close here.
Ray Martin. This
Very
is not bad
close
either.
Here. Oh, he's just slips by. Now, isn't that interesting? In the first half of the game, they were getting those jacks, they were getting those sits. So
you just drift over the top, but if you change it in there, it's not too bad.
So what's changed then? We've seen a couple of ends change.
A bit of luck, isn't it? They had a bit of luck to get the 2 previous when they were down by a number, and then they picked it up with another 2. A bit of fortune as well, because the opposition team knocked the jack into the ditch. So
slightly longer ends.
Yeah.
So which they may feel has just changed it up, and Kevin Greenwood still not far away, but Dave Budge, he's close again. Has he got it this time? Yes, he has. That's a great bowl.
That is, and that's a game changer there. 3 shots, or one's gone in the ditch, but it was a toucher.
So at least 2 shots now to Rodney Greeny. Great bowl from Zumi, from Paul Matheson.
Draw down. Beat that and you've got the shot.
We should explain that. We have the mixed pairs coming up from Monday. That's tomorrow through until Thursday, and some very big names in the mixed pairs. And if you'd like to, you can go to the tab.co.nz and maybe make your pick in those mixed pairs. John Macbeth is not playing in them, so that's that bet gone. But however,
great.
Have a look.
Hang around, says Riker, and that's probably shot. I think that's 1 to Riker Gregory. Rodney Greeny just using the finger measure, just to have a bit of a look and see who's got the shot.
Got one, mate.
Oh, no. He thinks I've got 1. So
On the draw.
So what was he explaining there?
Just making sure that Paul Matheson knew which way to, what he needed to do. So he'll be trying to draw up, just get around that short bowl of David Budge's, and he's close here. He's played this really well. He got around it. Yes, he has. That's a great bowl. It's a great bowl. I'm going to say that's
at least 2. Yeah,
that's 2.
He finger measured that, saying that they had 1 before, so that's certainly 2 there.
You really see Paul Matheson's experience, having played a lot at skip and at a high level. He's very seldom short. Always giving his bowl a chance. And landing in the head, which is what you want. So Riker is on the drive, forehand drive.
Oh yes, so he was looking for action there, wasn't he? He's playing the pink onto the white, maybe.
Yep. Yeah, I think probably looking for that blue bowl onto the pink, and trying to split those bowls out. Pretty tough shot.
Yeah, but he's opened it up now.
Yeah, I thought he might have drawn with his first one, but he's a very good driver and has a lot of confidence in his ability to hit. And certainly talking to a number of the teams that they beat yesterday and today, he's been hitting a lot. So Rodney Greeny, he'll be looking just to land another one up in the head. knowing that he's got his 2 bowls together there, so if he can just get past that blue bowl of David Budge's, which he's not, he's going to be short.
He's looking to block it, is he?
Well, I don't know if he played it deliberately, but if he didn't, he played it pretty well. That's
Not there.
Yeah, not there. You heard Kelvin Budge. So does he come down that port on the other hand and look for the jack? Big shot, John.
Yeah,
big shot.
Yeah. And also, not the easiest draw, is it? If he was to cut a draw, looking to draw into those 2 shots. Yep.
Okay, so what they're looking at is, can he come down and get an edge on the shot bowl? So playing the blue onto the shot bowl or off that wing bowl. And if you see right over on the right-hand side of your screen, well, in fact, you've got the two pink bowls of Kelvin Budge, one almost on the centre line and one out by the peg. Robbie Bennett saying, no, why don't you play the other hand, come down that channel, so Riker's forehand side, and see if you can sit the bowls or get the jack into the ditch.
Just call it, he said. I don't want to go down there. Just call it, mate. Yeah, good idea.
Oh, I'm looking down there. Is anyone else looking down there? Yeah.
Riker has come up to have a bit of a look. I think he'll play, and of course I'll be brutally wrong. I think he'll play the forehand side.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. A little bit of breeze here at Alexandra, which the spectators and players will be enjoying because it's been pretty hot. Yep, forehand side. Looking for jack in the ditch.
And if it does go the way he wants it to, he could get.
He's on a good line. He's on it. Is he going to get that short bowl of theirs? He punches it up. Oh, that's unlucky. It was a good line. So Zumi. Riker just apologising because you have to be past the jack when you finish, which he was, but then he ran back not realising Rodney Greene had one more bowl to play. But so nice bit of byplay between the two of them. I don't think Rodney was too worried about it.
No.
So yeah, we're playing up there, and he may be looking to move the jack himself, because if he can move it away from those bowls of that pink bowl, if he can move that jack just towards that blue bowl on the right hand side, he'll make almost 5 shots. Has he got the weight?
We might just sit in there for another shot anyway.
Has he got the weight?
Yep. Oh, yep. Maybe not. No, so 2.
One's out, 2's out. Yep, 2 to Rodney Greene, so 12-5. Played 10 ends now, so 8 ends to go in this final of the Summerset National Men's Fours Championship. And you'd have to say, next couple of ends, Riker Gregory and his team would need to keep scoring at this level. You know, seven shots, you can get 8 in one end, but at this level and with the way they're playing, Riker's team would have to do something pretty special.
Yeah, a couple of 2s or something like that at least, aren't they?
Well, Kevin Graham has given them a hand, because that's probably the worst bowl he's played in the final so far, with his first bowl, short and narrow. David Budge. And
not a bad green from Budge.
That's a good starter.
Yeah,
it's it's handy. I think we can see just in the background there my teammate Bevan Smith, who I think Dave quite correctly identified yesterday as a bronze medalist at the 1974 Commonwealth Games.
400 metres.
200, I think.
200, but he wasn't bad over 400 as well.
Yeah, he was very tidy. In fact, I think he still holds a couple of records. There's Bevan sitting in the white hat next to his wife, Anne. And one of the steadier leads going around. So I reckon we might be a chance in that Romati
I
tournament,
think so.
John.
Well, he comes from there, doesn't he? He went to Kapiti College.
He
I
did.
think. Yeah.
He did. And Riker Gregory, of course, also from that area. I think at Levin Boy, Waipahu College, I think, if I remember correctly, as a young man. And then the family moved up to Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, and played for a long time out of the Frankton club there. Very, very, very capable player on the indoor surface.
Look to turn, Budgie.
And so really good to see him performing well at this level, and also in that Aotearoa Māori team.
Yes.
So Robbie Bennett.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of shots here. Now what can he do?
Just
can he
needs to be
thread
up there,
that
doesn't he?
needle? Can he thread that
that'd
needle?
be good. Through there will be fine.
Yes, he's
He
played that
feather. Yeah,
very well.
That's good.
That's a good bowl.
Well, this is the first time I think we've seen the Riker Gregory team on top early in an end.
Agreed, and it'll be interesting just to see how the Horseville team respond. But they do have two good catching bowls there, and that will be knowing. Oh, he's drawn the shot. Well done.
Well, yeah,
that's
very good.
outstanding.
Yep.
Just fell back. So let's have a look. No, certainly one to Rodney Greeny.
Sit on the inside of yours.
Robbie Bennett just looking to come down, try and thread that needle.
Yes, mate, in the area.
He's played this well. He's played this very well. Does he get the shot
Stand up,
bowl?
Look off it.
Yes,
Yeah.
he does.
Good job,
That's
mate.
outstanding.
Yeah.
And a toucher. Well, that's a Robbie Bennett we know.
Yes, yeah, we haven't seen any of that so far.
No, that's a Robbie Bennett we know who can,
Yeah,
you know,
he's
really.
grinning in the background.
Wouldn't go crazy at it, but yep, you're sweeping down there, give yourself a chance.
Now we know one
Back
thing's
up
for
there.
certain: Paul Matheson won't be short. He'll be raiding on that backhand, and he is. You heard a ooh from. Oh, now that's not good news.
No, that's back to 3.
We got one back here now, Budgie.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and I don't think Rodney Greeny was expecting quite that amount of weight from Paul.
I think we just got to try and
Matheson.
arrive to this bowl here. If you're adding, they're only swapping from now on. Or looking for jack back.
Yep, 3 confirmed.
Just get one over the top and we'll see what happens. Into there.
Yeah, really need something back there,
Oh,
eh?
take it
Even
up
though
there.
you're chasing, having 3, one of their opposition's options is to play with a bit of weight and move the jack, and it'll go
Absolutely.
back that way, so you put something out there to cover, otherwise you're suddenly 3 down from 3 up. So it's an important bowl here from Kelvin Budge.
Bit of breeze just blowing
Yeah,
through the
yeah.
venue there. Kelvin just waiting.
So blowing from his right, so bringing the bowl across now. He's looking for that to come in. Looks to be tracking well if his weight's good. That's a good spot there.
It's good enough, mate.
Yeah,
Yep.
good enough.
Well done.
Yep.
Yep. Almost the backest bowl, not quite directly behind, but in a good spot. So Zoomy this time on the forehand driving.
Yeah. Looking to we'll see where that jack goes. It went
Great
way
shot.
over there to where Gregory had asked for a bowl. Has it
Jack
gone out?
has gone out. So I think may have even lifted over the top of the bank.
He says we'll take go back to that deliver from that same end. So they'll count the bowls back.
And for the first time, the wind's actually got a little blustery.
Yes.
Out there, which is very unusual. As you can see, just on the trees there, and we can hear it in the.
So you don't mind a consistent breeze, but
No.
all of a sudden that comes into calculations, doesn't it? Gosh, it's only a couple of years ago, Brett, that we were all standing outside that wire, weren't we, watching the bowls final? That was Morris Symes and his cronies.
I remember,
winning
well, we played them in the semi-finals that
Yeah.
year, and it was just the oddest thing to be inside a bowling green and having everybody stand outside of the fence. Here's the Paul Matheson drive again on his forehand, and just got the perfect contact on the jack, and you can see got it in the air, and I think it probably cleared the bank. We didn't quite see it from our angle, but yeah, it was a good good hit.
So we go back, it's 12-5.
So Kelvin Budge is standing on the head with Rocky Gregory. We don't see that much in the New Zealand game, but it's pretty common in Australia and other countries for the number 3 to often stand on the head with the skip, just discussing tactics and maybe sharing, sharing insights into the game. And that's a much better first bowl from Kevin Greenwood. You know, normal transmission has been resumed with his first bowl. Now, can Riker's team, maintain this momentum that they've started to get back into the game? It's not going to help.
Try, mate. Not far off.
Yeah, you can
see he looked now, but I think that wind they're allowing now, if that wind was coming across from, as we look at it, left to right, this becomes a narrow hand.
It does.
Pretty good from Greenwood.
Yeah, it's another good, very good bowl. Yeah, he's such an experienced player, Kevin Greenwood, and
That's out, mate.
that's a great foundation.
Yeah. If you run this out, he says, run this out, mate, and you've
played
got
a cracker here.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, outstanding. Great bowl.
He put the spray on that with a bit of a grin.
Adrian Robbins. Been a very prominent bowls administrator, great servant of the game, and nice to see him having a chance to be out on the green and play at this level.
I never got to ask him what he's doing in Waimate, because he's
retired. I think he may have retired down there, John.
Yeah.
Great part of the country.
Yeah.
Beautiful greens and great part of New Zealand.
So Bennett had a pretty good end coming this way last time, where he drew the shot. He's not a mile away here. He just doesn't want to sit on that red. Ooh, no, hasn't quite given it away. It's in a good position there, because the opposition are playing that hand.
Yeah, landed in a good spot. As we've seen from the last couple of ends, you definitely need to have catching bowls behind the head with when you've got Paul, Matheson and Rodney Graney in form like this. They'll attack it at every opportunity if they can. Robbie Bennett again. Yeah, again on a pretty good line. Is he going to hold?
He just wants to be careful of hitting that one up. Feather.
Well, it gets...
handy.
Yep. Yeah, all handy.
A long way to get there.
Yep. Wobbled in there a bit like a drunken sailor, but third shot, and now Paul Matheson. He'll be reaching down on that forehand side, looking to sit the bowl or trail the jack, and just got a little bit wide and a little short. Unusual for Paul, but another bowl on the head for Rodney Graney. And now Kelvin Budge, so he's had the opportunity to be on the head and see all those bowls come up.
And that's
so
a big advantage, I think, isn't it?
It is.
And as you say, there's no rule against it. He can stay down there. The two of them can talk. He's got a good idea of where he wants to go. He plays skip often enough as well, so good tactical brain. From one of the smaller clubs in the country, the Patearoa Bowling Club, Central Otago, just out of Ranfurly.
It's just a fantastic story.
Oh yeah. Formerly North East Valley, where his father still plays.
And great for the Central Otago faithful to actually have a local member in this final.
Oh, he needs to slide off that, does he? Not quite. That's okay though. Still got the one.
Down through the up.
So, very good bowl. from Paul Matheson required here for Rodney Greeny's team. And he's gone a good line again, but I'm not sure he's going to reach. Is he going to get there? No. Now, it's unusual because up until now, Paul's played...
He's been right on it, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's played pretty positive, so...
Just on the draw.
In other words, don't move the jack back to them. Yep.
Yeah, I think that was the code.
Yep, just on the draw.
Might have been.
He knows the danger down there, but they can't afford not to score on this end. They're holding one. It's a bit tight, doesn't it?
Looks very tight. There is a track through there if he can find his way through that hole.
Could still have nudged over one of his own there. I think they've got third shot, haven't they? First and third.
And that gives them a couple of bowls now past the jack. Obviously the shot bowl, David Budge's first bowl, which has gradually been pushed up by a number of different players, and we've got that bowl of Robbie Bennett. So Riker, everything to play for by being up and potentially moving the jack. Rodney Greeny,
I don't think he'll be short somehow. No. I think he'll be just into this.
I agree.
He's got bowls everywhere. Yeah.
Yep.
Playing to
Definitely
reach.
Playing with weight. Now, I'm not sure to turn, but just that breeze holding them out a little bit there. And you see it just didn't break at all. So he's got that blue bowl at the back that he can trail that jack back to. Riker Greg will be looking to trail the jack, but not that far. He'll just be looking to move it around the corner on the draw and see if he can bring in those other bowls.
He's got that bowl of Robbie Bennett sitting there looking quite prominent. There's the pink one to the right, and Robbie Gregory's just inside that, isn't it? But he's looking at playing the other hand, I think.
Yeah, look, I think you'll look to try and just draw off the shot bowl onto the jack and just try and tuck it around to where you can, just in front of where Kelvin Budge is, where there's a blue and a blue bowl of David Budge and the bowl of Robbie Bennett. So Riker, no mucking around.
Oh gosh, no. I mean, even he sits on the shot and stays home.
Just got a little wide, but second prize is the back bowl.
Yeah.
And he's got second prize.
Well, that might have been his aim anyway.
That's a good bowl there.
Yep.
So they're having a good look here just to make sure that they understand who's got how many shots. So it's asking him to dead draw, so obviously not wanting to risk him flicking the jack. Better line this time, John. Is he going to pull? Is he going to pull? No, again, still a little bit. Does he get the edge?
Oh,
He does.
Oh, gets the shot.
Let's have a look. Yep, 1-2. Rodney Greeny. Shake of the head from his team.
Yeah, they'll accept it.
They'll absolutely will.
I sort of think now he's got to play this here, doesn't he? Forehand onto
Brown into the shot.
Robbie Bennett's bowl. It's a wider hand now, but
so he's saying come off the shelf. So if you like, there's a row of bowls there, which Kelvin's described as the shelf, and he'll be looking to get a contact down there.
So there's pink or blue to get onto.
He's close.
Yeah, he is. Oh, gee, that was it. That was springing in there. So 1-2 Greeny. They now move to a 13-5 lead. A very tense end.
Yeah, very fortuitous bowl by Rodney Greeny to get the shot there. But, you know, as we like to say, if you're up, you can get a result, and he was. But, you know, just starting to feel like, you know, getting a little bit closer to that magical 18th end. 7 shots is not a huge lead, but in the context of a game like this, which is pretty tight, people are only scoring 1s and 2s. They'll feel like they've got the momentum. And here's Kevin Greenwood with another pretty close first bowl. Pinky, like, is Kevin's nickname. You'll hear that yelled out every now and then, and that's a cracker. What a good bowl.
Plan B. Plan B.
Might be asking a bit too much of it this time, but clearly that with that wind, this has become a
very tight hand,
quite
isn't
a
it,
tight
John?
end, and you can see from Budge, he'll be coming inside, well inside his blue bowl. Far different green to his first. If he carries the weight, he might even sit on the shot or grab the jack.
Has he got the bowl? He's got the bowl. Great bowl.
Yeah.
Great bowl. Appreciative clap from the crowd. And the momentum shifts back to Riker's team holding a good shot here.
So Adrian Robbins looks to almost kiss the bowl before he lets it go, holds it right up close to under his nose.
Slides by, but that's a good position bowl. That wind has really changed the complexion.
Really, yeah.
Of that this final, with just how tight that hand has now become, and we see Robbie Bennett taking full advantage of that. Did he stay up for a second shot? No, he slides through, but Riker won't be unhappy with that because they have at times struggled to have bowls past the head. So he's got shot, and he'll be pleased to have some cover. Close here.
Tough to hold a shot.
You can just hear Riker saying to Kelvin, these guys are always in the area, it's tough to hold a shot.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is just that consistent play from Rodney Graney's team, and consistently just playing that tight line. Right, what can Robbie Bennett do? Holding one. Doesn't want to give it away. Doesn't want to give it away. Well.
Still has it by the looks of things. And also a better position for them too, to
much better position.
Maybe grab 3, a lot of bowls to go, as you said, with this team being right in the zone all the time. You can't relax for a moment. And as Dave Worsley was asking about, saying, Riker Gregory doesn't seem to be, doing much or very vocal, but all the time thinking, right, what are they going to play here? How do we make sure we hold this? How do we take advantage, capitalise on this situation? Always thinking, yep, there we go. So just outside that shot bowl and sit on the Greenwood
Lock your line, buddy.
bowl to the left there.
Good line from Kelvin Budgie. Just bumped it a little as he let it go.
All good.
And and that's probably just taking a little bit of weight off that bowl.
Look at that
a bit of speed.
Your blue, white.
I don't think we need to tell everybody what Rodney Greeny wants.
But he's just said you've got 3 options here. If you're in the zone, you can take 1, 2 or 3.
And Zoomies on the zoom. Now, is he going to hold up? Is he going to hold for the bowl? He's going to back edge it. Oh, and that's 2 now to Gregory. So good result for Riker's team there.
Just join them there, mate. Yep. You play here, mate.
So Kelvin Budge obviously...
There's a little bit more turn down here. You beat that and you're going close.
And that's observation, isn't it?
Yep.
No, come this hand, more turn here. Not going to hold straight. You can get round here.
Again, a little bit of a bump as Kelvin let that one go, and he's been getting them away pretty smoothly, but he's on a good track here. Feel like he's a little bit quick.
If he sits at it's all right. Oh, hard luck, might be ditch. It's in the ditch.
He'd be disappointed with that. Again, you know, just that pressure in a final like this, you don't want to be short. You know, played his first bowl short on
Gotta hold him.
and just
That was good, bro.
I love Riker. All good, bro. No worries. We'll be fine. Leave it to me. I'll draw 2 shots up here.
Yeah.
So what has Rodney Greeny got out of his bag of tricks this time? A retired coach builder. He's probing down on that forehand side. He's got 2 bowls to turn up in front of it, and he's mighty close. He's mighty close here. Oh, he gets 2 edges.
Oh, how did he do that? That was. I thought any movement of those 2 in front would have been enough for shot. Just the angles.
Well, he got. I guess he got a fortuitous edge last time,
Yes,
John.
yeah.
So maybe we might say that's a bit of justice this time. Not that it has to be that even-handed. So what's right?
Tell us about these Henselite alphas.
Well,
Are they? He said, "Oh, I don't mention what they are because people just say, oh, you're not using Henselite alphas."
Well, there's only 2 people in this world that I know can play with alphas, and that's Riker Gregory and Simon Poppleton.
Oh, really? Poppy uses them,
Yeah,
does he?
Poppy uses alphas, and I know you play a bit with him, as do I. And they're a pretty tight bowl, I think, you know, meaning they don't turn a hell of a lot.
Yep. I see.
And
I might get some.
Oh, John, I believe you're playing magnificently with your current bowls. So I don't think we need to worry about that. So yes, so
so very tight balls. So what was he trying to do there? I couldn't quite.
I think
work
he was just trying to draw, and just ended up probably being a little bit too tight. And I expect Rodney Greeny will be again down that same side, down the forehand side for the right-handers. And he'll be looking just to see if he can, you know, get some movement on that jack or a bit of a sit on the bowls. Lovely action, just really nice, smooth.
Tighter this time, I think.
Yeah, and that's the danger. You know, with that wind, you sort of think, well, I'm not going to take green. I don't want to get caught wide. Again, beautiful weight.
Big chance for 3 and to make this game a little bit closer. Holding 2 at the moment. Riker Gregory, last bowl of this 12th end.
He's on a better line. He's on a much better line here. Those alphas will hold.
Yeah, and it
They'll
is.
hold.
It's holding. It's
They'll
holding.
hold.
He's drawn it dead.
Oh, that's outstanding.
A top shot. They get a 3.
Well, that's great bowls from Riker. Really good pressure bowl there. Good team end for them. You know, everyone contributed.
Up to you, mate. Like 3/4 good for me.
So just a bit of a debate about what length to play. You heard Riker, 3/4 good for me.
Yeah.
But, you know, you guys work it out.
Yeah, because I need you to be getting them.
Yep, somewhere where you can get close. But at 13-8, and we're playing end 13 of this Summerset National Men's Fours Final, Riker Gregory's team are definitely not out of this. It's about a 3/4 end.
Yep, throw it to his feet, basically.
Yep. So let's get the kind of sense that this end might be quite key. Can Riker's team string 2 good ends together and really start to put a bit of pressure on Rodney Greeny, or will we see what we've seen so far?
Started well with this.
Yeah, here's a good starter from David Budge.
Great start, Budgie.
Cracker.
Yeah.
Back toucher.
My man.
That makes you smile when you're skipping, John.
yeah.
Makes you smile when you're leading too, if you play the bowl.
It's the best bowl, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yep, back knocker,
Yeah.
as it's known colloquially in the game, and it's it's pretty hard to beat. Kevin Greenwood just slides by, but pretty handy. So what can Dave Budge do with the second bowl? Yeah, he's got
Similar
another-
green, isn't it?
Yeah, and a good line again. Riker's down on his haunches, watching it come in. He's close here. He's real close.
Quite good if he just stayed a bowl's length or two away. Oh no,
That's good
that's
bowling.
right in there though. That's one
That's good
behind.
bowling.
So where might all on the draw. There'll be a drive in this game sometime.
Yeah, better line this time from Kevin Greenwood from Pinky. Yeah, pretty close here.
Yeah.
Not sure he's going to quite make it. Rodney Greeny's going to have a look, but just going to sit back. So at least one to the Riker Gregory 4.
I think we're just splitting these. We're
So
good down
Riker's-
that side. If you drift past down here, it's still all good. Down by the Browns, all right.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yep. Just sort of keep away from it, but also give you a bowl that will be handy later. Oh. Just keep away from it, he said. Just giving a shot away, I think. Or has he? No, it won't, not quite. So still one probably. It's a back toucher. One down.
Yep, still one to Gregory. Yes, he'll be a bit disappointed, but with that breeze coming across there, those bowls are turning a little more on that side, and so yeah, it's a game of fine margins. He was probably only a bowl narrow, or a couple of bowls narrow. And that one's not going to trouble the scorers.
Same ball, mate. Sit half the ball and get a little bit of the cap. Just arriving.
If you're worrying about cats, he's talking about the jack, not anything with 4 legs and fur. And Robbie Bennett is going to be
He's turned his
short
back quite
and
early.
narrow. Yep, that's actually his weight was pretty good when you was speed, I should say, was pretty good if you look at where it ended, but he he just missed the line. And Adrian Robbins just a little bit wide.
So Riker Gregory now looks at this. He's got
possibility that
one.
Jack could go through the gap, but if it does, it's sort of just not our day. I think we just stack him down here.
Not our day.
Anything high and wide on this side's good.
I just love his demeanour in the game. You know, I mean, here we are playing in a national final, and he could be playing at a roll up at his Narawahia club.
Yeah.
He's just enjoying it, calling it as he sees it. Oh no, what's he done? No,
Oh gosh,
well,
giving it away, I think.
I don't know.
It might just fall back, and if it falls back, I think they might give it away.
I love it.
Well, he just said you got another one on the head. As I say, what a great demeanour.
Some skips would just throw their hands up in horror, wouldn't they?
Yes, and you and I know.
Yeah,
you and I know a few
say,
of
oh,
them.
for goodness sake, I wanted you. Just had to be wide with a bit of weight, and what did you do?
Close here. Here's a good bowl from Zumi. Oh, well played. Well played.
You've
Yeah,
just got to play with weight through those balls. You get
I'm sorry, that was Adrian Robbins, I think.
Back in, but your follow through will get you the shot. To me.
Oh no, I think it was Paul Matheson with his bowl.
Yeah.
So that was a cracker.
Is his weight going to get him through there?
He's holding.
Oh, he's through the hole. Oh, hits that. Oh, back
Well.
door job. Almost.
How lucky.
That's us there. There, on the draw.
So 1-2 Rodney Greeny's team. Riker Gregory with at least a couple of seconds, I think, there. And as Paul Matheson plays his last bowl, and as we saw with Robbie Bennett's bowls, has just not picked that change in the green, and he's narrow. Good way, good speed, but he's narrow. So Riker Gregory will be having a look and saying, how do I get to that shot bowl?
It's almost like he's got to use Robbie Bennett or Kelvin Budge, the pink one.
He's got a bowl either side of the jack, so he might play. Play with weight off.
Yep.
Yeah, good call. Just off that pink bowl of Kelvin Budge to see if he can just get a wick. Just jag it off that bowl. Riker's looking at the forehand side.
A bit more difficult, eh? Trevor Tuatara sitting on the right-hand screen, a prominent Elvis Presley impersonator. No, bowler in Manawatu and
yes,
Kapiti.
Right, he's probing down there. He's close. Oh, well, that might be two now.
Yeah,
that was the danger. Was just getting onto that.
But if he plays that same shot again, he could do it because he'll push his own up.
I'm sure Riker's dad, Gene, a great bowler from the Waikato and a great supporter of his son, will be watching this. I've just had a text from Danny Delaney, who has reminded me that he and Gary Lawson both used alphas when they won the New Zealand pairs.
Oh,
so there you go. It won't be the first time.
There's always someone will correct you.
Yep, and knowing those two, they would have used them pretty well. Here's a bowl from Rodney Greeny. Wow, that's a great bowl.
Tidy bowl.
That's a great bowl. So suddenly they were one down. Now they're three down.
Yeah.
I expect we might see a bit of firepower here. Yep. So bin the jack, which is code for put it in the ditch and go with it. And in the context of this game, this bowl,
he needs to get it.
Yeah, this bowl keeps him in it. 5 behind, 3 down on the head. What can you do, Riker Gregory? He's on the probe. And he's going to get connection.
Jack. Oh,
and he goes straight through.
Oh, that might have taken out their closest shot, did it? That might be 3.
So Paul Matheson saying, change your hand. We've got shots. I don't want you turning up that bowl of Robbie Bennett's.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, chance for a handful here.
Oh, he's coming up to have a look. Rodney Greeny, obviously just not too certain who had what. Probably just calm his nerves a little bit if he has.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, because it looks like 3. Oh, 2.
Oh, it's 2.
Okay, 2.
It's 2.
2 and a measure.
2 and a measure. Thank you to our marker. But not good news for Riker's team, unfortunately.
No bowls left.
And let's see what Rodney Greeny can do with this last bowl. Pretty safe down the side. He's got bowls to turn up. And he's on a good line into the head.
Got Greenwood's bowl to turn up if he wants to, or just go through it. He's going to hit
got it.
Greenwood.
He's got it beautifully.
That's another shot.
Well, that's
beautiful weight.
2 classy bowls from Rodney Greeny and deserved applause from Adrian Robbins and the rest of the team.
I didn't have much on, but I just try to punt something into it.
Oh, I know what you can do.
So 3 and a measure. This may well be the turning. Well, what Riker Gregory's team were hoping would be a turning point their way. Ooh.
Oh, the umpire's going to be called. So to be clear, it's definitely 2 shots, probably definitely 3 to the Greeny team. So they're out to at least 16. I think they're measuring for that 4th shot. And we talked earlier about the fact that, it was important that Gregory got those back-to-back ends, and they didn't. And not only did they not do it, but they've dropped a number, which really puts them back to square one again with the margin at about 8 shots, and the ends ticking over towards that 18th and final end. So umpire says it was
3.
David Budge's bowl was the 4th shot, so 3, so 16-8. We've played 13 of the 18 ends in this final of the Summerset National Men's Fours Championship.
Still an hour to go.
Yeah. Yes, they're long games. Even playing 18 ends, they're long games, and it's been a while since I've played 9 hours a day, John. It's but a magnificent part of the country to be playing bowls. This is the 2nd time the Summerset National Fours and mixed pairs are being played in the Central Otago centre and region, and what a magnificent venue it is for bowls. I think might only be the 2nd year, but I think it'll be here for as long as they want it.
Yeah.
It really is just such a good part of the country, opportunity to play in, largely country clubs or a few in the town. We played at Queenstown in the first day of section play, and what a magnificent club that is, John. And right in the government gardens, as they are called in Queenstown, or the council gardens. Just beautiful spot.
Do we know whether are they being held in Taranaki next year, considering they were not held there last season?
I understand that's the
might
case.
Not have been the decision made yet, but
I understand there's an expectation that they'll be in Taranaki, which I think will be good. You and I both played in those Taranaki Fours, and we know the hospitality that is so legendary in the Taranaki, and I'm sure Grant Hassel and his team will be eagerly looking forward to showcasing the best of Taranaki. Great greens and great people up there, and I imagine the singles and pairs will be back in Christchurch next year. So with this alternating,
that seems to be the way. Send the fours and mixed pairs to not the regions, but Taranaki, Central Otago, Bay of Plenty. We did Tauranga, Rotorua, didn't we, one year?
Yeah,
that's great, because for so long everything was held in either one of the 4 main centres.
That's right.
That's really good.
Yeah, good ball
so
from
Dave
Adrian
Budge
Roberts.
holding shot here. The plain blue is the shot.
We'll just update that scoreboard for you in a second there, with the score at 16-8 now to Rodney Greenie. And here's a great ball from Robbie Bennett. Wow. Well, that's he obviously decided he didn't like them holding the shot, so he's trailed it away. Fortunately, back to David Budge's other bowl, and it's 2 to the Riker Gregory combination. And
Robbie will tell us he meant to do that too.
I imagine he will.
Yeah,
yep. Just dropping short there, Adrian Robbins.
That hung a lot, didn't it?
It did. Yeah. So I imagine it's at least 1.
Just play the same shot, Robbie.
Just checking.
You don't need to change anything. Just checking to see if that's in the rink.
No, it's out, I think they're saying. Again, someone's going to have it. Paul Matheson's getting on it. Yep, that's out. So it's still 2 to Riker Gregory's team. Now can Robbie Bennett really put a bit of pressure on and drop one on the jack here. Former national pairs winner with Raymond Martin just a few years ago, and he's close here. If he's, how's that weight? Is he going to get in the ditch?
He also got a fours title. I wasn't aware of that, but
actually I'd forgotten that. That's right.
Yeah, 2010.
That's right. A wee while ago now. I think playing maybe with Blake Signal and
yes, it was. Yeah,
and that team. That's right. And so no stranger to that. Now, Paul Matheson. Oh, that's right. Alvin Gardner, Blake Signal, Robbie Bennett, and Clint Carroll. Clint Carroll actually back playing bowls again and playing out of the Wairarapa Centre. He's made the Wairarapa Inter-Centre team. He and his brother Corey, highly promising players. And I think both played age group for New Zealand, or at least one of them did. And of course their brother Mike Carroll, Sauce as we universally know him, a good bowler and a great administrator, and one of the with Rebecca Jelly, one of the people behind the very successful UBC format, the Ultimate Bowls format, which has really captured people's imagination. Back to the final, and it's the Rodney Greeny team holding shot here on this 14th end, and this time Paul Matheson's a little bit tighter, just that breeze getting up, and you can just see it arcing away the bowl just as it's breaking into the head. So 1-2 the Greeny combination.
What's that, Jack, about a metre from the ditch, do you think? It moved back a bit?
I think so. And
so it's
Kelvin
always
Budge,
that, just try to keep that same weight, but bring it in a wee bit.
well, he's tight. Does he get a contact on his father's bowl? He does, but won't change the shots, but it gives him another second.
I must have gone close there.
Yeah.
Finger measuring.
Yeah, Paul Matheson's bowl is out quite wide there on that side, so yep, we can see Bowls New Zealand flag fluttering there, and I think the Central Otago one's got wrapped round the pole. So Rodney Greeny be wanting to get another bowl up in the vicinity, because Paul Matheson's bowl's looking a little bit lonely there, and we know Riker won't be scared of attacking if
there's numbers to be had, he'll have a go at it.
But so far, Rodney Greeny's been pretty solid through this whole game, just very consistent. Down on his backhand side, and he looks like he's got a pretty good line here. Does he have the weight? Does he have the weight? No, he doesn't. Just dropping short. Possibly in the way there a little bit, because if Riker was going to attack that bowl of Paul Matheson's, which is the blue bowl just in the right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see it just on the left, just behind the pink bowl of Kelvin Budge's. If he's going to attack that bowl of Rodney Greeny slightly in the way, so they're still measuring with the fingers, so it's obviously not decisive that it's 1-2 Rodney Greeny. So,
Two minds, do you think? Will I have a go or will I draw? He's made his mind up now.
I think he'll have a go.
Yeah.
I don't think one's much use to them at this stage of the game. I think they'll be looking to score, and we'll see him on the forehand and probing, and that's exactly what he's doing. Is he going to get a connection? He's got the jack.
Yeah. Yep. So at least he's got the shot there.
He has got the shot. Okay, so that's going to signal that's where the jack is. So you can see the little golf ball there and a bowl behind it, so that's where the jack's moved to, and it's 1 to Riker Gregory. Greeny, I
don't think he's there.
No. He had good line too, but just slightly tighter hand. So Riker, he'll be drawing up, try and get another shot. It's effortless,
isn't it, eh?
Very he lets smooth. The go.
If he's inside or outside that last bowl, oh, he doesn't want to hit it up. He wasn't weighted enough anyway, so one shot to Gregory, I think.
Yep.
Yep, one shot. Yep.
One it is. So 16-9 to Rodney Greeny.
4 ends to go.
Yep. We're playing in 15. Now, any change of tactics? No, I think we're going to stick with that.
Every other one I put down here for
3/4 end.
Only 3 metres wide of the
Riker joking, he said he was only 3 metres wide of the target, so he wasn't going for the jack. That confirms he was going for the shot bowl.
Yeah, oh God.
So an honest man speaks.
Yeah.
But you know, sometimes fortune favours the brave in this game.
Oh, that never came out at all.
No.
Budgie, you were playing that same hand too. You played it well last time.
You can just see the shadows of the flags fluttering on the green there, and so you can see there's a fair bit of wind out there. So that one obviously just got a little wide, and once you get wide and the wind gets it, it won't come back, and in fact it finished out of the rink. So that's it's definitely not a great start. So what can Kevin Greenwood Pinky do with his bowl? So opting for that tighter line, which he's played pretty well this whole game, I have to say, and he's very close here. Yeah, just slipping past. Got on that dry stuff and just faded past it. This one looks to be on a better track. Is it going to turn?
Try, mate. Good try.
Yeah, well, it's a shot.
Yep.
But maybe not as
Not
close
much
as
happening,
he'd like it to
but
be.
that
No.
not coming in at all. And then, as we saw from this man, Kevin Greenwood, took a narrower line, and it just kept going. This looks better for him. We'll see if his comes in. Inside Budge for shot.
Good ball, Pinky. Well done.
Yep, Pinky gets a wrap from the skip. He'd be very happy with that. Just had a note from Simon Poppleton saying thank you for his for mentioning him. Simon, of course, is recently taken over as the club manager of the New Lynn Bowling Club in Auckland. New Lynn, the regular host of the Bowls 3-5 event. That's a good bowl from Robbie Bennett. That's the shot. So, Simon, the perfect person to be running that club and looking to further develop the membership in a very fast growing part of Auckland. And
well, he's already done plenty, hasn't he, with good events for particularly working with secondary school in the area. And
absolutely, he
so it's working well.
Simon was working part-time for the Takapuna Bowling Club before he moved to New Lynn, where I play, and did a great job looking after our or developing or redeveloping our secondary schools program, and still managing to play pretty well. He's been selected as in the Bowls North Harbour inter-centre team. And I think
he's one of the selectors, though, isn't
he? He's not, but I am.
Oh, that's right.
So, and I expect Simon is skipping our fours.
Yeah.
In fact, I know he's skipping our fours in that. So, but great to see a lot of clubs now starting to get professional, semi-professional, administration in the clubs. There's a lot around corporate bowls and around secondary school bowls that we can be doing, and no better demonstration than Kelvin Budge and Riker Gregory, who are both products of that secondary school system that people like Gary Sutcliffe and others put together for Bowls New Zealand some years ago. That's a great bowl from Kelvin Budge there.
Might be the shot.
On the drop.
So while bowls, historically is seen as an older person's game, you only have to look at these nationals, John, and there's a lot of young people playing our game, and a lot of young people playing our game very, very well.
Well, constantly bang on about the fact that not every youngster wants to play a physical contact sport or a team, major team sport. They can play bowls from the time they're 8 or 9 or whenever they like, and they can continue right through until they're incapable.
Like me.
Yeah. But the secondary school competition, I notice Auckland got the Rangatahi competition, haven't
yes.
they? Secondary schools competition, which is very popular. 2 good bowls here from Kelvin Budge.
And it's one of the things we're hoping the Oceania Challenge will do in terms of reminding players that there are opportunities in the sport. We're going to do a lot of promotions in the secondary schools in Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau, on that basis. And I think, you know, just a great innovation to have an Aotearoa Māori team in the event. Enabled us to have a, you know, balanced 10 teams. But I think on top of that, it's just a great initiative, and so, you know, really appreciated the support from Mark Cameron and the Bowls New Zealand team, and Dean Bartlett and his team at Bowls Auckland. It's yeah, we're looking forward to a really good event. Just now have to keep our fingers crossed for weather. Yeah. But fortunately, we've got a couple of indoor greens to use if we need to now.
Chance here for 4 if this bowl from Gregory finds its target.
It's close. It's close. Going to slide off that front bowl. Yes, he
That'll
gets
do. Will it? Not quite.
Slide. Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
And next time, just get a inside edge on that blue shot, which is holding them out of 4. Gee, had perfect weight then.
Oh, just still a... Oh. 1 to Rodney Grenium.
So it must be that wing ball. That,
must be.
Yeah, so if he can... Gregory can just push that to the side as he goes in and stays, he'll be in a handy position. So I think it's that one to the right.
Yes, you can. Yeah,
but the next 4 behind the jack.
Yeah, I wonder whether he might drive this.
He's got nothing at the back, has he? So... I'd go the blue, go the shot. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
So Kelvin Budd says it's worth 4.
Yeah,
so they've got 4
That's
seconds.
what it is. It's either go for it or feather it out.
Riker just waiting for the wind to just ease. It's really got quite blustering.
Yeah. If he doesn't drive, he's got to play the backhand. It's a bit more controllable, I think.
Here he goes.
He's going for it. But I'll wait. Searching for that blue bowl. That shot bowl.
He's got the jack.
Oh, so he kills it. So that's probably as good as what he could hope for, apart from taking out that blue bowl that stayed there. That was certainly worth 4.
So
which way will they go? They'll take them back again?
Take them back. They played that in pretty well. And I think they've typically been here we go.
Just held its head a bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh.
So you hear Riker saying he thought the wind would have held him out, and there he just got the jack.
I tell you what, a feather of that short bowl would have come across and got
Absolutely.
a 2-8. Gee,
absolutely.
So here we go. That's end 15 to be replayed. 16-9. This is the final of the men's 4 at the Summerset National Championships.
And 4 there. You know, at 16-9, you're feeling pretty comfortable. We're going okay here. Get second shot for the rest of the game, and we'll win the game. 4 there would have changed that complexion pretty quickly.
Just trying to remember whose jack it was last time. Well, I think it's mine. Where did you want it last time? Oh.
Very good.
Okay, Budgie, just remember that hand that you're playing, it holds out, so adjust it. There we go. First bowl of the 15th end, 16-9, Greeny. They've led all the way. They were up by 9-1. They were up by 10-1.
That's a very good start.
Yeah, he's
David
remembered.
Budge.
Yeah, very good. Eh?
Start Budgie.
Kelvin Budge, good bowl, Dad. Nice to see a father and son in this final together. Not the first time, but always, you know, a good reminder that this game is a game for all ages and a family game. You know, not unusual to see multiple generations playing in the tournament and sometimes playing together, as we see here. So Kevin Greenwood round the back with his first bowl. So what can Dave Budge do here? Is there another close shot in? Is that a good line, John?
Run the course, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty good correction, wasn't it? Yeah, in fact, as it turns out, marvellous correction. It started to go back to him.
Yeah, just getting on that dry stuff and the bowl's starting to turn a little more. Here's a better one from Pinky, from Kevin Greenwood, on a pretty good line. Just a little bit quick again. So, yeah, a bit of an opening here for Riker Gregory's team.
Pull on down, mate.
Yep. 2 it is. So Robbie Bennett, can he add another New Zealand Fours title to his 2010 one? He's close.
Yeah, mate, building.
Yeah, it's a good bowl there. Just gives them a little bit of cover in case of jack movement. And we've seen the jack move quite a few times in this game. Just that tighter, narrower hand. I'm encouraging people to play with weight. It's a good results, but that's not helpful to the greenie cause. Yeah, a little fist pump from Robbie Bennett. So
yeah,
he obviously felt that he had better weight this time, and he has.
Very good.
Yeah, that's a top spot there. Here goes the bowl up to the face.
Taking a sight.
Yeah.
He's on a pretty good line. Just not sure about the weight.
The skip's up there, he likes it.
No, just sliding past. So it's still 3.
Very good, cut 2 out.
To Riker Gregory. Oh, well, there you are.
2 out. Oh, okay. I think he might have been a bit sort of just buoying them up a wee bit.
Yeah, certainly from our commentary position, it looks like Gregory's at least still got
2, I think, hey?
2.
Yeah.
Possibly 3 with that bowl on the wing.
Yep.
Riker getting a little bit of sustenance from the spectators.
So Budge started playing bowls when he was 11. This is Kelvin Budge. Hasn't played all the way through, of course, but he's learned a lot. That's not a bad line here for him. Might just duck underneath, although
Close
these bowls hold, don't they? Yeah. Great weight.
Good, mate.
Yeah, well, he said good, mate, so he's obviously not unhappy with that. Paul Matheson, Zoomy. He's been the wrecker a number of times when Riker Gregory's team has had shots, but this time he's short. He's well short.
Well, followers of the Riker Gregory team will be thinking, oh, is this it? We're down by 16-9 on the board, playing the 15th end. It's been killed once. We're holding 3, maybe 4. 4, it is.
Right, Kelvin Budge again. I don't think he's... Is he here? Is he here?
In the same spot, I think, won't he?
Oh, he's...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he gets a clap
yeah,
from his skip, so...
So those wing bowls might be a bit closer than even that bowl of Matheson's, which of Robbins, which was over the back. So just into that group.
Paul Matheson, and I think he's high here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put on a little bit of, give it that little bit of extra, John, to want to make sure you're up, and suddenly you're scooting past. And
so the position, there's 3 bowls at the back are all belong to Greenie, but getting them back there is quite difficult because there are such a wall behind the jack, all belonging to the opposition. So it'll be a draw game here. Gregory senses this is a chance to pick up a couple, 3, maybe 4, who knows. Just looking up at that wind.
Kelvin Budge just having a really good look. Finger measure is out. False start, so that will just be a little bit of breeze.
Yep.
Just getting in Riker's face as he was about to let it go. He'll just be taking his time here. He knows the importance of this end. As relaxed as Riker is, he's enormously experienced, and and he's won a lot of big events over the years. So he knows that these are the money ends. He's on a pretty good line.
It's holding, is it? Holding.
Yeah, just.
He'll be all right if he's behind.
Well,
he's not in the ditch, is he? No.
No.
Okay, that's all right.
And look, that's probably pretty good insurance, actually. I mean, I'm not saying he deliberately tried to get to the back, but you definitely don't want to be short when you're holding like that. Yeah, so it's 4, maybe 4
and a
measure for 5. Thank you, marker. That's very helpful. So, for the first time probably in this game, Rodney Greeny's got some serious pressure on him. What can he do?
He wants to get into those ones behind the jack. He's gone narrow. What's his weight like?
He's tight and he's heavy. And he's going to find the hole.
Yeah.
So again, it's just that little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
You want to reach. You're inclined to go a little bit narrower, thinking, look, I might get a sit on one of those bowls, but there are gaps all through there. So how many is it? Kelvin Budge having a oh no, we've got Robbie Bennett with the finger measure.
Starting to get involved now. Yeah, well, but they've each got a bowl to play. This game, this end is certainly not over. Rodney Greeny just sits up on the bench talking to some of his mates. Slightly better green, I think, this time from Riker Gregory.
Better weight too.
Drag it in.
Better weight too. Better weight too.
Okay.
That's a very good bowl. Yep. Appreciated by the crowd. Now, the only problem with that is it does give one to sit on.
Yep. And depending on his weight, if he's narrow again, then there's a chance of a slide off there.
You want to draw it?
Says you want one up the guts. Or do you want me to draw it? A lot of room there to draw.
Yes.
But
on a normal day, under normal conditions, and not under the stress of a national championship.
And you're not playing
final.
in your first national final and realise that this bowl might have a fair bit to determine.
Wednesday afternoon, he'd do it with ease.
Right, well, he's on the draw. I think he's narrow again. But he's got weight. So what does he stick on? What does he stick on? He's turning. It's turning. Oh,
well, the tape will come out. This is a big end in this game.
Wow.
16-9 at the moment, and they were pulling out 2. They'll pull out 3. Now the measure goes on. Tape to that back bowl.
I think we're talking about 6.
Wow.
I think we're talking about 6 here, John.
And
so they'll measure to see which is the closest bowl, I imagine, first of Granny's. Yep, so they're going to check.
Robbins, I think, wasn't it? Bowl,
and they'll check whether that one or Granny's bowl out here on the left, the last bowl, is the closest, I think. Yeah.
It's tight.
So he's saying he thinks that's in. Yep.
4.
Well, was it in or not? No, they didn't put it with the other one, so maybe that's not in.
Okay. I think that blue one back a bit is. Umpire. Come on.
I'm very surprised.
Wow.
I'm very surprised they're not calling the umpire.
That one's in. No.
4. Or 4 or 5? Hang on. Let's have a look.
4, I think.
Oh no! Oh well, she got. Yes.
I can't see that.
She got 2. She had two hands of lollipops.
5.
So let's have a look.
A round of applause for the Riker-Gregory combination.
Absolutely.
If that was a 5, and what a major turnaround in this game. We've had a couple of 3s early in the game to Greeny, and
yep, 5.
16-14.
5 it was. Wow. Well, there you go, John.
Yep. 3 ends to go, playing the 16th.
You know, probably what looked like a fairly innocent end.
Yeah.
You know, suddenly you play, you know, just a few loose bowls, and the opposition capitalise. And here's David Budge again with a pretty good start. So Rodney Greeny's saying we had all the back ones.
Yeah.
So obviously he may have wanted to attack.
Yeah.
Actually, Riker Gregory had the very backest one because that's one of the ones that didn't count on the
But
5.
if he'd hit it well, he might have just cut it down to 1. Eh?
That's right.
Was it. It was. It's one of those decisions that you make, isn't it? Do we draw to save? Cut it down because we think we might be down 6 here. Let's draw. And the skip's thinking, under pressure, I might be better off having a wee look at it.
Yep. And at 3 ends to go, the difference. This is anyone's game now. Forget about what's happened up until now. From here on in, this comes down to just how you handle the pressure. Obviously, the breeze putting a bit of doubt in some of the players' minds a little bit.
Well, Dave Budge went wide and a bit wider, and now we see his opposition, Kevin Greenwood, going narrow and a bit narrower. So that's the pressure, isn't it?
It is pressure.
16 to 14.
And probably just starting to second guess the conditions a little bit. We saw with Rodney Greeny, 2 narrow bowls from him. Hardly played a narrow bowl in the entire game.
Well, Robbie Bennett's gone really wide here.
Yeah, no, that's well, it's a useful back bowl. So Riker very polite.
I'll lock you down there, mate. If you're comfortable there, play it. Open hand there.
Right, so Adrian Robbins swaps over and playing on the backhand, the wider side. They're playing probably slightly into the wind, as you can see the shadow of the flags there, and he's played this pretty well.
But there'll be people might have just tuned in and said, "This is the final of the men's 4s. Look at that! I could bowl better than that." So Bennett needs to just tighten this up a bit. Not sure that he has really, has he?
Still quick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, you'll be disappointed. He played a couple of pearlers in the previous end.
Yeah,
that's all right though. That's a good position.
A little surprised he played that hand, to be honest, because he only's got to come down and turn Dave Budge's bowl over on the other hand. But look, you know, it's easy to say that from here. And here's another pretty good bowl from Adrian Robbins. Just gonna fade nicely in there, and that's, it's a good bowl.
So that might be certainly the shot. I might only hold 1, maybe that first bowl of Dave Budge's second.
So what will Kelvin Budge do? Will he play that open side, follow that bowl down, or will he look to just, first he'll pick up his duster. He dropped on the green.
His comfy blanket.
So third last end 16, and Kelvin Budge, what can he do to keep this momentum going for Riker's team? Always tight. He's very tight.
Short, is he?
Well, it's holding.
Not bad. Oh,
well, there you
lucky.
are.
That was absolutely the weight he required. So,
yep. So that's second shot.
Slight adjustment required. 16-14 after 16 of 18 ends. 15 of 18 ends.
Paul Matheson just going to sail through, I think. Yep, so probably just the 1 to Rodney Greeny's side. And that'll be a relief for him after the last end. It's not much fun crossing over when you're 4 or 5 down.
A little bit more green from Kelvin Budge.
Well, he's followed your advice, John. Yeah, how much turn's he going to get?
Probably didn't require that much green. So he's thrown his hands up as if to say, this is crazy. I only gave it that much extra green, and look where it's ended up. Big gaps here.
There are. I think it'll be interesting to see. Riker's been driving pretty well, and I mean, he might decide to have a look at that shot bowl. Still plenty of room for drawing. Paul. Oh, that might be two, actually. That's a good bowl from Paul Matheson. Just held up nicely there. So I think Riker will be drawing on his backhand.
Just sit on the shot
Yep.
even. Yep.
Sit the shot.
Sit and stay.
Quite a lot of room there, really. But let's see what he wants to do. Yep.
Rodney Greeny is down there with his full team.
Yep, he's on the backhand. What are the Alphas going to do this time?
Not going to hold their line well enough.
Does he hold for second shot? No, he gets on the wrong edge of it. Right, so advantage to Rodney Greeny. We think holding a couple of shots here. And a chance, plenty of room to draw another shot there. And he's played this hand pretty well. And he's on a good line here. Just breaking into the head now.
Wow, they're all struggling. Look at that.
It just gets a little kiss off Paul Matheson's bowl. So I'm going to call that three to Rodney Greeny.
Yep.
No mucking around from Riker.
No, just needs a slight bit more green.
Oh. Does he hold? Does he hold? Does he hold?
Ooh, second shot, is it? No, mate. Or maybe. Those ones that are directly across from the jack always seem to have the edge. Oh, this is tense stuff, isn't it?
It is. It is very tense stuff. When you get a little bit of breeze, you know, in a situation like this, you just start to get a little bit tentative. You know, they've got a shot. Do you want to get close?
Certainly tentative there.
Right. So.
What do you reckon? One?
I think it's
two.
I think it's 1-2. Rodney Greeny. Oh, he's so Paul Matheson says 3.
Yeah.
So our camera angle not the easiest from here.
One's directly opposite, eh?
3. Well, that's pretty disappointing for Riker's team, you know, to have just gained a 5 back.
Yep.
And you'd have to say that's a bit of a soft end, because really, you know, they didn't get one really close bowl in the entire end, and so that puts Rodney Greeny out to 19-14. So five shot difference. And we've got 2 ends to go in this final of the Summerset National Men's Fours Championship. So Riker walking down with the jack. So the pinky Kevin Greenwood lost the jack. So he's just walking down to have a chat to David Budge. Just calm him down, talk to the team and say, come on, boys. We're only 5 behind here. We've just got we got a 5 2 ends ago.
Yeah.
And then let them back in with a really soft 3.
Matt back, is he going for?
I think he's going to go 2-2.
Yeah.
And just really try and put some pressure on.
Bounces it on its way. Oh, he's put it out.
Might hold. Hold in. Yes.
Oh, no, it is all right, yeah.
Right, pinky, Kevin Greenwood. Yeah, it's a pretty good start.
But just duck away, don't they? At the
Yeah,
end?
they do.
Yep.
Just get on that dry
Yep.
stuff and just move off.
Yep.
Right.
Dave Budge. He's found his line quite well going this way. Hasn't had to play this length though.
good line, but I'm not sure about that weight. I'm not sure he's going to be here. Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, waste of a good green.
Yeah.
Waste of a good green,
And
as
when,
they say.
and when you've been up and you've had a chat to the team and said, right,
Yeah.
we're going to give long end a crack, and they go yes, and then they drop the first bowl short. It's it won't worry Riker, but you know, you've got to really try and get as many bowls in the mix as possible to count. Here's a good bowl from Kevin Greenwood. Nicely done.
Oh, good, mate.
Right. It's gone a bit wider this time, John.
Yeah.
Are you going to get any late finish there?
I think the answer is no.
And that's correct. So, two
That's
short
interesting,
balls.
because his green was very good first up, and it was just that effort of putting a bit of weight in. Happens, doesn't it? Push your green a bit further out.
Absolutely, but it leaves the door open for the Horswell team.
Oh, heck, Budgie mightn't look so bad soon.
Adrian Robbins just slips under that bowl, but well short. You kind of get the sense there's a few nerves going on out here right now.
His last two ends, certainly.
Yep, just suddenly they're not getting quite as close. Robbie Bennett flicked that one across his front. You know, well short.
Well, his mates at the Victoria Club will be, his probably phone will be full of text messages.
Yes.
Don't read them tonight, Robbie.
No, I haven't seen Lou Newman and the Victoria supporters around today. I suspect they may be at the local races in
That's
Cromwell.
right. Yeah, Cromwell meeting today.
And it's always very popular this time of the year. Get a few students up from Dunedin, I think, as well as the racing faithful.
Oh, that's 3, 4, maybe.
Right. So
That's
come
where
on.
Bennett really needs to nut it. It's a better green from him.
Much better
Gets
line.
around that blue one of Budge and reaches the jet. Oh no!
No, he's short. Well,
they're making it difficult for Riker Gregory at the moment. Mind you, no one's got anything close really, apart from that Greenwood first bowl.
Yeah, I think we've seen better heads on cabbages, John, than this one. But as we know, you get down to these last parts of these finals with the pressure on, a little bit of breeze, suddenly everyone gets a bit tentative.
Now this is the first time really we've seen a foot. You know, the skip going out and saying, because he trusts his players, they know where they need to be, and he's just said, out here, mate.
Take some green.
Yeah. That there will give you a shot. You draw to my foot, or the level of my foot, and that'll be it. And that's fair call, because Kelvin Budge has been a bit narrow with his last couple of ends.
Right, there he's on his backhand. Good line for his
Yeah,
bowl.
I think so too.
Bowl doesn't turn a hell of a lot. He's following it up. Has he done it? I think he has. Yeah, that's a great bowl. Well played, Kelvin Budge.
Yep.
Well played. You know, they have to score this end, I think,
Yeah.
John.
Oh,
I think, you know, 5 or more behind is too much to ask for.
On a last end.
On a last end. We have seen big numbers scored in the past, as recently as the Taranaki Open Fours semi-final, but it's pretty tricky. Oh, he gets a little slice. I'm not sure if that gets the shot or not. Good bowl from Paul Matheson there.
Yeah, I think it might be shot there.
Yep, certainly looking from here, it looks like, just having a look, Kelvin Budge is already down on the head. He followed his bowl down, so he's the finger measurer in this team. So
no time limit in the final. Qualifying matches have a time limit of 3 hours, but not for the big day, finals day.
Adrian Robbins having a look as well.
There might be a couple down, I wonder.
Big crowd in here at Alexandra. Magnificent day in central Otago to be watching bowls, and we've been treated to a pretty classic final. Not necessarily the closest bowls, but definitely a very close game.
Yes.
And you can see that breeze at the back there is one of the reasons why it's been a little bit harder in this last part of the game for players to get close.
Well, it's been a long time between shots here for Kelvin Budge. He's been down at the head. He's seen the opposition bowl go in. It's probably 3 or 4 minutes ago that he bowled that one that was the shot. On a calm day, under great conditions, he'd probably back himself here. But so it's not a calm day.
So it looks like he's playing the forehand, so they're definitely down, I think, on the head. And he's looking to see if he can just get a bit of contact on those bowls. On the drive.
Oh, he's got them, split them.
He's got them both. Oh,
hard luck.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Split them perfectly, except the brown bowl of Kevin Greenwood is stuck on Budge's first bowl. So I'm guessing it's still at least 1, maybe 2 shots to Rodney Greene. And we'd have to say, John, if Riker Gregory doesn't change the head here, we may be looking at one of the, maybe the last end. 2 signalled by the marker, so 5 the difference. Of course, 8 shots can be scored in any end, and let's see what Rodney Greene does. Yeah, he's played this pretty well, I think. Gets a fair bit of turn out of his bowl.
Yes, he does. And he might even tickle the jack back a wee bit to make it even more painful.
Oh, that's a great bowl.
Yeah, he does too.
Oh, that's a great bowl.
Well, that's no doubt now.
So I think right now he lies New Zealand Championship.
Yes.
And Riker Gregory's going to be driving.
Yep.
Out comes the big cannon. And a swing and a miss. Yep, you heard Paul Matheson, stay away from it. I know that in this situation they've got a New Zealand title all but wrapped up.
And stay away from it. You don't want to give anything for him to hit. If he's off key as he was then, you don't want to give him something that might attract the drive and therefore be effective.
And I remember the late great Nick Unkovic saying, don't put bowls past the jack because it might be that bowl that the jack bounces off and kills.
Yeah.
So he was always a proponent in these situations of either being short or just throw it out of the rink. You've got the game won.
Yep.
So Rodney Greene is. I don't know if he was a disciple of Nick Unkovic, but he definitely executed the same advice. Effectively saying to Riker, well, if you want to stay in this game, you got to play the big shot.
He's got to kill it.
It's all he's got.
Yep. This could well be the last shot of these championships. Summerset sponsored National Men's Fours. Been extremely successful here in Central Otago with those 13 clubs involved.
We have had a Horswell skip in the past, wasn't it? Alvin Gardner.
Oh, yes. So with Robbie Bennett.
Yes, prison officer from Horswell. So I don't know if that's the connection, if there's any connection with Alvin and these players, but here we go. Riker Gregory on the drive.
Ball. This is it. Rubbish in the road, and that's a miss for him. We've got probably 4 shots there. And they shake hands. And so the Summerset National Fours title winners for 2023 are Rodney Greene, Paul Matheson, Adrian Robbins and Kevin Greenwood. They've beaten the Riker Gregory combination in this final, which was at times riveting. At times we were scratching our head. The conditions played their part. There's great hugs all round for this team who've all been involved with the Horswell Club. And there they are, wearing the Hallsville Hornets shirts. It is their title this year. Congratulations, Rodney Greene and his team, 2023 national champions.
Well, there we have it. John Macbeth and Brett O'Reilly calling the final here at the Alexandra Bowling Club, and a great call. Thank you very much to both of our commentators there. And it was indeed a very good call. We've had two great finals today, and we will be coming back in. There we go, and we've got some highlights coming up very shortly. Don't also forget that starting tomorrow until Thursday, we do have the mixed pairs as well, and you'll be able to put a little bet on those as well if you want at the tab.co.nz. Mixed pairs tomorrow from midday. That's all the way through until Thursday. But take a look now for the highlights. We'll be able to give you those. It's Dave Worsley and the highlights of the Summerset National Fours.